This is the inaugural Evident AI Symposium, and we are thrilled to be joined by so many leaders from across the banking sector, both here in the room but also on our live stream today. We set up Evident almost 2 years ago to address the growing need for visibility of AI adoption across the major global banks. It was increasingly clear that AI had become existential to the sector, which we're going to talk about more later on. So in January, we launched the first ever public benchmark for AI adoption. And by doing so, created a way to identify the pathways to successful AI adoption, but also showcase where banks are making both short and long-term gains. So we've had in-depth conversations with almost all of the 50 banks in the index this year. So the program today is really a reflection of these conversations and what is currently top of mind of the leadership at the bank level. We have such a fantastic lineup of expert speakers today on stage, but also so many experts in the room here today. So really want to encourage lively debate, so please do raise your hand if you've got a question, catch my eye, and we'll get a microphone to you so you can ask your questions throughout the program. But before we welcome our opening keynote speaker, Teresa Heisenwerther, JP Morgan's newly appointed CDAO, we'll take you through some of the latest results from the Evident AI Index second edition that was released 2 weeks ago today. And then we're also going to have a conversation with Eric about trends and predictions in the sector. But finally, I really wanted to thank our amazing partners, EY, DeepSea, Cognize, and Bloomberg, and for your invaluable support for getting us here today. So before handing over to Eric, I want to hand over to my co-founder, Annabelle Ailes, who will take us through some of the key findings of the index.
Brilliant. Hi, everyone. So nice to have you all here and on the live stream as well. So as Alexandra said, we updated the Evident AI Index 2 weeks ago, and it feels like a very long time ago already. But the index is an outside-in assessment, so it's based on public data. It assesses each of the 50 banks on talent, innovation, leadership, and the transparency of their responsible AI activity. So I thought just to start off taking you through the key findings. So JP Morgan, they were ranked #1 in January. They've continued to rank #1 in this index. They're particularly strong on all elements of AI innovation and also the transparency of the responsible AI efforts at the bank. Capital One was a new entrant in November. They came in second, very strongly, particularly strong on talent. They have a really high volume and density of AI talent at the bank. RBC came in third, the leading bank in Canada, and very consistent across all 4 pillars. And then if we just look slightly lower down to the top 10, you've got Wells Fargo, Goldman, and Citi, so the US banks all ranking strongly in the top 10. You've got UBS and ING from Europe also making the top 10 rankings. UBS have been very strong even after their Credit Suisse acquisition this year. They've gained a lot of AI talent from that. And then Commonwealth Bank of Australia and DBS were 2 of the new Asia-Pacific entrants that we brought into the ranking. Both of them very strong. DBS took the top spot on the leadership pillar. So they're very strong on the leadership and the transparency side. But obviously, the rankings only really tell part of the story. There's a lot that underpins the index. And I think this is just looking at the scores. So the index is scored from 0 to 100. And I think what you can see from this slide is that there's a lot of blobs on the left-hand side. So 45 out of the 50 banks score just under 40 points in the index. And then if you look on the right-hand side, you can see RBC coming in just over 50 points, Capital One coming in above 60, and then JP Morgan approaching 70. So those 3 leading banks are really sort of breaking away from the pack. I think it's an interesting question, what would happen if we put some of the big tech players on the ranking? I think that they would probably rank very highly on the right-hand side. So I think the 3 banks are breaking away, but I think there's definitely opportunity for them to continue to accelerate. So what's driving the rankings and what makes those 3 banks so particularly strong? So I sort of briefly mentioned at the beginning, and I'm sorry if you can't read the slide particularly well, but there are 4 pillars. So talent, innovation, leadership, transparency. And this slide shows the top 10 banks across each of the pillars. And I think the first thing to say is there are lots of banks on this slide. So there are 25 out of the 50 banks that rank in the top 10 in at least one pillar. So many banks have areas of strength. But the orange on this slide really shows the 3 leaders consistently scoring strongly across all 4 pillars. And JP Morgan in particular, they're top 3 on every pillar. And when you look at the 10 sub-pillars that underpin these 4 areas, they're consistently in the top 3. So they have a unique level of consistency. And what that means is they've really invested in AI talent. They have a strong volume and density of AI development, model risk, data engineering talent. They've invested in initiatives to hire and retain and develop that talent. On innovation, they've built AI research teams, they're filing patents, they're investing in acquiring tech and AI companies and actively contributing to the open source ecosystem. On leadership, it's really about having a CEO at the top of the bank championing the AI agenda, a CIO on the operating committee who's consistently beating the drum and being very explicit about the bank's use cases and the bank's outcomes. And I think obviously at JPMC, we've saw the appointment of Teresa as CDAO on the operating committee this summer. And that was an interesting and great move, and we'll hear more about that soon. And then the 4th pillar is transparency. So obviously banks are highly regulated. There's so much going on internally, a lot of governance. But what the leading banks on this pillar are doing is they're going above and beyond. They're hiring dedicated responsible AI leaders, data and AI ethics teams. They're publishing thought leadership. They're establishing RAI-related partnerships, and they're essentially spearheading and driving their responsible AI agenda publicly. So if there's one thing that I guess to say about all of this is that the leaders are consistent. I think they understand that to be AI mature is an investment across all areas of the bank. And while banks across the sector have really invested in AI over the last year, I think it's going to be a sort of multi-year effort to really catch up with those that are ahead of the pack. I'll hand over to Alexandra.
Thank you, Annabelle. So just going back to the rankings, one of the things that was really striking and perhaps not so surprising was to see the dominance of the North American banks at the top of the index. So out of the top 18 banks, I don't know how easy it is to see, but there's also the program and the report on your chairs. But out of the top 18 banks, 12 were North American, and only 4 European banks in the mix, which was interesting. And so, of course, we get the question of why is that? Why are the North American banks so dominant? A couple of reflections on that we've seen through the data and sort of looking back over the last handful of years. Well, one is that the US banks were really first out the gate in terms of identifying an AI strategy and being very clear about that. Really doubling down on investing in innovation capabilities. So as Annabelle was mentioning before, into research and patents, into partnerships, both tech partnerships and university partnerships, but also into investing in AI companies. And what we also saw was that the European banks didn't have that AI strategy made clear, not even last year, not across the board, but that was sort of a general sort of takeaway. But that is changing, and we're seeing a major shift in the European banks, but also in the US banks that had AI strategies are refining them, or the banks that didn't have one are coming out and being much more clear about the communication of what they're doing in terms of looking at the spend, looking at the use cases in production, and looking at the return on investment. But one of the other factors that we also noted with the US banks were probably that they were quicker to recover from the financial crisis, so a bit more on the front foot, and had the sort of the bandwidth to focus on AI investment was one other reason. And then also that sort of more dominated by investment banks in the US that have been leaning more heavily into AI. So sort of those reasons among those that we think is our hypothesis why the US banks are leading in that. But I also just wanted to run through a few predictions that something that we're going to talk about with Eric in a minute, but getting up on screen sort of because so much of as Annabelle said, so much data underpinning this, millions of data points that we gather and track on a sort of we produce the index once a year, but between that we sort of really mine the data for what are sort of looking forward, what are the trends and the activity going on in between the index releases. So here are just 5 key sort of takeaways that we've sort of been thinking about when we looked at the results and looked at the data and sort of looking forward and what we expect is going to happen in the next year. So very quickly, one, we think generative AI is going to move from promise to reality. This has been a very quiet year. Many banks have been much more cautious in announcing generative AI use cases in production. We were actually expecting that this was going to materialize in terms of announcements in Q3 and Q4, but there's been hesitancy for good reason. We think that we're going to see a lot more announcements of generative AI specific use cases in production in the coming year, but really starting to see that having an impact on the bottom line in 2025. The second point is that we think that AI strategies are going to proliferate with depth, and much more depth and detail. What we mean by that is that this has been a year of really thinking about where are we on our AI strategy, what are we doing, do we centralize, how do we organize ourselves better? And that will probably start materializing and being much more explicit about that for both external and internal stakeholders. So much more detail around the strategy that the banks are pursuing, much more clarity on spend, as I said before, on return on investment, on use cases in production. Third, AI leaders are elevated to operating committees. We've seen that, as Annabelle mentioned, and Teresa, CDO put on the exec committee. Only 4 banks do that. We expect that as the thinking matures on AI strategy, this is going to be an obvious next step for the banks leaning into this and pulling ahead. Not only just for a centralized way of organizing AI across the entirety of the bank, but also creating more nimbleness and this whole focus on getting the time to production down. This is one of the very important steps in that initiative. Fourth, AI initiatives yield meaningful ROI. And so that is something that obviously is A, hard to measure, B, we are expecting to see that coming through more and more. Obviously, that's taking place in the banks in terms of measurement, but becoming much more clear around how to do that and looking more broadly, not just at the revenue, but other KPIs that go into the consideration of ROI, and that being expressed more clearly going forward, and that really hitting the bottom line towards the end of next year and definitely in 2025. Last, but not least, bifurcation is something that we spend a lot of time talking about. What that means is that we expect to see a growing gap between the leaders in the index and the laggards. We see this not only being a US phenomenon, but it is something that we watch very carefully here, but really across the board, the banks that are at the top end of the index and doubling down will pull ahead, and they have a first mover advantage. The banks lower down the index and are hesitating, it might be difficult to catch up, and we expect that that gap might grow. That said, we also talk about second mover advantage. Is it good to be a follower? Could be, but it still means that there needs to be a lot of focus and thinking around what the strategy is and really leaning into that. And with that, I'm going to hand over to you, Eric.
Thanks, Alexandra. Hi, everybody. My name is Eric Schatzker. I'm the editorial director of Bloomberg New Economy. As Alexandra mentioned earlier, Bloomberg is one of Evident's partners here at the symposium. We're delighted to be here. You'll see me and several of my colleagues up here on stage hosting interviews and moderating panel discussions. And just a few days ago, we were talking about how best to share with you the findings of the Evident Index. And Alexandra and Annabelle kindly invited me to sit here with them and sort of debrief them, as it were, on some of their thoughts, because some of the thought that goes into this isn't obvious in the index itself and the publication that you have in your hands. Now, it feels awfully timely to have, if we were judging timeliness strictly by news flow, it's extremely timely. And so it leaves me with some curiosity, and I, by the way, don't know the answer to this question yet. Why do this? What's the origin story of the Evident Index? How did you come up with the idea for this? Presumably, it was a while ago, and it took a little while to develop this, and it just so happens that you're out right now with something that's extremely relevant.
Yeah, well, you would have thought we'd have timed it, and we knew what was coming, but I can't say we were that clever. But we definitely, maybe a little bit of the backstory, because that's quite relevant in terms of sort of how we've built the index. So we've actually been in the space of AI measurement for more than half a decade. So in 2018, we built something, the Global AI Index, which was the first ever measurement of nations on the strength of their AI ecosystems. And it was, more of a geopolitical question about US versus China, UK, Canada, Israel, Singapore, and so on, and what it meant to be leaning in and investing in national capabilities of AI deployment and development. And from that, and that got released in 2018, so we've been really knee-deep in this engine room of both figuring out how do you measure something this nebulous? What is the concept of it? What are the key components that go into this ecosystem? And so from that, we then got into conversations with businesses around, and especially banks going from a phase of exploration and sort of testing to really focusing on what is actually the value proposition of AI investment. And so that became a growing demand. Could we take the concept of what we had done on the national level and use it on the business level? And that was the birth of our, 2 years ago, setting up Evident and building this first benchmark on AI adoption.
So why banks?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think to touch on what Alexandra was saying, I think banks have been experimenting and investing in AI for a long time. I think, when you look at some of the early announcements, I think from RBC and Dave Mackay and Jamie Dimon, it was sort of back in about 2015, 2016 when the big banks started saying, this is going to be a real priority for us, we need to make these investments. But I think that when we speak to the banks, so many of them have been, until really 18 months ago, have been focused really on individual use cases, experimenting with particular use cases and particular business units. And I think the power of an index is really to sort of force everyone really to take a step back and say, is that enough? Do we need to be thinking about, is it enough to sort of be delivering value in particular areas and sort of gradually scaling them up? Or do we need to be thinking about this slightly differently? So we felt like it was the right time to sort of take on the banks and see if we could inspire, I guess, a more top-down approach.
Is there an answer to that question yet?
What about whether they can?
Yes.
Well, I think it's interesting. I think that when we look at the rankings, like the North American banks, and as Alexandra was saying, have definitely for a long time maybe thought about this in a bit more of a top-down way. I think when we speak to the European banks, and actually to be fair, every bank in the index that we've spoken to, it is a laser focus on outcomes. But I think that when we speak to European banks, there are some that are thinking, oh, maybe we do need to invest more in an R&D team. Maybe we do need to try and position ourselves more as a peer to a big tech company like Microsoft to attract that talent. So I think that I think there's sort of slightly different approaches taken. And I think that over the course of the next year, we want to start looking at outcomes a lot more. So really getting into the weeds of what use cases are banks focusing on, how are they delivering value for the bank. So arguably at the moment, there are different strategies that banks are deploying. Some are more use case by use case led, some are more top down focused. And maybe time will tell when we start looking at the outcomes, whether one approach is better than the other.
Alexandra, earlier you shared with us some of your observations, but I'm curious to know what both of you found most surprising about the results.
Yeah, well, a couple of things. I think, well, it was interesting to see Annabelle mentioned that the Canadian banks were a lot of the Canadian banks that sit at the top end of the index.
You do know I'm Canadian, right?
I didn't know that. This is not no. Well, flattery gets you a long way, right? So, but actually, you're really good in Canada on your AI commercialization. But it really made us think about what is this interplay between a really conducive policy environment and the ability for businesses, not only banks, but business AI adoption. And we see that link. I mean, the Canadian government has been very focused, as has the Singaporean government, on pushing for the support of AI commercialization and AI adoption. That means, all kinds of supported mechanisms, that is, partnership with the universities and talent development, and something that the UK, I'm sure everyone's followed, but really has talked about with the UK AI Safety Summit. You also need to really focus on that, the conducive policy environment, but also the talent that you develop and so on. So I think that what we're seeing, and also we see from the index that they're very strong on transparency and also on the responsible AI side. And we think that also comes from that environment and the supportive, and the focus of the government. So that was one of the surprises. The other one, I think, just quickly to mention, again, what Annabelle was going through, we started this index looking at the top 23 banks, the biggest banks in North America and Europe in January. And then we added another 27, and those are smaller banks. And so we were sort of thinking it's going to be interesting when we press the button and run the index to see where it lands. You would think that actually being a big bank is an advantage. But what we saw was actually that of the smaller banks, three sat in the top 10. You've got Capital One as second, you've got DBS coming in, and you've got Commonwealth Bank of Australia coming in, smaller banks. So that actually, diffuses this notion that it's only with a lot of resource that you can be really progressive on your AI strategy. You can be a small bank, and if you focus on that for a long, and you get the AI strategy right, you can do incredibly well.
I'm sure it feels good for those of you who represent banks in the top 10 to rank as highly as you did. doesn't feel so good to rank in the bottom 10. What kind of a response and reaction have you had from the banks themselves?
I'll do one of those, then I'll send it. I will name no names. But it has been, the banks, it has been a very sort of we know we're not on the front foot. We know this is a very accurate reflection of what we are as a bank in terms of our AI profile. That's
like looking in the mirror.
Is it like looking in the mirror? We do a 360 of the banks on their entirety of their AI footprint, really. And when you're ranked 46, 7, 8, what we hear most often is actually that's really accurate. And what the index helps do is it creates some kind of a pathway to what is the sequence, what do we need to look for, what do we need to do internally and externally, what is the checklist, and here's the checklist. And but some, and I would say maybe I can say that the Nordic banks are particularly low in the index, which was really surprising to me. I'm Danish, just because it is a very innovative culture. And it was something I would expect to see that feed through to the Nordic banks, but because it's a very it's a very isolated market. There's not a lot of competitive pressure, so there hasn't been that need to really go hell for leather on their AI strategy.
Do you have a sense yet as to whether those results to which you just referred, banks that may not have ranked so well, whether those results have helped to raise the urgency level at those institutions and perhaps put this more front and center in the C-suite?
Yeah, I mean, I think from my perspective, it sort of actually doesn't really matter where you rank in the index. I think it's sort of like to your point, it's holding up a mirror to what they look like from the outside. So I think even if you're a bank at the top, you've got people nipping at your heels, and if you're a bank at the bottom, absolutely, I think banks look at the index and the checklist of all the 100+ metrics that we look at, and they say, okay, what are the other banks doing that we're not doing? What could we be doing better? And I think particularly on obviously there's the talent and there's the innovation pillar, and I think the index has sparked lots of thoughts on the innovation side as to, okay, like should we be building research teams? How do we need to be thinking about our venture strategy and things like that? But also on the transparency side, so like the leadership pillar and the responsible AI pillar, so many banks say to us, but we're doing this internally, but we're not making it public. And we obviously can't take that into account because we can't sort of cut through what's real or what's not. But I think they're really thinking, okay, if AI is going to be this holistic sort of transformation and it's going to be such a powerful force, maybe we need to be bringing our internal and external stakeholders on the journey with us.
I think we should talk for a moment about responsibility and accountability as it concerns AI in the banking industry. You both believe, and I'm quoting them directly here, that transparency is critical to harnessing the value of AI for commercial and societal gain. But I will note, and you can see for yourselves, that a number of banks that otherwise look very strong in artificial intelligence scored quite poorly on transparency. What does that reveal?
Well, first of all, just maybe a step back here on the transparency. One of sort of the core to the index is actually forcing open this black box of AI adoption, and transparency is incredibly important, not just for the banks in it, but for everyone looking to adopt AI and having that clarity of what the various pathways to success are. Transparency is absolutely critical for that. So that's sort of a bigger sort of more sort of macro sense of the transparency question. But there are sort of two key components to the index. One is capabilities that we measure, and the other one is visibility, right? And so that's part of the transparency. So being transparent on what you're doing is, in a sense, in and of itself, a marker of maturity. So what we see the leading banks do is that there's a lot of thought gone into what the strategy is and how it's being executed and what's coming out of it. So much so that there's a point in which that there's a readiness to talk about it. And the banks that haven't got that readiness in place are not ready to talk about it. So that transparency is, in and of itself, a marker for success.
And can I add one more thing, which I think is that the transparency pillar, right, is the fourth pillar. And when you look at the data, just so much of the data that underpins that is actually blank. Like, that's actually not a good way of saying it. But generally speaking, there's not that much, there are many metrics where not all 50 banks are doing it. And you find a big difference between those that are trying to sort of drive that responsible AI agenda and those that aren't. But I think we should also say that the ones that aren't being that transparent, particularly on the responsible AI side, it doesn't mean they're not necessarily doing it. Like, banks are so highly regulated. There are so many governance processes, so much going on internally that we can't see. But what our point is that if you're not making that visible and if you're not sort of championing the responsible and the ethical AI agenda, you're not going to be building trust. And if you're going to be making big investments in AI, you need to sort of be explaining what you're doing and making sure it's being done responsibly and bringing your customers, your clients, your investors on the journey with you.
This question is
talent.
going.
Oh, sorry, and also
And
just
talent.
from talent perspective. I think so many people that are really working at the cutting edge of AI really, and everyone really cares about responsibility and ethics. So I think if banks aren't being vocal about, how important that is for the bank and what they're doing, I think they'll struggle to hire the talent that they maybe want to hire.
The question around responsibility and ethics is, I think, it's fair to say, staring us all in the face, thanks to the attention we've paid to what's been going on at OpenAI these past few days. On the whole, based on your experiences with all of these banks and what you know about other industries, how does banking rank on responsibility and ethics in AI?
It is, it's a great question. I would say that it's a very, to Annabelle's point, the banks are so heavily regulated, so much is done in terms of oversight already, right? From model development, oversight, testing, first, second, third lines of defense, sending that through to regulators, that being tested. So in some ways, the banking sector is potentially the blueprint for how to organize and how to think about how to regulate AI, generally speaking. And that I think is just looking at how the regulators are considering what to do with, but that's sort of more on the existential risk and what's coming out in terms of AI development towards AGI, thinking about guardrails and how to control that and how to manage that. Again, looking back at how the banks, from a sector perspective, how the banks are doing it is very much something that could be a blueprint for the way to think of it, and a blueprint for how unregulated sectors should be thinking about how to manage AI risk. Is
For you both, before we move on in our program, you mentioned it briefly, Annabelle. Outcomes is one of the things that you're working on. Mm-hmm. What comes next? What should we look forward to?
Well, so over the next year, I think we're going to be doubling down on the banking sector. I think there's just the more we get into it, the more complicated it is and the more we want to do. So we're definitely going to be looking to build an outcomes benchmark. We're probably speaking to, I think 15 banks are pretty interested in participating in that. So that would be on an anonymous basis, trying to compare use cases and outcomes. But I think long term, I was a geologist, so for me, I want to just build the biggest map of AI adoption across global business.
The mining industry can't wait.
Yeah, exactly.
They're next.
Yeah, they're next. But yeah, across all sectors, essentially, cross-sector expansion.
Probably, just sort of really looking at the horizon, the last session we have today is going to be on quantum. And there's a small part of our team that are really itching to do a quantum index as well. So that's probably on the horizon, but probably not next year, but maybe the following year.
Excellent. Shall we move on?
Yes. Thank
Great.
you so much. Eric. Thank you. Yeah.
What a wonderfully intimate space. I'm enjoying this a lot. Teresa, what a joy to be with you. Congratulations, first and foremost, because we were just hearing about this fabulous index. And there is, of course, where you're Chief Data and Analytics Officer of JP Morgan.
Thank you.
And JP Morgan is #1. And I'm sure this just happened overnight. You just last year, ChatGPT came on the scene and vroom, up you decided to start focusing on AI. That is not true. This is a long-term endeavor. How does one get to be so prioritizing the right thing at the right time in the way that JP Morgan did?
Well, thank you, and great to be here with everyone today. And first, I want to start by thanking the organizers of this conference and AI, the Evident Index. I think this is a great way to come together as practitioners to see what the best practices are and have this outside independent view of the benchmarking, which I think we're all finding very valuable. So in terms of our ranking, we're delighted to still be in the #1 position, but it certainly did not happen overnight. And I think there are a number of factors that went into this, and it's been many, many years in the making. I think it was referenced earlier in the conversation. One of the first factors that we have to give credit to is our CEO. Jamie, I think, was very early in the game of understanding what the potential transformative power of AI could be. And he very much views this as a commercial imperative for the firm. He thinks it's critical to the future success of the company. And that is kind of aligned with the appointment of my new job, which I've been in for about 6 months as CDAO. He really wanted to make sure that because this is such a strategic priority, that this was at the operating committee level and that it was somebody's full-time job. So there's been tons of work that have been done here by a lot of the colleagues in the room, as well as my partner, Lori Beer, who's the CIO. But she has a big portfolio to take care of, and so he really wanted somebody focused on this. And he wanted somebody, frankly, who had experience running businesses. So I am a JP Morgan lifer. I've spent my career at the firm in the investment bank. So I'm not a data scientist, and this wasn't necessarily the natural choice to pick me for the job. But I think what he really wanted was somebody who had kind of an understanding of how to take this great, promising technology and really use it to drive commercial impacts and impacts for our clients and communities. So
6 months in, where have been the immediate has there been any low-hanging fruit when it comes to commercialization of this product? Where have you seen the impact from a revenue perspective already?
Yep. So I would say low-hanging fruit is not as ripe as I think people would want, and I'm sure that the practitioners in this room understand that. We've been at this for quite a while. And I would say really maybe almost a decade and in earnest over the last 5 years. And as we reported at our Investor Day last year, we are on track this year to have over $1.5 billion of value delivered to the firm through AI. But that was not always the case. In the early years, it's not necessarily that you see the results immediately, and I think that's one of the other factors that's gone into our success, is the commitment to the investment. And not just investing in the latest technology, but all of the foundational pieces that you need, the data infrastructure, the cloud computing, the governance, the embedded governance components that make this all work as one ecosystem. All of that foundation has to be there to be successful. So we've definitely seen the inflection point in the last couple of years, and where we're seeing the value. I think, like a lot of efforts, we started probably focused more on the operational side and driving some of the efficiencies there. We've definitely seen those benefits. I think we've also seen a lot of benefit when it comes to risk management. Mm-hmm. So everything like in our consumer business, looking at fraud detection in our card businesses, or sanction screening, or even credit decisioning, that's one of the really big drivers of value. But I think the other interesting thing that we're starting to see now is, in addition to efficiency and potential cost avoidance, we're seeing revenue generating activity, and that's really encouraging. And that's coming from places like, being able to have more personalized recommendations to our clients in our card businesses, or being able to give better insights to our client coverage teams around client intelligence or next best actions and things like that. And so we're starting to see, all of those dimensions firing now. And I should say that all of that value to date for the firm has been delivered through business intelligence tools and more traditional AI methods like machine learning. So
not generative AI, basically.
We're very excited about generative AI, but not from generative AI as yet.
Do you see that being the next area of growth for you, or is there more to come before you start really leaning into that? I mean, obviously it comes from a customer perspective, I'm sure, but where else does generative AI become practical?
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's like everything else. You want to choose the right tool for the job, right? So depending on what problem you're trying to solve, there are going to be different models that will be appropriate. On the generative AI side, we definitely see tremendous potential there, and we've been very, very focused this year on how we capitalize on that and take advantage of the technology. I would say a few things in terms of where we are and how we've thought about it. First and foremost, I think we kind of call the non-compromise piece of that equation is data. Our data is what we think is obviously the thing that is where the value lies, and protecting our data and our clients' data is paramount. And so one of the first things that we had to do when we're thinking about the technology and using these models is making sure that we have the right parameters established so that we make sure that the data is safeguarded, and that's something that we've focused quite a lot on. But I think the other thing is the great thing about this technology, which it's hard to believe is just coming on to the year anniversary. It seems like it's been here much longer and the pace has been incredible, is the fact that you can actually put it in the hands of business people. And I think that, above all else, has really unlocked the ability for people to really imagine how this can be used in their businesses. Like we have a lot of great partnerships with our machine learning and data science teams. They're embedded in our business units. And we expect business people to understand the technology. We expect our technologists to understand the businesses they're supporting. But I think being able to touch it and see what it can do and see it in more real time has really unlocked the creative potential in the firm. We have hundreds of use cases in progress at the moment, some of which are somewhat close to coming to fruition. But,
But Teresa, what's interesting is there lies the dichotomy. The people who see the opportunity, the excitement, and then the people who are fearful. What does it mean for them? What does it mean for their skill set? What does it mean for their jobs ultimately? How have you managed to have that conversation with your own talent base right now?
Absolutely. And I think that is a big consideration. This is technology that I think holds a lot of promise, but I think we would be disingenuous if we didn't look at what the risks are that go along with it, and there are some novel risks associated with the technology. I think the one most immediate probably for this room is what happens to the workforce, and is there a significant dislocation or redistribution of talent? Look, I think it's hard to say. I personally think this is a bit different than prior waves. I think a lot of people tend to use the analogy, well, technological innovation is normal and the industry will adjust. And I think financial services is very well positioned. We are always looking to use technology to drive efficiency and innovation and new products, and I think we've adapted quite well. I don't know what the scale will be or how different this will be. But what we are really working toward is we want our folks to understand the technology, to be familiar with it, to be trained on it, because I think that the fear of the unknown is what causes some of the anxiety. Our philosophy on this is that the technology doesn't replace the humans, it augments them and hopefully creates a much more fulfilling work experience. JP Morgan has experienced years of growth. I think we still see a lot of great opportunities across all of our business lines. And I think what we're seeing here is the ability to continue the growth without necessarily having to continue to grow headcount at the same pace that we have previously to support that. So it becomes a scaling factor and something that adds a bit more capacity and ideally, a little more room in your day for higher order thinking or client engagement, which hopefully, yields better results for everyone.
But as we went back to, this wasn't some overnight success. This took investment and forethought to be at the top of evidence index. How, therefore, did you align your talent, and how are you continuing to? How did you attract people to JP Morgan when there seems to be such a fierce competition for the best developers at the moment and the best AI talent out there?
Absolutely. I think, again, you have to go back a little bit in time because it's certainly not something that happened overnight. I would say if you look back even 5 years ago, it was very difficult to attract high-end, data science talent into a bank, right? Especially when you were competing with some of the big fintech type companies. And I think we did a lot of things that were very smart at the time. We brought in some super talented people. We created a lot of connections with academia. We did a lot of branding exercises. We did a lot of training programs. We had internships. We created the flywheel that really got people interested in and got the talent thinking about JP Morgan. And I think what slowly happened over time is people understand that you have incredibly interesting problems to solve. We touch just about every facet of banking and financial services. We have vast amounts of data, and we have the ability to invest. And so if that's your passion, like what better place to work than to come to a place where you can perfect your craft and work in an environment that you're going to continue to be on the cutting edge. I think the other thing that has happened over time is we have a very vibrant community now of machine learning and people, data scientists, people that work on the engineering aspects. We have a world-class research team. You're going to hear from my partner Manuela later today. So we really do have a great community. We had a session actually at JP Morgan last week for our data science folks. There were 900 people from the firm who were together looking at the latest research, looking at what's happening out in the industry. So you've got this really good community that I think it fuels the talent.
Where is that community? Is it all in the US? You're an international presence.
Our talent is spread internationally. So we have people in the US, we have people throughout Europe, we have people in India. So it is truly a global presence.
And that's interesting because, it's certainly a lot on the technology show at Bloomberg, which I'm lucky enough to co-host. A lot of the hand-wringing is around China versus US. There's the UK having its AI summit and trying to put its name in the ring. Remember us, we've got incredible talent and rivals to OpenAI being built up in France. But ultimately, is the talent spread more broadly than that?
I think so. I don't think anybody is going to corner the market on talent in this space. I think you do see pockets of talent, particularly, where the academic bases are strong. But we see that proliferating now more globally. I think you do see countries and governments, and you see it as the reg policy is starting to come into the frame. There is a very keen desire to be competitive here, to be on the forefront, and I think you do see a lot more investment and governments promoting the talent, the research, the innovation to be able to be competitive in this space.
And then try and have that awkward balance of competition versus safety. Yes. And of course, you were just saying how much you have to focus on some of the unique risks that come with artificial intelligence. How have you even gone about thinking about that from a governance level? I'm sure it in some way comes from the top.
Yes, absolutely. So we've taken a very conservative approach, and I can say that we don't have any LLMs or generative AI in production at this moment. I think first and foremost, this is a new technology, and we want to make sure that we are safeguarding our data, our clients, our firm, our reputation. So we are going intentionally, thoughtfully, and conservatively. We want to do this in a responsible way that's safe and secure. And if that means a month or 6 months delay, so be it, because at the end of the day, we're in this obviously for the long game and to do it well. We've been engaged throughout with all of our control partners who've been with us every step of the way on the legal frameworks, which are evolving. Mm-hmm. You're working in an environment where the rules aren't written yet, and so you have to be very careful. We're working with our compliance folks and our audit folks, and everybody has been along the journey. We're also very actively engaged with regulators and policymakers because, again, just as this is moving so fast for all of us, it's moving at the same speed for them. And frankly, I think we kind of outnumber them in terms of the resources that we're able to deploy. So I think it's a very healthy engagement at the moment that we're spending a lot of time with our regulatory counterparts to make sure that as we test and learn, we're sharing that with them and being transparent and hopefully being able to shape how we come up with policies that are sensible and are going to be have the right protections.
You said you're not in-house building large language models yourself, but I'm sure you're partnering with those that are and seeing how it can be deployed. How are you looking at partnerships? Are you looking at being diversified? I mean, we have all just come off the most extraordinary movie in the making that has been OpenAI, basically. And I think what the one, maybe you call it a silver lining out of that, was everyone was like, oh, business continuity. Do I really want to be all in on one particular LLM? How are you thinking about diversification of partnerships in this environment?
Absolutely. I think when you operate at the scale that JP Morgan does, our philosophy is we never have sole providers on anything. And so it's very consistent with our models across the board. We're a multi-cloud shop. We will be a multi-model shop. And I think, as you look at the pace of what is being released almost on a weekly basis. I think, what have we had? ChatGPT Turbo, you've got Llama models, you've got infinite models. Like every week, there's something new. And so we want to make sure that we have access to the best models for the right problems, and that's the philosophy we'll use. And obviously, it takes time to get there and build into that. So, I think the name of the game is diversification. We're also involved with some of the open source models, which are getting to be a bit more, we're seeing improvements in the performance and the explainability, which is encouraging. So, and in terms of building models, that's not the focus at the moment. I wouldn't say never, but, I think as we all get experience here, more targeted models, whether they're trained on, what makes you competitively unique in terms of your data, will likely be the direction of travel. But for now, we want to get some wins on the board, so to speak, with the work that we've already done in the generative space.
You said you've got this really active community. Is that community sort of exciting to watch as they debate amongst themselves, open source versus closed source, as they debate acceleration versus safety?
One thing we have no shortage of is debate. It's been fascinating. I am not, as I said, a trained data scientist, and I am new to this space. So I've done a ton of reading and getting a lot of good treadmill time in looking at videos and YouTubes and what have you. My colleagues have been very generous in helping me get up the curve. All of these things have multiple dimensions to them, and I think that's what's great, because we do have people with different perspectives, and I think that's how you get to better outcomes. So we have no shortage of healthy conversation.
And so, Teresa, take us to your Thanksgiving table and how everyone was like, so this job you took on 6 months ago, tell us about it. I mean, you must be peppered with questions about artificial intelligence, and how have you, just from that perspective, got yourself in a position where you feel familiar or comfortable enough with the terminology, or is actually the art not being, and being the person that you have to say, sorry, what is it? And why is this relevant? And how are we making money?
Well, it's funny that you say that. So first of all, I have 2 daughters that are in their 20s, and the first reaction I always get is, they do know you can't work the remote, Mom, right? Like, so, they find it fascinating that this is my new job.
I can't work it either, and I talk about tech all day.
So I have definitely found that there's a ton of curiosity here. There's a lot of misinformation here, and I know myself. I used to run the security services business at JP Morgan, which, for those that don't know, it is a business that is very, very heavily operations and technology based and requires a tremendous amount of scale. So I was pretty up on technology and how to make things more efficient and what have you. I thought I knew a lot about AI, and it turns out I did not. But I knew the questions that I had coming in, like, what makes generative AI different? Like, how does this all work? Like, just the basic questions that I think at this stage of the game, people are almost becoming afraid to ask, because, like, the conversation is just so ubiquitous at this stage of the game that, like, I think people are feeling left behind. I find that if you just bring it down to the most basic elements, that is what's most helpful for people. And again, I think it's one of these spaces where there are some real questions that have yet to be answered. So I don't know that anybody is necessarily the expert on the direction of travel. I always get the question, where do you think we'll be in 5 years? Like, who could have imagined what would have happened in the last 12 months? Like, I would never...
The last 2 weeks.
I would never predict 5 years from now in this space, so...
Do you think ultimately, are you an optimist that in the next 5 years, things will be much more productive and efficient?
Yeah, I am a tremendous optimist in this space. And that's a lot for me because I am not somebody who typically buys into the tech hype. I think this is very, very different. And so I am definitely a convert here in terms of what the potential is. I think there's been a lot of technology where the promise has exceeded what it can actually deliver, or the timeframes between when things will be actually realized. So, do I think that there's a bright future for blockchain? I do. It's just something that just takes time to evolve. I think this is different. And I am very, very optimistic about the benefits that it can create for our firm, for our clients, and much more broadly. And I think, what's exciting is that hopefully you now start to see in the coming, months and years that you actually have the application of that promise, which I do think is closer than some other technologies have been.
Measurability is so hard, though. I mean, hats off to Evident to trying to find the data sources with which to be able to decide someone's got the right talent or someone's got the right R&D. How you gave us a number, I think was it 1.5 billion already, in terms of the actual money being brought in through AI. How are you going about finding the data sources to measure on that?
Yeah, we've been very disciplined on that because I think it's the old adage, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it type of a thing. And I have my predecessors to thank for being thoughtful in that respect. If anything, I think that number is probably very conservative. And I think herein lies one of the challenges of implementing AI in a financial institution. What you don't want to do is to squelch the creativity and the innovation and the idea generation. And nothing will throw a damper on that than if you ask somebody when they come with a great use case to tell you how many headcount that's going to save or what is it going to mean in this year's budget. Because that just, a lot of this times you're doing experimentation and it's unclear, and actually the outcome could be far in excess of even what you contemplated because, you start the flywheel and you see better impacts. I think one of the things that so that number is definitely measuring very quantifiable economic impact and cost avoidance and things that has just a ton of rigor around justifying backing up the number. I think what we want to do is expand a little bit more onto almost something like the return on AI. So it can be more on the notion of this is a really important business metric, and this is where the metric is now, and we want to improve that metric. So maybe that's number of seconds on a call with a client. Maybe it's time to resolve something, whatever the metric is that as a business person is driving value that should definitely relate into an economic outcome at some stage. I think that's another measure of just looking at, I think you have to kind of multi-dimension. It's not as straightforward as your traditional technology investment with an ROI attached to it. So I think it's a little bit more, there's a little more art to it at the moment.
What many, unfortunately, can measure is there's not so many people who look like you in charge of the AI parts of businesses right now. There's a lot of hand-wringing around lack of diversity and indeed bias that might be built into the system by lack of people of color, women who are helping build this and indeed lead this. Have you really been thoughtful about that from a talent perspective? I mean, it must feel something that you wear daily.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I have through my whole career, but again, I'm very fortunate. If you look at JP Morgan, the chief information officer and the CDAO are women, as are many lines of business represented by senior women in our firm. So it is something that we focus on every day. Because without that diversity, to the prior conversation about the healthy debate around the table, you have to have that range of diversity. We've got great women leaders who run our Machine Learning Center of Excellence, which is a large team of data scientists that solve problems with our businesses. We have Manuela's team on the research side. So we have some very powerful, smart women who are running big parts of our organization. And again, it's something that I think we have still room to grow. The diversity numbers in this space are not where I would like them to be, but I think that's also a function of female talent coming out of STEM, and that will take some time, but it is something we need to focus on.
Can't see it, can't be it. We can see you. Tell us a little bit about, therefore, you are an optimist over the next 5 years. What What keeps you up at night, other than, you know, the remote control situation, and your daughters probably bombarding you with what they've just learned from Bard or OpenAI and ChatGPT? I'm interested as to what you feel you need to add to remain basically at the top of evidence index.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are a few things. So I do think that the speed of innovation here is very fast. And I think, you know, we will be watching closely the regulatory space, because I do think that you do have to have the right guardrails here. And I think one thing that would be a setback for all of us is if something, you know, unexpected that was not good happened. I think that could potentially kind of scale back innovation in meaningful ways. So I think it is like really being thoughtful about how we do this in a way that makes sure that those things don't happen.
What would be not good, as in like a data leak or a feeling? What triggers you in that?
There's n number of, you know, you look at these technologies and the potential for your data to be compromised, or, you know, a cyber attack, or, you know, just an inequitable outcome for a set of consumers or clients that you didn't intend, you know. So I think all of those things are things that we focus on constantly. You know, I also want to make sure that we are really focusing on the things that are going to add value.
Yeah.
You know, and I think when we look at certainly the generative space and where we see some of the potential, it's in how you service your clients. It's in how you do technology. I mean, our firm spends $15 billion a year on technology. We have over 50,000 software engineers. If you could drive even a small amount of productivity through the technology there, that's meaningful. So, you know, it's about making sure that we're staying safe and well controlled, and that we're also focusing on things that are really going to, you know, add the impact that we hope to have.
So let's end on what keeps you, instead of what keeps you up at night, what gets you up in the morning? What is it that you're most looking forward to as your day unfolds?
Terrific. I think every day, you know, so I was an unlikely candidate, but how cool is it to be able to come to work every day and do the thing, like get paid to do the thing that everyone's focused on? Like, it's incredible, right? And so it's just a tremendous, I'm having so much fun, and I'm learning so much. And so, like, that gets me out of bed every day. Like, you don't know, like, this truly is a space where you don't know what, like, as we saw in the last week, you don't know what's coming, like what's coming next, what new cool thing is going to happen. And so I just think that's so exciting. I think if you look at, like, even the potential and the advances we're seeing in the complexity of reasoning and logic, and where these models are going to be able to go, and the things that they're going to help us do, like, I can't think of a more fun way to spend your day than to be part of that and work with such incredibly talented people in this space. So it's been great.
What's the last thing you you prompted and asked of a chatbot?
Oh dear. I do know. So I had to give a little talk at an award ceremony recently, and quite an esoteric award ceremony, I will say. And I put the prompt in almost as a joke to see if it would come up with, like, the context of this thing. Perfect. I literally gave the exact speech that ChatGPT wrote, so it's fantastic in terms of time saving, way better than what I would have come up with. It was great.
Teresa, you are such a joy. Thank you so much. Of course, you know her as the Chief Data and Analytics Officer, so CDAO of JP Morgan, but we are pleased to know you as Teresa Heizenreuther. Thank you very much indeed for your time today and your expertise and your fun.
Thank you very much, everyone.
I'm on the outside. Okay.
Okay.
You'll be in the middle.
All right.
How are you? Good to see you.
We're kicking it off.
Yeah.
We'll spend a few minutes afterwards just to say hello to you. I haven't spent any time. You were at the dinner last night? I flew in this morning. Well, midnight last night.
I must be exhausted.
Where's your home as well?
Toronto. It's close by.
It's not too bad.
Are we all caffeinated sufficiently? I don't think we need it. So today we're going to kick it off with a more big picture conversation around what AI means for business. Now that's a really big question, but thankfully we have Votini Agrafiotti here from the Royal Bank of Canada and also head of Borealis AI. And then we have Satvinder Singh from the London Stock Exchange to kick us off. Now I know it's a really big overarching question, but as you kind of think about this outside of perhaps your role, kind of as a person in a business that does have commercial interests, you also think about the societal risks. Where do you think AI is kind of heading? What do you think it means for corporations that are really wading into the space right now? Why don't we start with you, Votini?
It's interesting because we started investing in AI, I think, like in a serious way about 7-8 years ago. And I think we were amongst the few banks at the time that really saw the potential of bringing state-of-the-art machine learning into our business at that point. And the reason why we looked at that capability more strategically at the time was because we recognized that, like many other industries, banks are data-driven. We run about 2,000, 3,000, last count was number of models across the enterprise every day, making decisions with data on behalf of our clients. And so the ability to lift that performance, increase accuracy, bring more safety and transparency into that process was paramount for our future. There was also a bit of an existential risk for our industry in that banks have been around for a long time. More and more we see competition come from the tech sector, recognizing that these are companies that know how to build beautiful experiences with technologies, and certainly at the core of those lies beautiful AI. And so if that's the world we're heading into, and we certainly are in that world already, how do we compete? How do we ensure that we sustain our advantage as an industry, that we remain relevant for our clients? And so we started investing in building our own capabilities for that reason exactly, and building our own intellectual property and growing a more sustainable competitive advantage. And I think that was very strategic. In terms of impact on society, I think it's, through banks, like you touch some of more core aspects of people's lives. And so with the investment, it also came the responsibility that we recognized we had along the way of, okay, AI at times tends to be a black box, especially the type of AI you really want to use to increase accuracy in a meaningful way. And so where do you draw the line? How do you decide which one are you going to opt in for? Which one are you going to forego if you put your client first and communities where you operate in first? So many important decisions along the way that I think you bow that up, like it does move society, and I think a lot of banks think responsibly about how we deploy AI gladly. It's not just a regulatory requirement. I think we heard a lot about regulation as being a constraint or a reason why we do business in a certain way, but I would say that's table stakes. A lot of the time it's, okay, here's what we're allowed to do in our regulatory environment, but there's also our client's expectation that sits on top of that. Even if we're allowed to do X, are our clients expecting that we would do that for them? Is that okay? And it's interesting to be doing that through a business that doesn't really look to reinvent its business model. We're not having conversations about are we selling our data or not. Like, this is not where we are as a business.
You bring up a great point in that artificial intelligence in banking has been around for quite some time, and we heard that even just in the last conversation. But clearly something has changed over the last 12 to 18 months, and Satvinder, I'd love your perspective on this. What is exciting you the most that makes you think this time is actually different?
First of all, let me thank the organizers. It's great to be here. It's also great to just feel the energy. I mean, I was here a bit earlier, but over breakfast, over coffee, just to meet so many people who feel really passionate about this topic. I know each one of us represents organizations, and we have tens of thousands of people in the industry that are passionate about it, but to see senior leadership here, wanting to share, wanting to learn, wanting to really see how the future takes us forward, right? Amazing. So thank you for that. I actually think we're at a particular inflection point on AI. If you look at the future, if you look at the present, if you look at the past, it's difficult not to get excited, but within reason. For quite some time, whichever version of this you want to talk about, but it's been there for a long, long, long time. We've used it as a tool earlier on, so it's helped us do things. Now we think it's going to be a co-worker. So we will work along with AI. It will help us, almost human-like ability to understand language, reason, throw out conclusions, which obviously the human part of us will analyze and drive decisions. But in the not so distant future, this could actually be a co-innovator with us. It pushes the human limits out and allows us to really focus on real innovation, which allows efficiencies to flow through the system, which allows us to really, as humans, focus on where we're going to add the most value. And there's a lot of things we've all done together as an industry. There's a particular partnership we have with Microsoft that's going to help us, I think, really scale the impact of AI in financial services. It's a particular industry I'm very passionate about. I think there's tons of use cases that we currently already have, but there's so much more we can do. And as I talk to customers, and we spend a lot of our time talking to customers about where they are on this journey, there's a bit of a spectrum. One end of the spectrum is fear, and the other end is optimism. And the fear part, and this is not a judgment, this is just where people are. Right? This is where organizations are. And I think it comes across in the index as well. Fear is really about, will we not remain competitive? Will we not drive efficiencies? Could we eventually get disintermediated? So that's one end of the spectrum. The other end of the spectrum is really optimism. How do I drive more value? How do I create an expanded target market? How do I become more relevant in this space? And how do we use this technology and embrace it rather than look at it with fear and sort of cynicism? So I think the future is really promising. And it's also an amazing time for all of us as leaders in this space, whatever our individual backgrounds may be. I think in a decade or so, most of us, if we're still around in the industry, will look back and say we've been part of an amazing journey. And it's a privilege to be here. So thank you for that.
One of the insights that came out of the first discussion this morning was that Canadian banks are actually pretty ranked highly, and I think back to where a lot of the talent has come from in artificial intelligence and from Canadian universities, and you're an alumni as well from one of them. But when you think about what you're doing at Borealis AI, this research arm that the bank has, how do you think about your responsibility in building not just these practical use cases for banking, but also at the foundational level, building models of your own? Where do you think that responsibility differs than from a bank who's just kind of buying this off the shelf, perhaps?
Well, it's true. So I think a lot of Canadian businesses, certainly banks, have benefited from a thriving ecosystem in Canada, especially on the science side. Our academics had done quite well on the deep learning and reinforcement learning. A lot of these innovations came out of Canadian schools. It's interesting because back in 2017, as we were trying to recruit people into the bank from these top schools, people that had put their names down, first authors, second authors, on one of the most disruptive papers, if you may, in the field, most of them were looking to leave the country after they would graduate their PhDs, and there wasn't a lot of thought about what would I do in Canada. And it was a fair question. There wasn't a ton of interesting industrial work, opportunity for people to pursue their research outside academia within Canadian soil. And so something that we did, I think, quite well in the country was that we all recognized we share a problem here, and we leaned in to solve it. So the Pan-Canadian AI strategy led by the federal government, together with the industry, together with academics, we created institutes across the country that really helped educate and prepare the next generation of AI scientists that came into the market. And a lot of the time we confuse that talent with data science, and we kind of like use the term interchangeably. But in reality, the people that built GPT were not data scientists. They were AI experts, people that could advance the science of AI. And so for us, the decision to invest in R&D, and we did so by building something on the edge of the bank, operationally independent, so that it doesn't get too sucked into our culture and traditional way of doing business, was very simple. We did not want to be on the backseat of that innovation. And so when you think about where AI goes, as a scientist, when I try to implement a new algorithm, I will normally test it on language data or image data. And why that is, it's because it makes it easy for you to look at the results, inspect very quickly, and you know where you're doing well or not. So all of the new algorithms, all of the new innovation comes for that specific data domain. Banks have data that are so vastly different from that, and someone needs to do the work to now take that innovation and translate that into the domain that is most meaningful to our business. And so the question for us was, do we want to be on the backseat and wait for others to do that and start thinking about how do I take anomaly detection for self-driving vehicles and move that into, translate that and build a fraud detection system for credit cards, for instance. So this is similar technologies that you either take the back seat and buy that once somebody makes that transfer, or you are on the front line and make that transition yourself. That's what it allowed us to do. We're not new to AI because of GPT. We didn't come to it in the last year. We've been at it for a very long time. I think it helped us accelerate what we did with large language models in the last year because we had these investments early on. We had the people that understood how the technologies run at the deepest, most level. And I'll emphasize that because many times it's thought that because with prompt engineering, a little bit of fine-tuning, it's so easy that anyone can bring this in and build a solution. It's true, you can prototype things very easily, but to build commercial, production-grade AI system, it takes more than prompt engineering, especially in our sector, especially with the requirements that we have around safety and security for our clients. Treating AI as a black box is not an option, so you better have people in the enterprise that know what's going on in these models. They're not data scientists, they're not prompt engineers, they're AI experts.
What are some of the difficult conversations you're having with perhaps leadership who, of course, wants to stay competitive, has commercial interests, and I'm sure it does inform your work in some ways, but you know what's going on underneath the models and inside the algorithms. Do you ever find pushback versus, from going a little too quickly versus kind of paring it back to make sure it's tweaked and fine-tuned properly?
It's not so much pushback as much as you come as a technologist into a bank, at some point you're hit with the realization that going to market is just not as fast, as efficient as in the tech sector. And so early on, you got to think about if I'm successful in that research investment, if there's a solution that is production grade that can come out of that, how would I even go about bringing that to market? What are the additional requirements? And so a lot of the times we will pause, not for regulatory reasons. Again, that's the bare minimum requirement here. It's our clients' expectations. Just to give you an example, one of our landmark products is Aiden. It's an electronics trading system that uses reinforcement learning techniques. So we invested in bringing reinforcement learning into equities trading early on, back when it was thought to be just a science for gaming. And we kind of saw the connection of games, the stock market formulates itself as a game as well in many ways, so much more complex, the stakes are so much higher, so how do we take that science and bring it into that domain? So big leap of faith and a lot of effort from our side, but we also knew that if we are ever to go to market with a product like this, we also have to understand that our clients' expectation is that we will be able to rationalize the trades that this AI is making. So what do we do today? When we sit on the trading desk, we'll answer the call and say, this is why our algorithm traded in this or that way. We should be able to explain this in real time. And so together with Aiden, we built a sister product almost in research mode from the get-go of and a sister AI that would rationalize the decisions that the first AI is making. So you have that explainability hand in hand as you go to market. These are not really requirements that are there for every sector, certainly present for financial services.
It's almost interesting that it's the opposite, or at least right now it seems to be like this black box approach and other areas of Silicon Valley, that it's almost a competitive advantage for explainability not to be there, for it to kind of be this way to insulate yourself from people figuring out what you can actually do. But in financial services, it's almost embedded. You need to have it. Am I understanding that correctly?
It's a requirement that you're transparent with your clients about how you make decisions on their behalf. And frankly, this is where, in thinking about talent and what attracts talent to our industry, that's part of the reason as well. Like as the impact of AI on society has come to, we came to realize that that's going to be much bigger than what we had originally thought 5-10 years ago. People start to appreciate the opportunity to do so in a more respectful way. I don't go to bed at night thinking that what I'm building may mess up society in one way or another. I have a very strong belief in our processes, in our controls, and that sets us apart. And I think the entire industry is the same way.
Satvinder, I'd love to get your thoughts on what risks that are arising around artificial intelligence, whether that's bias or others, hallucinations, for example, kind of impact the way you think about applying it in your role.
I think, can I just go back to something we just spoke about? I think it's really important to understand that if we're not careful with AI, and if it's not used appropriately, we'll make the same wrong decisions, but with greater confidence. And that is scary. And we'll genuinely believe that the answer is the right answer, even though it's the wrong answer. And we'll believe it's the right answer because somebody pushed it out. So that's my preface to the question you've just asked, because we spend a lot of our time trying to get this right? For us, it's really clear about how do you manage this risk. We've been spending a lot of our time with our customers saying, how do we make sure the modeling that we're doing around this is the right modeling? We've done, in my mind, what we're trying to do here is we're trying to create a gold standard, again, working with Microsoft, the gold standard for what this looks like from a data rights perspective, from a data governance perspective, from a lineage perspective, what we call data trust. So as one of the world's largest institutions that manage capital markets data, really, really important. As we use AI, we've got the lineage, we've got the traceability, we know what source we've worked on, we've got the rights management to this, because a lot of this stuff really depends on getting the basics right. If you do not have the basics right, you can have the best modeling, but the model's going to throw out, as they say, garbage in, garbage out. So for us, it's really been about spending a lot of our time, not just getting excited about the front end, which a lot of people talk about. What's the model? What's the applicability? How much efficiency can you draw? How much pain can you take out of the system? How many wonderful workflows can you create? But also looking below the surface, because below the surface ensures you'll get it right. It will ensure that the right data is being used, the right models being used, the right lineage is there, the right traceability is there. And therefore, we're not making the same mistakes with greater confidence. That is not a great place for the industry to be in. And for LSEG, again, hugely, hugely important topic. We take this responsibility very seriously. We're spending a lot of our time getting the basics right, because I think that will ensure that the foundation is strong and we build on it really well.
When you mentioned Microsoft as a partner that you're working with, I'm sure many folks in this audience are also taking that partnership approach. What's on your kind of rubric, your list of criteria that you look for in a partner, whether that's being at the cutting edge, of course, but also at the talent level, at how they're working with regulators? What other things are you looking for before you vet them?
So I think it's really important that the skills are complementary, number one. So in any partnership, there are two things we will bring to the table. One is our data, and in a lot of instances, we have data going back decades, if not longer. Right? So financial capital markets data, we link up to more than 500 multi-asset venues. We have 300+ billion transactions happening throughout our systems on a daily basis. So we're very proud of what we have. So that's number one. The second thing we genuinely believe LSEG brings to the table is knowledge of how financial markets work in terms of the talent we have. Most of them are ex-bankers, traders, asset managers, so they know the industry. So they not only understand the data, they also understand the relevance and the value of that data and how to connect dots. So those are what we bring to a partnership. So what we're looking for example, in the partnership we have with Microsoft, we believe their commitment to this space, number one. Their values align with ours, but also the technology they have and the talent they have is an amazing mix. So the feedback we're getting from our customers is if you look at the combination of technology, platform, cloud infrastructure, innovation, AI, amount of money spent, Microsoft brings that. The data side of financial services, the knowledge of the industry, the connectivity, we bring that. That's an amazing partnership. Because then we can bring to our customers, our joint customers, the best of where financial services is today, but also put a roadmap for what the future looks like. And for us, that's it's actually been, I've been in this job 4 months, so as you can see, I'm a veteran. But for us, it's been a journey. It's like explain to people, show the vision, then get people to believe in it, and then showcase it in terms of what it's really going to feel like and how people's lives are going to change, what sort of efficiencies we're going to bring into the system. So one example, I'm maybe Claire, you're bringing it up later on, but Microsoft is partnering with us, or we're partnering with them as well, on something called meeting preparation. Now, I challenge you, anybody in this room, if you have a senior meeting coming up with somebody as a customer, it takes a lot of time. You may not be doing it, but your teams are like busy, maybe even a week before, pulling up the last call report, pulling up all the information on the company, and that's a lot of work that goes into it. So that the 2-page or the 3-page or the 5-page that you eventually get, there's a significant amount of work that's gone into it. Now, everybody's worst nightmare is something big happens just before the meeting. So, your briefing notes come in, it's all ready, it's all prepared. A day before, there's an announcement. That changes quite a few of the topics that you're going to discuss. Now, imagine a world, and again, I'm using the word imagine because I think it's a really powerful world because we are sometimes limited by our own imagination. So if your imagination is bold and big, you'll get there over time. But imagine a world where you can press a button and it has access to all the financial data that we have on a company, all the reports, all the annual reports, all the filings, all the transcripts, everything that's ever been said in an investor presentation, along with everything that's in the Microsoft suite of products. And it brings it together. So one is collection of data. The second part is the visualization of it. And then the human part of all of us is left to the analysis and actually having the meeting, rather than having to spend time prepare for the meeting. So I'd much rather, if I have bandwidth of 1 to 10, today I think 1 to 8 goes into the preparation and 9 to 10 goes into actually thinking through what I'm going to say, how we're going to react, trying to achieve, how is this going to be a win-win, how do we collectively grow together, all those things. That's the 9 to 10. But in a future world where all of that is a press of the button, and my bandwidth is actually on what I do best, which is think about how we're going to work together, how we will turn this relationship, and how we're going to look at future opportunities. That's an amazing opportunity for all of us. And it's difficult not to get excited by that. So I think that's what the partnership brings, something that you don't have, but it doesn't dilute what you have.
When we talk about business, I think it's very easy to kind of get caught up in the jargon of what that all means, but who it's actually impacting kind of ends up almost being a secondary thought sometimes. I would love your thoughts, Virginie, on how artificial intelligence will impact kind of the links between business and technology, but ultimately the people, the customers, the clients that it's affecting. I don't know if you have any more specific examples of how we can kind of expect this technology to really, affect everyday folks.
So in terms of just to focus it on generative AI, because I know that's top of mind for everyone, we do not feel, like many others, that the technology is ready for prime time. If I define prime time as something that would be client-faced in the near term. A number of concerns, I think we're all quite aware of those, and we're working our way through that. And so we don't expect to see a lot of banking clients interacting with a chatbot to get financial advice in 2024. We're trying to understand, though, genuinely understand, if that is the world where we are headed, where do you draw the line? What type of conversations are you comfortable handing off to an autonomous agent versus where do you redirect it to the human? And so as we're studying that, we're building experimental test beds, if you may, that lead us to that world. And step number one is do so with human oversight. So address that risk in the back office as we're answering calls, as we're taking in questions from our clients in real time. We're productionizing Gen AI that supports our agents in navigating complex policies and procedures. So taking that context from the client, who they are, what their service needs are today, also with an entire corpus of procedures and policies that are very complex that the banking system sits on, and kind of like getting them to the right answer very quickly. And so we're prompting the agent, and we're kind of like looking to see how often does the human agent opt in to use a generative output from the machine, when do they not, and kind of like learn from that experience. Immediate productivity gains. Like the call handling time, it's a direct metric out of that, and we know that seconds matter, especially on that side of our business. Cutting costs is extremely important. That's one area in research, in our capital market side. We see a lot of opportunity for very similarly allowing our analysts and their associates to compile reports very quickly. Again, looking forward to a world where we could offer a solution in front of our clients that they could query RBC research on any company automatically on their desks. But again, concerns about hallucinations is one step at a time. To be frank, though, I'm more excited, not so much, and I'm looking forward to the day that we stop talking about LLMs, and I'm asked about the real value of foundation models in banking, because banks, if you look at our entire data assets, language data, we got a ton of that for sure. But our core asset is transactions and market data and risk and fraud, and that's where the core of our business lies. And so foundation models as a science is extremely interesting in how do you build large transaction models that have the same generalization ability as what LLMs have today. So the same way in LLM, you can prompt it to be your chef or your therapist or your tutor. A large transaction model can be prompted to, you use that and it generalizes across your business. It can adjudicate for you. It can price a banking product. It can understand your risk tolerance. And so we're moving towards a world where we have foundation models behind servicing all of our client needs and treating clients consistently across the enterprise. We've been at this for the last 3 years. We've already seen a lot of success with that. And that, again, goes back into why invest in R&D, right? Like GPT is not new science. It's just that chat was put in front of that and the world noticed. Like if you paid attention to research, transformers had been there for a long time. We knew how to build foundation models, and we've been accelerating that path for the assets in our businesses that matter the most.
Satvinder, do you think some of these language models, some of these AI applications are ready for prime time in your work?
I think you've got to be careful. I love this quote. I will not attribute it to where it needs to be attributed to, but somebody said, with great power comes great responsibility. So, and we've got to be very careful here that there's a tremendous amount of power in AI adoption. We've already seen the benefits of that. I read a report last week which said, depending on the sector, there are significant implications on workflows productivity. And in financial services, they think, again, depending on the subsegment within that, up to 40%. That we can sort of generate efficiencies. And obviously all of that will then go into future growth, more innovation, more thinking through what more we can do. So that's really, really powerful. So I think being conscious of that, doing it very responsibly, doing it aligned with the regulators, making sure we're not doing anything that we will regret. Again, going back to make sure we're doing the right things with confidence rather than making the same mistakes with a degree of confidence that is higher than before. So all of those, if you get that foundation right, there's a tremendous opportunity to build on this. And again, the word of caution there is make sure we're using the right models for the right use cases with the right data sets. All of that significantly important. So if you get the basics right, the right data, the right lineage, the right models, the right outcomes, have a check and balance in it, in sync with the regulators, in sync with what our customers are trying to do, it is already so pervasive. If I look at LSEG, we're using AI in operations, technology, in our sales organization, in our customer support teams. We're using it obviously for product differentiation. We're working with partners, many partners, to say how does that innovation play out from a customer lens perspective, because our customers are coming to us and saying, look, we need help. We need help with our databases. We need help with the work we're doing with AI. We need help with our data rights. So we, I think, collectively here, particularly all the winners in the index, we have a responsibility, I think, to democratize a lot of this, to be able to teach others what the value of this is truly capable of providing to the rest of the financial services, that being one industry, but other industries as well. And if we do it collectively, I think we'll end up in the right place.
It's a great note to end on. Thank you both.
Thank you.
We're going to dig into compliance with my colleagues, panelists, colleagues for the moment, Monique, Stefan, and Chris. And how convenient, isn't it, that we just had a boardroom coup at OpenAI to remind us of the ever-present tension between regulation, compliance, and governance.
Exactly.
Especially when the technology in question is so powerful and the potential consequences of missteps are so great. I don't want to spend a ton of time on OpenAI, but I think it helps maybe to begin with one question. And I'm going to start with you, Chris. You're the boardroom expert from EY. So many companies, and banks in particular, are wrestling with that tension between regulation, compliance, and governance. What kind of example has OpenAI set for companies involved in the development and implementation of artificial intelligence? And what kind of lesson, if any, does what they just went through offer?
Interesting first question. Thank you. I think there's a couple of learnings, Eric. I think first, the board is critical. I mean, how a company is governed, with tech companies or all of our companies, is critical. The board really needs to first understand enough about the technology so they can govern it. And so the skills of the board, who's on the board, is critical. If you look at the profiles of some of the directors that are no longer at that company, they might have been questionable. Also, the structure of the board is key. So this was a not-for-profit model that was governing, billions of dollars of investment from Microsoft and other investors. So the minute shareholders came into the game, it's no longer a not-for-profit model. The other point I'll make, I think there were duty of loyalty breaches, which is a key fiduciary duty of the board. If a board member is actively out in the press with books and interviews promoting a key competitor, that's a huge red flag. So there were a lot of red flags. What we saw is one of the most powerful roles of the board, which is to hire, fire, pay, provide evaluation of the CEO. So that's critical, but to go straight there with a firing of the CEO by an interesting board structure was very, very curious to me.
You might be closer.
Okay.
I think, just so that everybody
Is that
understands
better
what's
now?
going on, we were having
Sorry.
some sweater issues,
Sorry.
yes.
Okay.
Some sweater issues.
So Monique and Stefan, to a point that Chris just made,
Yep.
over the years, banks and of course their shareholders have learned the hard way that financial expertise on the board is critical to good governance. Do the risks inherent AI now demand a similar degree of board expertise in your roles? Is that what you would like to see being brought into the boards, for example, of HSBC and Deutsche Bank more and more?
Do you want to go first? I can go first. I think absolutely. I mean, in order for the board to understand the topics and the conversations and the decisions we're making, having board members that can understand the topic, can understand the risk, can understand the benefits, and guide that conversation and provide guidance on where you go is critical. We're fortunate. We have some very technical leaders on our board that have been a part of the journey with it from Microsoft and from other similar companies. So, but I do think it's absolutely critical, because otherwise the board can't provide that feedback, that governance to you, and be that sounding board to make sure that the guardrails that you're setting, the decisions you're making, are all in line with best practice, are in line with the values of the firm. So I think it is absolutely critical that board members have that kind of skill.
Yeah, so what I would add is I think the financial industry has a unique setup in that sense, because usually on the boards you have already more expertise on the risk side, on the compliance, regulatory side than you have in other industries. So that's a pro why the financial industry will play a role in shaping how this technology is used. The con is usually that we are in the financial industry not that strong in terms of technology background. We are much better than 10 years ago, but if you compare us to large tech or even smaller tech companies, usually we don't have the same firepower and expertise on the boards.
So, Chris, where does a board go? Where does a company go to find such expertise? This is such a fast evolving industry, and to the degree that there are experts, they're mostly gainfully employed, developing and implementing as opposed to governing.
So we've been studying the phenomenon of a digital director. So to both of your points, we're seeing a lot more of those talent profiles coming into the board skill matrix, which is a publicly disclosed representation of who's on your board. Where we find them are all over. Chief technology officers, CIOs, chief data officers, like my colleagues here, are all great candidates. So people that understand, different elements of the digital landscape, both on the business model, the operating model, the risk model. And again, we're seeing a lot more of those skills come in. We're also seeing the advent of technology committees. In the financial services sector, 21%, I believe, of the financial services companies have tech committees, and that's, if you looked 5 or 6 years ago, that would have been almost zero. So that's new. In banking, half of the S&P 500 banks have tech committees. So again, we're seeing technology being such a critical element of the board that's also a place we're seeing tech talent.
Ladies and gentlemen, now that you've had an opportunity to hear a few thoughts from our panelists, I want you to think of some questions of your own. We would definitely like to have some audience participation in this panel and subsequent panels here today at the symposium, just so that I can gauge the amount of time that we have to use. Is there anybody in the audience who has questions now? I'm not going to go to you now, but I would like to know whether you've got questions, so that when we start to weave these things in, I saw Mike's hand go up there. There's one in the front row, one in the back. Okay, this is good. And one other thing I'd like to say is that if someone, so I will reserve some time toward the end of this panel discussion for some questions, but if someone here says something that you find particularly provocative in a positive way, perhaps a negative way, and you have a burning question that you want to ask right now, put your hand up and I will go to you. So this is probably a little more, Monique and Stefan, for you, but Chris, feel free. Operating in compliance with the crazy quilt of banking and securities regulation in the United States and across the world is already challenging enough for your firms and for others, but at least, as I understand it, having spent a fair bit of time, on the fringe of finance in my career as a journalist, there's at least some cross-jurisdictional consensus. What's it like now? Trying to innovate and experiment in AI when there is no consensus. There are, as Teresa told us earlier, no rules, not just on who regulates AI, but even how to go about regulating it. How do you deal with that?
So I think it's a very important topic which there is no currently solution, and we are more on the receiving end, right? And we are not managing our regulators and supervisors, but we can help in engaging with them. I think what you see is especially on the global landscape, that different regulators are moving at a different pace. There is a general consensus on some principles about AI, what you can do and what you can't do, but now we are entering, or about from a technology perspective, the next level, so to say. And you see that it's indeed, as you said, not clear who is doing what across jurisdictions, but also within jurisdictions, right? So in the US, for example, it's easy to turn to the Fed. In Europe, you have to deal with the ECB and with your home regulator, for us, the BaFin, who is looking more on the conduct and money laundering prevention side, whereas the prudential regulator, ECB, is looking on the prudential side. So everybody has different views and different pace of moving forward. Again, we are on the receiving end. I think the best we can do is engage with them and try to explain what's going on the technology side, what we think are use cases that we are comfortable working on and exploring, and helping them to get there. But it's a very painful process. And actually, in the interesting parts, on the control side, for example, of things, I'm not sure that anytime soon we will really see a breakthrough compared to what you will see or be able to do on the technology side.
Similar experience? Is it as painful for you?
I think I have a different perspective. I think as I look at what we need to govern AI, and more on the generative side, I think there are quite a few rules and regulations on traditional AI. But as you look at the risks and the concerns that we have, there is existing regulation for each of those risks. I think when you're looking at generative AI, it's how do you make sure that you're taking into the extra additional risk that's being added because it's such a new technology, because it can do such powerful things, and we have so little experience with it. So I think the good news is I think we have a lot of good regulation. We have a lot of good controls and procedures within the banks themselves to go above the minimum control governance and regulatory requirements we have. And I think some of the regulators are really focusing on it. You know, we had the UK AI Summit 2 weeks ago. We had the FCA or the OCC has come, or the Fed have come up with recommendations, outcomes-based goals for us to follow as a bank. MAS has done something with 31 financial institutions in Singapore. So I think there's a lot of activity. There's a lot of public-private regulatory collaboration. We will get to the right answer. To me, the big thing that's going to be the challenge is, as all of these regulations are coming out, and because this is so hyped right now, is the best thing, because it's a new technology, would be for all the regulation to be streamlined and consistent, because then we, as the banks that serve multiple regulators, can better respond to those questions. If each of the banks and each of the jurisdictions come up with unique, different, slightly different, or contradictory regulatory requirements, then it's going to be very hard for us as a bank to meet all those individually. So what we're really trying to do is work the MAS Symposium, and I can't remember the name of it, of course, but the MAS Symposium is with 31 financial institutions working together with MAS in a really, really collaborative proof of concept to understand those things will really help. And so I think that's what we're hoping for, that with this new technology, that the regulators sort of do their regulatory colleges, come up with similar regulations where there are specific things, privacy, localization, things like that, they can add on top, but will be really helpful if they were consistently given to us to follow.
I was just going to mention, for those who aren't familiar, it's the Monetary Authority of Singapore. Just help, right?
Thanks.
So, but I think HSBC and Deutsche Bank are a very interesting, so to say, showcase in that sense, because as many of you know, HSBC went on transaction monitoring to the next level by using not generative but regular AI. You obviously got the support of your home regulator. We tested the waters with ours, and they said, the answer is no. So there you can see it is. There are very different approaches to that. Now we work through them, and maybe one day, and we get there, but probably like 2 years behind the curve, at least, right? So I think it's a very interesting case because 2 European institutions in different settings, and there you see how differently.
With different regulators.
With different regulators, right?
Maybe you can share a little bit with us I have two follow-on questions from what you just said, and I see hands going up, which is great. I'll get to you in a moment. Can you characterize your interactions with regulators so far on some of these more challenging aspects of artificial intelligence?
I think it's very positive. I think we all want to do what's right for our customers. We all want to protect the data. We all, that's a huge thing. Working together, we're learning together. So far, the regulations have been outcomes-based, which is great. They're not prescribing a tech. They're not prescribing the specific way that we do it, but rather this is the outcomes you must achieve. Welcome outcomes regulation. I think it's good for the industry and it's good for consumers to feel comfortable. So I think it's so far we've been working with, we're fortunate to be in a lot of jurisdictions around the globe. And so we're working with a lot of them, but I think the biggest worry, I think, it's sitting in my seat is just making sure that I can comply to them all. So the more consistent, again, back to that comment, the more consistent, the more important, I think the better we'll be able to comply.
Is there really, though, any reason, based on past experience, to hope for that single regulatory standard? Regulatory synthesis, we might call it. And also, does the speed at which AI is evolving make that impossible?
Or does it make it necessary?
Yeah, what I would say is, first of all, I would agree the interaction and dialogue is constructive. I don't feel that there are major regulators who say, I don't want to engage on this and leave me alone. That's not the case. I think what the real obstacle is, and that is more a technical question, is the topic of auditability. So to what extent are these models, and the more complex they get and the more they are in the generative corner, the more vital that question is. To what extent is the model explainable? The outcome explainable? Is it repeatable? And in that sense, can be audited? If that question can be answered, and I hear from, so to say, very smart engineers that they are working on that. If that can be solved, I think that would be a major breakthrough, not only from a technology perspective, but also then for us to engage with the regulators and say, look, we can explain it, it's repeatable, you can, or whoever can audit it, right? And that would make a big difference. Is there a scenario where everybody is aligned and we have a unified regulation? I think the answer is no, because we also don't have that in other spaces that are much more mature. But I don't think that is necessarily what we need. I think we need in principle, common understanding of what are these tools doing and how are we deploying them on a regulatory basis.
And I think it's not just the regulators. We want to do that as custodians of our customers as well. So we want to make sure that we're providing, we're confidently providing good results for our customers. And so I think we're putting those barriers in place. I think, as was heard this morning, we have no models live yet. We do have a lot of generative AI models alive yet. We have a lot of experimentation. We have a lot of focus. But we are monitoring it very, very carefully before we allow something. And it may take 2 months, 6 months longer, because we want to make sure that isn't because the regulators are telling it to. That's because we in our own governance feel that's important. So I think it's not just the regulators. I think as we govern, if we take the accountabilities that we have, we want to make sure that it's good. It's a safe and sound model as well.
Chris, anything to add before I go to our first exciting question from the audience?
Well, at some point I'd love to talk about the ethical AI policy. You want me to hit that now?
Why not?
So I lead our EY Center for Board Matters, and we've been having broad discussions with boards on just this topic. Don't wait. Start to self-regulate and start to think about policies. And I think what's different now, between now and other technologies, is the impact to ethics and values in doing what's right. I think there's a nuance that's more risky here, Eric. So we have 9 ethical AI principles. Accountability, so we've talked about where does that land in the board role, also in the company who's accountable for ethical AI. data protection, of course, privacy, who owns the data, copyright, IP, reliability, when is it good enough to go out? 90%, reliability is not good, and that's where we're seeing a lot of use cases now. Security, there's, heightened challenges with cyber. I was just at an FBI briefing in Washington 2 weeks ago, and this topic, ChatGPT, brings the FBI to its knees. I mean, there's a lot of other challenges now that they haven't dealt with, so they're working through that. Transparency, right? Watermarking, when we say we have ChatGPT inside. Explainability, and I think Fatina mentioned this with RBC, right? When is the human at the center? Is there always a human between the data set and what goes to our employees or what goes to our customers? Fairness, and this is where the algo bias, those kinds of things hit in. Compliance with regulators, which we've been talking about. And then we have a ninth one, I think, that's interesting around sustainability. So what's the impact to all this data usage on our sustainability platform, which also raises questions about frameworks we haven't seen well regulated with consistent models, right? So there's an example of it's hard to regulate these growing topics, but the link to sustainability is the ninth one we're looking at with our clients.
How about a question from the audience? I did see a hand go. Oh, there are lots of hands now. Who was it whose hand went up before? This fellow right here. Maybe we'll bring you a microphone, and if you would do our panelists a favor by identifying yourself.
Sure. My name is Kevin Buehler from McKinsey. My question to you is, given the compliance and regulatory and other concerns, what do you think will be the use cases in Gen AI in particular that make it across all the hurdles first? So what will be the first few? And what will not be among those first few? What will take a lot longer?
So I can start. I think the first use cases will be in the middle or back office, so not client-facing and not in the heavily regulated, money laundering, sanctions, embargoes, and the like. So, for example, we are currently looking into one use case where we try to come up with a chatbot that would help our employees to understand our policies and procedures that are applicable for them, right? So they put in, I'm a salesperson in this and that division and that market. I want to take a client here and there, right? So what is it that I need to look at? Stuff like that. And I think that will be the first use cases that really then also on the Gen AI basis will make it over the hurdle.
Yeah, I think as I look at it, probably the first, and I think each case has its own risk quotient, and I think we need to be really careful to not paint everything with the same brush. But if I look at the first one, I think code generation, and I think being a traditional techie, we build code and then we test it and then we implement it. The only part the Gen AI part is taking is the building of the code. We're still going to test it. It's still going to go through the operational procedures. It's not going to make decisions live based that it's a Gen AI generated code. So to me, that's a pretty safe space to go. And then I think on client decisioning and those kinds of things is probably the space where you'll go last. We have put when we move some of these things into production, we will not allow it without a man in the middle or an expert in the middle until we're more comfortable. So that will be something I think for all use cases that will be there, at least until we have the confidence that we don't need that any longer. And that's for any of the use cases. So I think we will follow that rule and that pattern until we're more comfortable with the moving forward. But again, I think the most important thing about this is that really each use case has its own risk, each use case, and you should consider them each independently, because if we flip them all in one grup, we'll never move forward. So I think that's from our perspective, we have a pretty strong set of governance principles that each risk owner requires to pass through. And so I think following those set of rules will help us very much.
I want to embrace the very last part of that question and ask you if you've run into anything yet, particularly as concerns generative AI, that just seems like it's a no-fly zone, and an institution like yours will never be able to get comfortable with it.
Never.
Never's a long
Never is a
time.
long time. I think probably right now on the automated decisioning around those kinds of things. For now, I don't. I think it's probably not a never.
So that's at the frontier. This is the Q-star stuff. This is the
stuff-
tree of thought. This is the problem-solving
We won't.
side of it.
Yeah, we probably won't do those. Those will not be the first things that go into production.
Oh, no.
But again, I think it's never is a really long time, and to the point of who would have thought a year ago we'd be where we are today. So never is a very hard answer.
I would agree. I think it's very hard to imagine that there are real areas in our industry where generative AI is forever excluded. I think it depends on a lot of problems or questions how we get our arms around and control the risks that come with it. But as the technology evolves, I'm in general positive. So I would think over time there will be technical answers to these questions as well.
More hands. Mike, you have a mic, in fact.
Mike Mayo, Wells Fargo Securities. In the next 3 years, there's a chance or likelihood that the most read article on Bloomberg will be about a bank messing up with AI. What do you think is the most likely scenario for that to occur? Not at your banks, of course.
Of course not.
But in the industry, what are you afraid of happening?
So from my perspective, looking at today is if and to the extent we would deploy AI models on the risk side of things, so thinking about liquidity risk or capital, and if a model gets it wrong and we don't capture it and then it explodes and just the so to say impact is so high that we cannot bring it back. That's currently what I would be most, so to say, concerned about.
I mean, we just saw a bank go down, right, in the Valley. And it wasn't necessarily a liquidity issue. It was a run on the bank issue caused by social media. So will there be scenarios like that where the chat capability and function just explodes rumor mill and things like that to take a bank down? But I think not necessarily ChatGPT, but a lot of just automated notifications to people's phones on pull your money out. So those are the kinds of scenarios, Mike, that keep me up at night.
Mike, it's an interesting question. So, and I'm taking it from a little different angle. So I've been in this role for 6 months as well. We should have a party. Seems like female 6-month CDAOs. But I was the CISO prior to that. And I think my worry would be that we are being too cautious in governing how we use AI in the banks, and we don't put the defenses in against the bad guys who don't have those same controls, and they hit us. I mean, my biggest fear as a CISO is always that my CEO's face is on the front of the Wall Street Journal or Bloomberg, and the fact that we had a cyber attack. And so I think that these tools are incredibly powerful, and so we have to be defensively protecting ourselves as well. And I think that's probably my bigger worry than the offensive. It's the defensive.
Yes, there's someone with a microphone back there. Please go ahead.
So Clement King. So two-part question. One is, a lot of banks have cost constraints, people working on multiple priorities. So how do you foster learning within your teams, especially to experiment more? And the second part of that question is, how do you create a consistent understanding within your team and organizations so when people are speaking to regulators or investors, you have the same consistent message to avoid misinformation?
I can take. I mean, I think that the most important thing on this topic is that we have very, very clear communication and very, very clear training opportunities and collaboration opportunities across. We have actually have an AI committee that we formed that actually self-formed across the data scientists, quants, techies, just business people. And it started around the time of the introduction of ChatGPT. I can't say it's completely aligned with that. And it's a self-formed group. And usually those groups, there's 15 people, 20 people. We have about 1,000 people that actively participate in self-defined sessions and conversations around what we do. We have things called AI cards where people submit ideas on where they want to work on Gen AI, so we have a good inventory. We steer people where to go and where not, and we have quite strong governance around who can, because we don't want everyone
playing across the board. So we want to make sure we're also POCing safely. And so I think and we have, walled off gardens where those who are allowed to play are playing. They aren't playing just in the open internet. And so I think when you look at it, we are communicating a lot. We are sharing guardrails. We're sharing what we're learning as we learn. We recognize we don't know everything. So we're not trying to be all-knowing from the top. We have bottoms-up and top-down conversations. So I think it's really just about leaving the conversation open, making sure the associates across the firm are aware of what's good and what's allowed and what's not, and then really providing that training and insight so they can stay on top of the freshest trends and what we're working on.
Yeah, we have something similar, but for us it comes top down from the board. It's in essence led by technology, but with heavy involvement of business and the second line. And in that sense, everything is, so to say, encapsulated in a structured governance, so nobody can play around and so to say do something on the side. I'm pretty confident that we understand what we do as a bank and what we don't do, and how we drive certain areas more forcefully forward than others. But as long as you do this, I think you can contain it in terms of ensuring that you have a constant understanding and messaging across the organization. I think it's not different than other areas as well. So in that sense, I think AI is not specific. You have also other important topics where you need to make sure everybody sings from the same song sheet.
Chris, any thoughts on best practices for as far as consistency and messaging and being on the same page are concerned?
Well, I think the board is engaging more and more with investors directly, and typically a spokesperson from the board is assigned. And again, from an investor communication, I think investors want to know what kind of investments are being made in these technologies. Teresa, to your point, what the return on the investment is on the on the outcomes of the investment. Capital is a lot harder; it's tighter now. So, capital allocation decisions around these technology platforms is key. And with that, tech debt issues, we've been talking about data cleanliness is key and critical. And boards are starting to wake up to understand the criticality of data. But what's the company doing to invest in upgrading systems, cleaning data, and making sure data is accurate in this new world? There's a great professor from Harvard Business School, Professor Kalani, who says that, of course, data is the new oil. We've heard that, but it's also the new silicon, because we don't need chips, and it's also the asbestos, right? So data cleanup becomes critical. So again, boards are trying to help discuss with investor community, which is often their role, around what are the good things the company's doing to make sure that's a viable company moving into the future.
You've given me a great segue into another question, and we'll go back to the audience questions in just a moment. It was either yesterday or the day before that Rohit Chopra, the CFPB director, expressed his concern over the concentration of power in AI capabilities, specifically around the issue of data. He defined data pools as assets and said they pose a quote-unquote huge question for regulators. And I'm curious whether, in particular, Stefan and Monique, you two, but also you, Chris, believe that banks are, and your banks in particular, are ready for the level of scrutiny that his comment implies, or whether there is still yet work to be done on how to manage the regulatory risk around the acquisition, aggregation, and application of data in the context of AI.
Please.
No, you.
No, ladies first.
Oh, no, I think I couldn't agree more that data is the new oil. Is that what they do? And it is the power of our data is so critical, and I think it's right. We need to make sure that every AI and generative AI model works on a clean data set, because if you don't, you're just going to get bad results faster, right? It's a very clear correlation to that. So, all banks have a lot of work making sure we are already highly regulated around the data space. So I think, we all work very hard to make sure our data is clean, and I think we will, as part of the governance of when models go live, we'll make sure that those data sets are quote unquote clean and trusted data sources. So I think that's absolutely, it's an absolutely true statement. It is the oil of the industry. I think it's going to be a very interesting thing. My colleague who's going to speak next from HSBC will also say that he believes that data will usurp tech in kind of the importance on how we speed and provide information and serve our customers. So I think it's critical upon all of us to make sure that the asset that is so critical is in good shape.
So I would agree with that, but I would add that I don't think that the financial industry, and especially banks, are at the forefront of this discussion about accumulation of data and information. I think it's the big tech companies. Actually, I would say in the financial industry, it's the other way around. So we break up not capital market information, but client data. We break up between banks and institutions and separate them, which is good, and we should do this and continue doing this. But it constrains us in many areas. So you just think of money laundering prevention, right? One reason why the systems of money laundering prevention are actually not very effective globally is because we keep them contained with each financial industry player and do not share it for very good reasons. And I'm not advocating we share it, but we just need to be aware we are not accumulating that data. That's why we have a hard time to identify how the bad guys, so to say, fish through the system, right? Because our systems are not talking to us. Our both systems are not talking to JP Morgan's system for good reason. So in that sense, I don't think we are in that space.
So a healthy competitive environment, in a way, promotes data safety and security to a degree.
I think so, yes. But it comes with a price that we pay for it.
Audience questions. Who else has a microphone?
Hi, Zia Maradi, Chief Data Officer at UBS. I have a question for the panel on, can you describe the monitoring that you have in place for the generative AI models that are in the pipeline? How are you identifying any potential hallucinations and mitigating those risks?
I think if they're going through the same AI model reviews that we have today. So there's no generative AI model that doesn't follow the same capabilities. We are adding to our model governance for generative AI those additional things to test and to validate that those aren't happening.
Yeah, I agree. But also we are, at least with Deutsche Bank, at an early stage, right? So we don't have any of these models in production. And in that sense, we are still also learning how to model, validate them, and where are the problems and how to address them. So it's still a learning curve.
To your knowledge, this is a question that came to my mind earlier when we were talking. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Teresa, you said that JP Morgan had no generative AI models either up and running in a commercial way. They're just still in testing phase. Is that correct? And I think we heard the same thing from RBC. Do you know whether there is a bank that has deployed generative AI in the?
I'm not aware of.
I'm not aware either.
How long do you think it'll take?
I think we will see some simplistic models probably coming in the next 3 to 6 months, probably.
Soon.
Yeah, soon.
I'd say 12 to 18, but
different regulator.
I would say soon. I would say soon. Yeah.
But I think in the back office we'll see it faster.
Yeah.
Right.
Outside of custody.
For internal purposes.
Exactly.
We have another microphone there.
Hi, I'm Kevin Ellison. I'm president of Minerva Technology Policy Advisors. We're a firm focused on geopolitics and policy of AI. We've talked about speaking to regulators, we've talked about dialogue with investors, but I'm interested in your views on talking to customers about how you're using AI. Where do you feel are the most important conversations to start having now about how you're using AI responsibly and safely? And where do you feel that customers will face their own learning curve in terms of AI, whether it's for cybersecurity or just understanding the issues? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I can give it a start. So, very valid question. Our experience is, interestingly and maybe obviously, depending on who you speak to, they have very different views. So if you talk to a retail customer or in Europe, a mid-sized corporate, they are more concerned about the security side of things, right? How do you ensure you protect my data? How do you ensure, I don't get defrauded, et cetera, et cetera. If you talk to a hedge fund client who wants to deploy models on their side and our side, it's a very different and more tech-driven and more, so to say, into the future looking type of conversation, which makes it very difficult because you need to, so to say, in that sense, square the circle.
Yeah, I don't have a very good answer for that. I haven't actually thought about it. It's a really good question. I think it is a very symbiotic thing. I think we are starting to see that some of our third-party suppliers are actually starting to introduce AI within their platforms. And so as the customer, really want to have that conversation before it comes to us. We've put some new rules in our procurement processes to check for that. But it is a little bit incumbent upon the provider to make sure the customer is aware. And I think we will want to do the same thing before we start doing these things, probably not at the retail customer, but at the more institutional side. We'll want to make sure that we have an open dialogue. They will probably demand it even if we, even if we proactively do it. But we are, from our side, when our third parties are offering now their products, it sometimes just comes, at Gen AI inside. I think someone said that. I like that. It does just come, and that is something that we are working very hard to make sure that we manage, because we don't want those freebies. We want to make sure we're aware of what's coming.
And I think in the explainability world, and we heard this on the last panel as well, explaining trades, explaining guidance, I think is something, especially younger customers, the millennials, Gen Zs, they're going to want that and value that, right? They don't have such concerns about their own data privacy issues. They're going to want to err, I think, on, am I getting the best advice? And can you explain to me why you're suggesting these trades or whatnot? I think we'll see more of that as an expectation from the younger generation.
Microphone.
Hi, I'm David Hakey. My team builds the credit and fraud models at JP Morgan Chase. I'm also Canadian, eh? Just want to point that out.
Canadian, is that what he said?
A question I have is particularly for, I think for Stefan and Monique. You run global enterprises, and the regulatory environment seems pretty uneven across the UK, the Eurozone, the US, I guess, in Asia. How do you view that patchwork of regulation around the world, how it's evolving, how some are more permissive and some are more open-minded, and how do you think about that from a global competitive perspective?
So look, my view would be, I think it's not a unique question to AI. You see that also in various other areas, that regulators in different regions and jurisdictions have different pace and different priorities. So in that sense, it's unique if you manage the regulatory landscape of a financial institution. Again, for me, it comes down to we need to understand who is, so to say, interested in what and what pace is driving. So I'm aware of some Asian supervisors and regulators that are more, so to say, forceful compared to others maybe in Europe. But in essence, for us, it's trying to take the best of all worlds, listening to them, understanding, and then trying to also facilitate the dialogue and in that sense, the development between the different regulators.
Yeah, I think right now, as I look at how HSBC is attacking the problem, we're really managing it quite globally. So we are looking at all the capabilities all the requests that are coming in across the board, regardless of jurisdiction. And then we're applying a jurisdictional lens after, if that makes sense. So I think for now, and it is very controlled. I mean, what we're doing around AI and Gen AI is quite a controlled space. So we're looking at it globally as we go about deciding which ones to prioritize if and when we do go live. We'll make those conversations from a jurisdictional level, but we're not doing jurisdictionally specific use cases right now.
I'm going to finish with this question. And it cuts back to why we're here in the first place to a degree, what we've learned from the Evident AI Index. There is certainly a degree of dispersion among banks when it comes to how much they're investing in AI, obviously how much transparency there is, how seriously they take certain aspects or the need to develop an AI. But I wonder whether that clearly creates some competitive pressure. And I wonder, to what degree do you worry as employees of your own institutions focused on compliance and regulation and governance, in your case, Chris, about the risk that some banks, or this could happen in other industries as well, of course, will succumb to that pressure to compete and catch up and make the kind of mistake that would, as Mike said, land you uncomfortably in the position of having the most read story on the Bloomberg for the wrong reasons?
Well, look, I think obviously that is a topic that is driving us, and from 2 or 3 different angles. So on the one hand, we are also observing and watching what our competitors are doing. If HSBC is deploying AI and transaction monitoring, I want to know why we are not doing it, and how long does it take us to get to that point, and what's different about us, about them. Or if JP Morgan is investing much larger sums than we are, obviously we are thinking, okay, is that leading us in a space where we fall behind, and there's a point then where it gets hard to catch up. So, but I think that's normal course of business. That's not an AI specific topic. I think the specific is that this technology is moving so fast. Now, I think on the more positive side for us is then we are in the regulated industry, which also, as we have learned today, so to say, ensures that you need to make sure that all your regulators and supervisors come along. So that leads you to the question of first mover and second mover problem. I feel that especially on the control side of things, a lot of banks are not very hungry of being the first mover and making the mistake to blow up. But there's a bit more, okay, let's see, one step after the other. Maybe one is running really forward, and let's see how well it works. So in that sense, the regulatory landscape, so to say, adds a unique angle to that competition.
So at one point in my career, I was a CISO and a CTO of the same bank. And I used to say when I spoke, I have an angel and a devil on my shoulder. And depending on which role I'm playing, one's the angel and one's the devil, because both are there. And I think we're facing the same thing. We're facing we need to do these things to help, to grow the economy, to make a better customer experience, to do all the good things that it can do. And we also have the constraint of we want to do it safely and soundly. And so we have to balance that, and it's a balancing act. And we have to make sure that the angel is winning over the devil on our shoulders, but that we're balancing it. So I think it's something that we're going to have to do cautiously and do soundly. And in the data role, I kind of have the same thing. I have to make sure the data's clean and that we're not messing anything up. But I also have to make sure that we're getting value from the data that we have. And so I think it is a balancing act, and we're just going to have to do good governance and best practice and continue to learn and be safe along the way. But you can't, it's one of those things where you have to do a little bit of both.
And I would just add, as AI leaders and executives in the room, help the board govern you better, right? The typical age of the board is 67, not heavy tech skills, as we've talked about. So demystifying these technologies for the directors is one of the #1 things we always suggest, right? Bring ChatGPT into the boardroom and show them how you use it, so they understand the devil and the angel opportunity and risks, versus they come in with a report, pound it on your door in the board meeting and say, why are we number 50? And we need to get moving. But I think the board needs help to understand these technologies so they can govern them better.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for such great questions. Please keep them coming, and join me in thanking our panelists.
So I write about the tech industry over at Bloomberg, and one thing I always learn talking to the companies, talking to the customers, is tech implementations are hard, right? I mean, we see the demos and they look great. We say, let's get that on our IT system today, but these are multi-year processes. they're difficult. You have someone saying, can we do it cheaper? Can we do it faster? And so I think a lot of folks are interested in hearing the actual nitty-gritty of getting AI working. I mean, it's a lot to do. And so I feel very lucky that today we have two folks that are doing this work, right? We have Claire Barclay from Microsoft UK, and we have David Rice, HSBC. And we are excited to hear about the work you're doing. David, maybe do you want to kick us off and say, your main purview at HSBC and kind of the initiatives you're working on at this time?
Okay, thanks, Brody. So you heard from my colleague just now, Monique, so my partner in crime, as I would call it, in terms of this. Spent a lot of time in that governance she was talking about. So look, let's start with first principles, right? So bank, financial services, and information services business. So the possibilities here, the opportunities here are nearly endless. But also the level of disruption and transformation. So to answer your question, we're looking at a number of experiments across the spectrum of commercial banking and just looking at how this technology will enable our strategy. And I think one of the questions we'll get into is, does this fundamentally change corporate strategy? And we can talk about the partnership we had with Microsoft and how we think about that, and how does it enable that? And then the final piece of it is we're looking a lot around the risks of it. So a lot of the conversation we just heard from in the panel before, we're starting to think about how is this technology going to be used to create, augment, or produce absolutely new risk for us. But the opportunities both are sort of endless in one respect, but then are constrained about how do we methodically change our infrastructure to do this at scale. And I think the big conversation here, and we heard it in the last panel around the time to get to mass adoption, is how do you safely scale that infrastructure?
Great. And Claire, can you tell us a bit about the work you're doing with your customers around AI? I imagine this has taken over your life a bit this year.
Yeah, just a bit. Listen, I think it's been wonderful actually just to listen to all of the customers on stage today and just the way you're thinking about it, the way you're wrestling it. It's certainly been a very busy year for Microsoft. And if you think about whether it's newsroom reporters, boardrooms, family breakfast tables, this topic of AI and what's going on just dominates it. And so in my role, I lead the UK for Microsoft. Working with across industries. I obviously spent quite a lot of time with my friends in financial services, but I actually get to see patterns across all different types of industries, which maybe we can get into later. But typically, if we're looking at the innovation around AI, it's sort of, we're driving it with sort of boards and executive teams, and it's very much at the top of the company. And it's in 4 particular spaces that they're looking at it. We will look at how we're enriching employee productivity and experiences, and there are some significant gains to be made there. The second is about how we're kind of reinventing customer experience and customer journeys, and I'm sure, David, you will touch on some of the work that you're doing there. I think some of the speakers already have talked about the re-engineering of business process, so operations, finance, HR, and some of the efficiency gains that you can gain, and I think there's a ton of opportunity to go after there in financial services. And then the other one is just how are you going to literally transform your business and think about innovation in a very different way. And we try and look at that from an execution standpoint in 3 different ways. So if anyone had noticed, there's been a few co-pilots that have come out from Microsoft. There's a co-pilot for everything. But what we've done is we've taken the Gen AI innovation and infused that into our first-party products. So products that you'll know well, like Office. We've got to have a security co-pilot coming out. We've got business applications. And then developer productivity tools that I know Monique touched on, like GitHub. And ones like that, actually, we're seeing, we use that for our own engineers, and we're seeing, potential coding improvements to somewhere between 30 and 50% in that code production, as an example. And obviously, all of that is underpinned by kind of security and compliance that you would have in first-party products. So that's one area. The second area is around how we'll take our platforms and infuse that into ISVs and developers. And I thought the question, actually, that was asked in the last session that Monique was like, that's a good one to think about, is a really important one, because there is a ton of work with ISVs and developers thinking about taking the Microsoft platforms, infusing AI, and thinking about how they're going to infuse those into their products. And then the final one is very deep co-innovation with customers. I mean, HSBC would be a good example of that. You heard from Satvinder earlier on with the partnership with the London Stock Exchange Group. So I think that's the frame of what we're doing. And I think the idea being is you then take that and you think about what are the use cases in those categories. And then when are you kind of taking first party? When are you working with partners? When are you doing your own co-innovation? And clearly, all of that has to get underpinned by safety and security. It's a massive, massive, massive topic that we have with customers. We've done our own work on kind of the AI safety principles. It's been something we published about 7 years ago, and actually they're publicly published, and we're iterating those all the time. Obviously, for financial services, that's something that is on all of your minds every day. But actually, whatever the industry is, customers are having to think about what's the platform for safety and regulation.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
And on that partnership question, I think, as journalists, we see every day a new press release saying, this company has partnered with this customer for AI purposes. And I think a lot of us wonder what exactly that means. And so, David, I wonder if you could run us through a bit what the contours of the partnership mean, what you're getting from Microsoft that you couldn't say, hey, let's just hire a bunch more engineers and do this ourselves,
Okay, so I'll talk about it on two levels, right? And let's take a bit of an unconstrained view for a second, right? What Microsoft have helped us with, and frankly, we wouldn't be where we are today without that partnership. See, plug there. Is actually.
I didn't even ask him to say that. So there you go.
Which is actually thinking about level of ambition. Right, what is the level of ambition that we have with this type of technology? So, an example would be, what is the banker of 10 years going to look like? Is there the base thesis that every single employee in your organization will have, using Microsoft terminology, their own co-pilot, their opportunity to be a better version of themselves? And will every single customer also have their own digital agent, their own digital relationship manager? And if you think about that for a second, the second one is actually a bigger moonshot for the financial services industry. Because the bank or the financial institution that can get that right, that could potentially be the digital agent, that person gets context data. And the banking system has tried to scale getting context data since the beginning of time. This technology would allow you to do that without that relationship between asset and value. So the partnership starts with setting the ambition, and Microsoft for us has been able to start taking us out of the day-to-day constraints of how we will get there and start to think about how do you build infrastructure against that level of ambition. The second piece is much more tactical around helping us build the safeguards and the principles that Claire just talked about, educate us on not just the technical side of it, but also the huge lift that's coming around people and how you change the culture and things like that. And the good thing is, they're looking at it in a non-regulated industry. They're looking at it across sectors, so they can take best practices, they can look at that, and they can apply it within the financial services. That, for us, is partnership. That's where you move from sort of vendor to actually sort of co-creating and looking at journeys. And then I would hope the way we look at it is we take their applications, we take their models, and we start to push the boundaries of what they could do with their technology and their platforms to solve our problems. So that's where we started sort of really, really early this year. We were quite quick out the gates in our thinking around, we believe this technology will be pervasive. Let's get, as many people have already said, let's get in a safe environment, experiment with it, understand the implications. And then we set on this sort of journey of what is the level of ambition we've got in 2, 3, 5 years, and working back from there.
Mm-hmm. And Claire, thinking about this 2, 3, 5 year plan, when do you figure that customers see cost savings, right? Data integration, Copilot, things aren't cheap, but as presumably it's that you start getting cost takeout. How quickly does that show up?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to look at it in your own horizon, and I think as some of the speakers have spoken about already, there will be some more internal-based use cases that are more no regret than others. I think Monique referenced the one on developers. You've got some of the operational efficiency around operational back-end and internal use cases. I think from some of the first-party applications that we've done, I mean, I actually think the return will be quick. If you can think about, I'm going to use some non-financial services examples, if you'll forgive me, but if you think of lawyers, if you can think about the production of the work that a lawyer does being saved by minutes an hour or saving time per day, the cost takeout for them will be significant. You're seeing very heavily in in services, organizations that are doing, the production of documents, the production of presentations, consulting, etc. Again, very high use cases. We have a well-publicized one in the advertising sector with Dentsu, where they're thinking about sort of pitch production for delivering advertising value propositions to clients. We've got ones in retail where, again, you're thinking about fashion assistants and being able to kind of think about models and co-pilots where they can actually have things that would have taken them months to think about, that sort of design phase, being cut down to sort of days. So I think there are some use cases that are just put more no regret, where people, because you're going to get a speed to market plus an efficiency of the way that they're doing it. Now, obviously, the examples I've given are operating in a much less regulated environment. But I loved what Monique said, actually, because I feel for financial services, not living with all the regulation issues that you do every day, is just trying to get the balance right between safety, security, ethics, and making sure we do a really, really good job on that, but making sure that we also push the boundaries of what's possible. And the dance on both sides of that, I think, will be the perennial question of our time, and how that works with regulators. And by the way, we also work very closely with all the regulators, because if you think it's hard for us to stay up to date with all of the innovation that's going on, the risk is things move so fast, it's extremely difficult. And then you've got, different jurisdictions making different rules and all the rest of it. So, I mean, obviously for the UK, I worked very closely with the UK government on the AI Safety Summit. We were actually at the Global Investment Summit where, AI dominated the agenda in terms of what was going on. But I do think how that all comes together, so you have the right platform and framework for the way that these use cases could be, that there could be a framework for financial services where there are more no regret ones versus ones that are kind of put further down the line, because otherwise I think there's a risk that, the industry doesn't benefit from all the potential this could be.
Just maybe to take a sort of augment the response, because I agree with everything Claire said. My experience internally, at least at HSBC, is we're rarely having a debate with stakeholders around return on investment. The ROI of this technology is pretty compelling, and if you've played with it, even on a small scale, you can see the potential. And things in the mainstream can show you that. The conversations that are more challenging within banks right now is actually the one that's been alluded to a few times, which is that risk versus return in the short term and how you work through that. The second one, which I'm finding an interesting conversation internally, is how much this disrupts your current investment plan, your investment thesis. So I think, look, there's an A16Z quote from the early 2000s, right? Software's eating the world. Arguably, AI is eating software. And one of the conversations that we're having internally, which is a spicy one, is, are our current investment plans, our software plans, the way we're thinking about interacting with our customers, do we need to rip that all up and start again and be very, very different around it? Do we need to build infrastructure in a different way? And for a bank like HSBC, when you're working in so many different territories, and that's a huge conversation that is underpinned by a huge amount of sunk cost fallacy. So I'm sitting there sometimes, right, in an investment conversation, sitting there going, do we spend, on this multi-year plan when I'm looking at this technology that could come online I'm on the more 3, 6, 12 months versus longer than that will completely disrupt what we've got today. And I think that is the conversation from board down that financial institutions and frankly all sectors are going to have to wrestle with.
Is it difficult to say, no, don't focus on the 3-month that we can get something up and running. We should focus on 3 years out, we can get something that's more meaningfully transformative.
I think you have to do both, right? That's the role of leadership. You've got to take a look at the horizon while still looking at your feet to make sure you don't misstep on your route to that. And I think, like I said, just to reiterate the point, that's where you need partners, that's where you need varied stakeholders, and you need different views from this. This moves so fast, the technology is going to be so pervasive, it is very difficult to even put a horizon out there. Like someone asked a couple of days ago to me, what does it look in 5 years? I can't even imagine 5 years.
Yeah.
Right? So I do think your horizon is sort of that 2 to 3 years, and you're iterating off that as you see, which is why you need that culture of experimentation, Monique stole my piece around creating communities of hundreds of thousands of people, but that's safeguarding us from these types of conversations.
Yeah, and maybe to David's point, if you take Microsoft as an example, if we'd have stuck to our traditional engineering plans that we had a year ago, I mean, there's no way we would have innovated as quickly as we have. So I think you have to really challenge yourself to think about the status quo of the plans you've got. What will this technology do in order to advance? And we had our tech conference a couple of weeks ago at Ignite, and we announced over 100 new innovations that came out. Which sometimes is hard even for me to keep up, but it's you just have to think about what the iteration is and what's the things that are going to be delivered in the short term, and then what's the sort of moonshot horizons that you're going for. And,
nice.
Yeah. And it takes a different way of thinking, And I think if you're working for large financial institutions, there probably is more traditional work that you're still doing that you could maybe have a think about. Is there a different way of doing it? And culturally, that's hard. It's hard to stop doing things sometimes. So.
Right. And so the news we can't get away from in the last 2 weeks is the OpenAI drama, right? There's people out there who probably don't understand that OpenAI is not a unit of Microsoft. So what do you say when customers come to you and say, dude, what's going on? Like, can I still use GPT-3? Am I screwed? What's happening?
I mean, listen, the commitment that we have in the Microsoft fundamentally is a partner-led organization. Like, we work very closely with over a million partners. Some of them are startup partners. Some of them are like the customer partnerships that we have with HSBC and others. Some are with EY that were on the stage earlier on, and then some of them are deep technology partners, and OpenAI would be part of that. And I think, listen, I think there was a wonderful discussion earlier on around the board structure and whatever, so I don't think I need to repeat any of that.
Yeah.
The most important thing for us is we have a really strong innovation partnership with OpenAI so that we can deliver innovation to customers and partners, and that remains true.
Makes sense. But have you had more customers say, hey, maybe I should switch out to a different model at this point?
No, not really. If anything, they're more excited about about doing work with us because they can see the path for innovation. So
nice. Yeah. Cool. Well, I'd love to open it up to audience questions. Does anybody have anything? Got one back here. Thank you.
It's just a couple of rows up. Yeah.
Thank you. Shantini Satyendra from Santander UK. I'm really interested to hear from you in terms of what the trips which you see to getting these Gen AI use cases into production. We've talked about 12 to 18 months, 3 months. Are you seeing this as essentially the passing of time and getting comfortable with the risks you face, and David, or are you seeing it as external events that need to happen, and what might that be? So is it about regulation? Is it about industry standards? Or with Microsoft, you've got your copyright indemnity coming out on 365, so it'd be interesting to hear from you.
Yeah, you go first, David.
So, look, as a general comment, what I tell my team is it's super easy to get to POC, super difficult to get to production, right? Like, I think that to get the most nods on that piece. So look, Monique spent a bit of time talking about how we're thinking about sort of models and governance and how we work through that. The second piece of it is, in the short term, we're going to have to put additional assurance and controls to make sure that we have explainability of the models and things like that. I think the key piece on getting into production and getting live is the right use case. So there were examples before which were sort of, it's going to be in operations. I'm not sure I agree with that. I still think that there's a lot of risk in operations, and that can, second order impacts of that can be quite significant. Where I see opportunities in the short term is around, and I think it was referenced, around sort of knowledge management, policy, things like that. The reason I like that as a use case is it's easy to show the outcome. It's also got inbuilt human controls. Your control framework still holds true. So if I take a process like the credit process, you still have sort of first line, second line, all of the controls still in place, and it creates a great reinforcement loop. And one of the things that we should be looking to do in the short term is building this to create that reinforcement loop so you get it to end action. So one of the concerns is if you, let's say you pushed up a load of standalone large language models in your organization, you don't get that reinforcement loop. You get the question, you get the answer, you don't get the action of what's done with that answer. So some of this, and this is the conversation again we've been having with Microsoft, is how do you infuse or integrate these models into the application to create that reinforcement loop that starts to create that scale assurance that we're going to need if we want to put that sort of wide-scale production. So for me, it's about looking for the right use case that sort of moves on our learning, is in a place where it's going to have residual risk, which is low, and we've still got all of the controls that we have in the traditional bank in place. Does that kind of make sense? I think I maybe answered the question.
Yeah, and I would just maybe add to that. I think on some of the internal use cases that I made reference to, they will be in use case scenarios where it won't probably go. Obviously, there's always a human in the loop, and it's not going into any form of production. And I think you're right, David. On the operational side, that's a big vector to talk about. It's not, So I think you have to think about, is it? I mean, some of the use cases in financial services that I've seen where you've got operations where they are doing duplicate entry, for example. That's just an example whereby you can, if you have a human in the loop and it's actually automating some of that, and you've got checks and balances in the process for internal examples. That's one of the cases I've seen. And then I think on the coding and the developer side, I think that is one that I'm seeing more pervasive consideration of as they think about productivity for the developer workforce. So I'll just add to that.
Yeah. Do we have anybody else in the audience questions? All right. Well, one thing you hinted at is that financial services, it's regulated, it's risk averse, maybe a bit slower to adopt. Out of all the industries you work with, where do you place it in the ranking in terms of advancement of this technology?
Do you know, it's interesting, you would assume that by what you've just said, that it, really slow and everything. I would actually look at it differently. I've seen, if anything, the most progression in thinking, adoption, strategy, piloting in financial services of all the industries I work in. The challenge you've got is exactly what David just said. It's turning from proof of concept into production that becomes the challenge. But I do think in terms of the thinking, and so much of that was so eloquently put forward by some of the other speakers today. I think there is a lot of progression here. So the thing is about how do you unleash that and untap that. The other industries, I've touched on some of them already. So lawyers, professional services, super high. Anything where it's a human person business has got some great use cases. I think given some of the low margin business models of retail and consumer goods, we're seeing quite a lot of use cases that are developing there. So, companies like Unilever, companies that are sort of half regulated, half not regulated.
Mostly in the back office is where you really see it?
Yeah. No. I mean, the examples I've given are they're using that for engagement with clients and speeding that up. But oil and gas, quite large adoption of Gen AI use cases, both internally and externally. And then finally, we are starting to see movement in government, which I hope, in a way, maybe that's good because that will all come together as far as the regulators go. But many governments globally are under significant cost pressures, and so I think they're thinking about multiple contracts across government. Where can they look to save money, and what could some of that efficiency be? And one, that's in production for the UK, we have a very significant partnership with the Met Office, which is like the equivalent of NOAA here, and that's for building a big supercomputer for the delivery of weather services and climate science. We signed that partnership before the Gen AI stuff came, and you can imagine the quite exciting use cases that you could think about with generative AI on weather data, sort of doing future prediction on weather and climate science. So that's one I'm quite excited about.
Interesting. What do you think?
Well, Claire keeps telling me we're ahead in our thinking. So, I think maybe I look at it a little bit differently. So one of the questions that seems to be asked is around use cases continuously. For me, when I break down sort of the process use cases, what I find is if you are truly going to have a transformation in your customer journeys or in your back office, what you're really doing is you are complementing traditional AI with generative AI.
That's right.
So let's take a really simple one, like managing a customer query, right? It's predictive, it's traditional AI to tag that content, take that in, auto-route it to where it needs to go. It's then still predictive and traditional AI to think about what the answer is, and then it's generative AI to create that answer in a human-like way and pass that back to the customer. And one of the things that I think we can be doing in the short term to show positive, tangible progress with return on investment is to start thinking about how traditional AI is going to partner and infuse with generative AI to create nonlinear growth. So when I'm working with my teams, I'm pushing towards, okay, look, there's a lot we've got to work through and understand in the generative AI space, but actually let's not lose sight of the fact that there's this huge opportunity for financial institutions on the traditional AI. We've been dealing with it for a long, long time, but there is so much opportunity still in sort of your traditional predictive AI. And if you start thinking about how they complement, that's where I'm starting to see really quite amazing changes. And then the final piece is you can get started on what is your employee program that complements this technology, and what is your customer program to complement this program. And we're spending a lot of time. One of the first things we did was put out an AI ambassador program where our employees can go in, they can get accredited, they can learn, they can understand. And to the point Monique made, that gives us comfort that they understand the risks, the potential of the technology, and then we allow them to experiment and scale. And some of the use cases I've seen in prototype, like by having the innovation at the edges, you're finding some amazing things that we could never have conjured up if we were in a headquarters room going like, how are we going to use this technology and things like that. Like some incredible use cases. So I think if you're sitting there and you're waiting, then you are falling behind. If you're sitting there and going, look, there's some things that we need to work out and they're going to take some time, but here is the activities I can do to maximize the full potential when we catch up, those are the companies that are going to see that nonlinear progress going forward.
A couple months ago, the IBM CEO told us that he believed within a couple years, we'll see 30% of back office jobs no longer needed. You agree with that prediction?
No, I mean, I think we believe in a big fundamental principle of Copilot. So the idea being that you know, rather than saying that, jobs all go away, it's a way that you can gain so much more productivity by having someone there that is going to help you do your job. Now, maybe, I think they asked the question, where are the use cases that will never be into production? Like, maybe there are some in the very future that will go into autopilot, but that's not the way we're thinking about it now. I think we think very strongly that says if you have someone that is there to guide and there's always a human in the loop, then you've actually got greater productivity. If you think about many of the back office roles or even relationship managers, many of them, there's high attrition rates, the training's really expensive, it's frustrating for many of those people because they're doing a lot of duplicative work and they have to think about how are they updating the customer record or doing whatever. If you can imagine someone that is there to help them do that. I mean, we've deployed, as you would expect, we've deployed a lot of the Copilot technology in our internal support organization. And we've seen some significant improvements, and we could never, ever get enough Azure support engineers in order to deal with the level of queries that we're getting. And what we saw was the ones that were the new hires were significantly enhanced by having someone alongside them that could find them. You imagine when a call comes into Microsoft, it's like you're trying to route it to the right department, etc. And what we want to do is just get the answer to the customer as quickly as possible so that they can resolve the issue. If you've ever had an outage with Microsoft, you know how that feels. So we want to make sure that we do that really quickly. And by using some of the AI technology, our ability to both route, solve, and update the case management and make sure that we can do that. And in the process of that, our costs have gone down significantly and our NPS score has gone up. So we believe, those kind of use cases are very powerful, and it means that we don't have the issue with not having enough people to be able to do the jobs, and we can scale the service more effectively.
Quick question. We all have a variety of workplace software, whether it's Microsoft, Zoom, Slack, they're all kind of implementing these generative features. Can you raise your hand if you use them on, not even day-to-day, maybe at least once a week or so? Okay. That's a good portion. Does anybody have a specific one that they found to be a game changer they want to share? Come on, I know somebody has one. Yes. Meeting note templates.
So what was the? So can you give the microphone? Thank you.
Template for meeting notes.
Ah, yeah, yeah. I mean, you know, if I share some of the things that people like people that are trialing Microsoft 365 Copilot right now, we surveyed the ones that are using it, and 77% people said, "Don't ever take it, don't ever take it away from me." And one of the top use cases for that is meeting recap. So I'm sure of the audience, you know, if you ever turn up to a meeting late, can't make a meeting, drift off in a meeting, get distracted in a meeting, all the things that happen to me quite regularly. The ability for you to actually ask the meeting, can you recap what's going on? Can you summarize the actions? I mean, even things like, what questions should I be asking? What's the mood of the meeting? How should I think about that? I mean, those are very great productivity use cases, which I think from the customers I've spoken to, that one is certainly one of the favorites. I think summarizing of really long documents, you know, board papers, other documents that you'll be sent as execs in the room that you need to kind of get what's the summary quickly. And then interestingly, when we do some research on when people are in Microsoft Word, the number one thing that people do, like when you open up a blank sheet of paper, it's the longest hover moment that people have where they think, what am I going to write? So, you know, you now have, for people that have, you now have the Copilot thing where you can say, can you take this summary, give me a summary, get me started. It won't be perfect, you might not like it exactly, but it's kind of like just getting you going. And those are some of the things I mean, they've been super powerful for the use cases I've done.
David, is labor a constraint? We hear a lot about those with AI know-how getting poached at these, you know, salaries that were unimaginable a year or two ago. Is labor a constraint in your implementations?
Yeah, talent retention. Absolutely. Talent attraction is going to be a constraint, right? And you are going to have to build this capability, right? But there is no end of people in the organization that you can recycle. So if I tie the two questions together that you've just asked, Brody, the first one I would say is, look, there will be, 3 points. There'll be two types of companies in this world. Once this technology is pervasive, there will be companies that could do 100 units of productivity for 50 inputs. That will go down to 20, and they'll take it down to 20. There'll be other companies that will say, on the same scenario, I'm going to get my output, my productivity to 150. I'm an optimist, and history would suggest that the financial services industry will do the latter. I take ATMs. When ATMs came in, they said, oh my goodness, there'll be no more branches. What about all the tellers? No, we just opened up more branches, right? And I believe, the optimist in me believes that to be true. But for that to be true, and this is why I don't like that quote, 30% of jobs are not going to be eliminated. 30% of jobs are going to be changed. And we have an obligation as a senior group to sit there and say, how do we support that employee with that change? And if you do that right and you're early on it, then you won't have that talent challenge. And actually the technology now is so good that it's going to be easier. Like I sit there and I go, you can now move from voice to code in seconds. Like voice to code in seconds, and this is the worst version of this technology. Right. So for us, it's really around how do you find passionate people with the right level of curiosity, and then how do you build an environment where they can train and learn. If you do that, you won't have constraints around talent. Right? There will be unique technical niche areas that will still be a challenge, but it won't be the scale issue that we think we're going to see today.
The workforce change will be huge in this, though, and I think I loved what David said. That said, like, make sure you're engaging with your employees at all levels. I mean, I think that the specialized skills on AI are in short supply right now. So I think Microsoft and other companies and all the people in the room are just thinking about low-level skilling right up to high-level skilling for how you're taking people on the journey. One of the things we're pretty passionate about is not just the technical side of it, but also the safety side of it. About making sure that people really understand what the capability is of those tools, so that if you imagine what imagine what people coming into the workforce now, what they're going to expect in 2 years' time, 3 years' time, 5 years' time. I think there was a wonderful example that was from a school, and you imagine, like, I'm old enough to remember when people started cheating with homework on the internet. But if you imagine now what the capability people have, you can think about this in one way or another. One way you can think about it is, well, of course, all the children are going to ask Copilot or GPT to write their essay for them. And one particular teacher said, well, we know they're going to do that. And so therefore, I'm going to set them, I'm going to give them a piece that shows them what the AI generation summary of the answer was. And their job is to critically analyze it, think about what prompts it took them to get to that answer, and then make recommendations to improve it. It's just a different way of thinking it, and it means you'd have to educate people in a very different way.
Just a completely personal anecdote, right? I have young children. I spend time with them each day teaching them to ask great questions. Because with this technology, right, if you can ask great questions, then you're going to get great answers, right? We call it prompting, but let's face it, all it is asking questions, right? And frankly, if you know what the billion-dollar question is, this technology will give you the billion-dollar answer. So for me, actually, it's like first principles. I'm saying to my kids, like, you know what? Like, to your point, they can look anything up now they want. This is about how do you teach like fundamental skills like solid questioning and curiosity and things like that. That needs to happen in the workforce as well.
And you've noticed, I don't know, again, for anyone that's using any of the Copilot technology, you're starting to add in like more examples of prompts. And typically, in the way I work, I've been trained to ask simple questions. You want to ask good questions, but simple questions. What actually the AI appreciates is more depth of questions, much more layering. So, even if you're trying to get it to write that perfect white paper for you, you actually need to be very specific. So if you use it as an analogy to maybe having a young graduate, you've got to, the better the questions you are, the more training you give it, etc., the better the response it will get. So it's going to be a different way for people to work, and I think therefore thinking about that workplace transformation will be really important.
There's a lady over there who's had her hand up for so long.
Oh, thank you so
shoulder is aching.
And there's a gentleman behind as well.
It's me, Annabelle from Evident. I was just wondering, just obviously you've got a great partnership, Microsoft, HSBC, is that we hear all the time when we speak to the banks, we won't partner on things where we're trying to be differentiated. And I was just wondering, David, is there anything you wouldn't want to partner with Microsoft on? And Claire, is there anything from a Microsoft perspective that you wouldn't advise banks partnering with you on? Just from both sides, I'd be interested.
Okay. While I think about that explicit question, let me fill the time. So, an unhelpful starting point. Look, where this technology came from, the fact that it became open source really, really quickly, I think the way to look at this is there will be no competitive advantage in this technology going forward. So for me, the competitive advantage is your proprietary data. Right, so for me, it's all about that. It's the proprietary data and the data that you have that others don't. Public data is going to be a race to the bottom, right? Everybody's going to be able to get it. Everyone's going to be able to curate it. Everybody's going to be able to use it. So it's proprietary data. So that's what we'll protect. All the comments that were made previously around data being the next oil, that for me is the asset. Like it's nearly an asset to the point you should have it on your balance sheet. It's going to be so important. Yeah. Which ties me to the point I made earlier, which is if a bank figures out how to change the interaction model with their customers using this technology to get context data, oh my goodness, they've got proprietary data that no other bank has ever been able to do at the scale that they have now. At the moment, it's in a relationship manager's head or a poor CRM system or something like that. This technology will allow you to get proprietary data that you've never had before. That's got to be the competitive advantage you go for, and that's what we all should be protecting as much as possible. Lucky for banks, we inherently have that proprietary data. So we're in a really good spot, but let's not be naive, like everybody's going to be fighting for that. I'll pass it to Claire, and then I'll tell her what I won't.
Yeah, maybe I would just add, I think one of the, we talk a lot about partnerships, and I think for all of you in the room, the word partnership is very easy to say, and it's extremely hard to do. And so, like any good partnership, you've got to really think about, like, what are you bringing to it? What's the combination of it? One of the things I make it wrong, is basically if you're thinking about what you have on the table, and we're proud of being a company that's a platform company, we have a fundamental belief that your data is your data, and so I think that's also in the sort of the AI principles that we have. And so, but you've got to think like between Microsoft as a platform company and companies in the room as financial services companies, you're finding the best of both. Satvinder talked about the relationship that we have with London Stock Exchange Group. We talked a lot in the building of that partnership that we are not the expert in financial services. That's the domain of the London Stock Exchange Group. What we're looking for from each other is the intersection of when good technology experience combined with good financial services experience underpinned by great data security will unlock something bigger in the financial services market. So I think in answer to your question of what I wouldn't do is when you can find things that don't unlock something different, because partnerships take quite a lot of work. So if it doesn't unlock something different or it's not differentiated enough, what you typically will find is either the technology company is less interested in it or the client is less interested in it. And so I think just trying to be quite purposeful about the things that advance both. And then I think you can make more progress. Otherwise, you can end up spending a lot of time on these partnerships when really they're more like a vendor-supplier type thing, not actually a partnership. So.
And David, what would you not partner with?
There's a gentleman just there at the back.
Anything that would compromise security.
Of
right?
course, yeah.
Of course. Lightning round question back there.
I'll make it an easier question for both of you to answer.
Okay.
My hypothesis in the gains in productivity, let's say on the developer side or on the banker side, is going to be vastly different based on different personas and profile. I'm going to guess that the senior developer will gain a lot more from Copilot than a junior developer. And I think on the banking side, it might be flipped. So I'm curious whether you're observing these differences in productivity gains with Gen AI and how that impacts how you approach the change management, the training, and all that goes with it.
Yeah, so let me start because I went down the rabbit hole on this a few weeks ago because I actually don't share your thesis, right? So I have a different point of view. So we can talk about it more afterwards. So if you look at the research, the more mature research on this, what it shows is two key trends, and I'm going to get the percentages wrong off the top of my head. The first is the productivity gain, the quality gain, and the speed gain. The biggest variable, the highest correlation, is the level of training they had. So if they were a top performer or they were, sort of in the median or a lower quartile, it's that training that actually creates that differentiation between what they get out of it. And it was something like 15% to 40%, right, from memory. I think it was BCG and Harvard research is the most latest. There is some contradictory MIT research, but we'll find somewhere in the middle. The other large conclusion from that was actually what happened was it brought the lower quartiles up. So actually, this is going to be a meritocracy, and I'm going to end with this because I know we've run out of time. One of the two use cases that I'm passionate around. Number one, remove the tyranny of PowerPoint. We have to be able to get rid of PowerPoint with this technology, right? That's number one, right? Number one. And number two is to use this technology to be a complete meritocracy. And one of the things that I've been experimenting with, right? We have operations centers all over the world at HSBC. Wouldn't it be an amazing outcome if everybody got to work in their native language? Today, everybody has to work in English. That, to me, is a constraint on people's innovation, productivity. This technology, you could flick a switch like you do dark or light mode on Microsoft. It could just go, right, language goes French, and you can speak in your native language.
And that's available now, by the way. Like, you can do that now.
There you go.
So,
See,
that's right.
I'll throw them up, you knock them down. So, right, for me, this is going to be meritocratic. I don't think it's going to create a bigger gap but it is going to require those who are passionate and engage in, and we are going to have to train them. The research is super clear on that front.
Yeah, I know we're out of time, so just very quickly. The data that we have, and I used the example with developers earlier on, is the biggest productivity gain that you get is in the more junior employees versus there was some improvement in the most experienced developers, but it wasn't as much as the ones that have just joined the company, trying to figure out what they're doing. Those kind of co-pilots really, really help. And I think to David's point, imagine for the future, therefore, what opportunities this provides to raise the bar for all, provide access to well-paid jobs that are all going to be required that just wouldn't be possible before. And I think that, that translation services thing where you can actually, translate into every language. I was with the CEO of the national healthcare provider for the UK, the NHS, last week. And just that use case for providing care services to millions of people across the UK would be a game changer for them. So I think we're just getting started on some of these, and I think in some ways the future is bright. So.
Awesome. Well, thank you both so much. Claire Barclay, David Rice, please give them a round of applause. And let's get some food.
I hope how many of you were here for the last panel I moderated and got all the instructions when it comes to asking questions? Perfect. Lots of you. Lots of audience participation here. As I said before, if somebody here says something that you find particularly interesting, offensive, provocative, throw up your hand if you have something to say, and I'll try to go to you as quickly as possible to get a question in as part of the flow of the discussion, as opposed to waiting until the end. So as you can see, with my panelists, Manuela here, Stephen, and Nimrod, banking. But I'd like to begin a little more broadly. And I'd like to begin with you, Manuela. For those of you who don't know, Manuela has been a distinguished leader in machine learning and robotics at Carnegie Mellon before joining JP Morgan, and not just witnessing, but in a very meaningful way contributing to the evolution of artificial intelligence. And so, Manuela, I'm asking this question of you, but I want Stephen and Nimrod to answer the question as well, because I think it's an important question, and it is the question that your boss, Jamie Dimon, your ultimate boss, at least at JP Morgan, asks you. What can AI really do?
It's a very good question. Thanks for having me. So it's actually something that we all, as we go, struggle with to try to understand what it can do. And let me start by saying that AI is a very young science. I mean, it's not chemistry, it's not biology, it's not math. We don't know everything about AI yet. And so we are in this process of trying to understand what AI can do. But basically, AI is a science and engineering that tries to address problems related with data, the ability to perceive the world like any natural intelligence does, reasoning about the data, and actually acting and executing whatever the cognitive kind of box decides to achieve our goals. So it's kind of AI is these how do you say, integration of perception, cognition, and action. The ability to have a machine close this loop of what we believe is intelligence. It's raining, we decide to take an umbrella, we actually take the umbrella, go out and open it. So we do the whole cycle of data, cognition, and action. So within this, the question is like, so now what can AI do today? How far can we go with this? And it's, and this I'm going just to tell you, that this is a question that we ask ourselves all the time. And in AI, we have done what's called kind of like a task-driven AI. Okay, can we play chess? Can we play Go? Can we translate? Can we prove theorems? Can we do autonomous driving? It has been a science for the last 30, 50, 60 years of, can we do this? Can we do that? Of challenging these computers to do things, of challenging the computers to do these tasks that supposedly humans can do. I remember distinctively Herb Simon saying and following research on the following problem. Given a chapter of some geometry book, can AI solve the problems at the end of the chapter? Which we do this for our 5th graders, for our 6th graders. It's like this, okay, it's all here in this chapter. Can AI solve the questions at the end? And so we have been this task-driven machinery and research and development for a long time. Except, and this is, I'm going just to finish saying this, except when now LLMs came about. And the reason why I think LLMs are such a disruptive kind of like step is because one way or another, there was this recognition that the internet had so much knowledge, has so much stuff. Everything that we kind of go through, all our purchases, all our emails, Wikipedia, it's all there. And somehow Google, when that famous 2017 paper came out, they realized, what if we don't have a task? No chess, no Go, no translation, no nothing. But we try to learn a model of what comes next, about like just what is language all about. And I think this is very beautiful. And I just finished by giving you an example of why this is so beautiful. And I was showing Eric this on my computer, but I'll try to describe. So, one of the struggles with AI has been always the ability to generalize, to reach knowledge. So I entered on ChatGPT the following prompt. Joe likes cats, period. Mary likes cows, period. And then I think it was Pat likes fish. And then I put period, and then I said, what does Pat, Joe, and Mary have in common? And ChatGPT answered something that was creepy to me, because it answered like this. They all like different types of animals. Where did animal come from? Where did animals come from? This has been the struggle of AI since day one. Trying to generalize, trying to find symbols, trying to abstract. And literally this thing came up by itself with animals. They all like different types of animals. And then I pushed these and I started doing many of these things. And guess what? Because language and because the internet has so many things, it can generalize language. This is remarkable because I also I did also example like this. There is a lot of traffic in Manhattan from 5 to 7 p.m. Why? An explanation. And the thing means this ChatGPT answered, I keep calling it the thing.
Don't call it thing.
But this ChatGPT answered, oh, there is a lot of traffic because it's rush hour. Where did that come from? Again. So what I'm trying to say is like this. AI now can do more things than it used to be able to do because of this language. And in some sense, if I ask like X1, X2, X3, XPTO, Z alpha, and beta, it might not know how to answer anything. But if I use language, and because there is so much knowledge revealed through language in this whole internet, magically it knows animals, and it knows rush hour, and it knows rows of a matrix, and it knows I don't know what, which is beautiful from an AI point of view, because now we can use that to really make many more inferences about what's going on and generalize much more. And just the last example I'll give you, I also gave an example like thinking about customers and thinking about like choices. I did like Manuela likes to go to Balthazar's. This is like out of nowhere. And someone likes to go to the Boucherie, and someone likes to go to Café un deux trois. And then it says, what do these three people have in common? And they say they all like French food. Ha! In the middle of nowhere, in the whole internet, Balthazar's, which is down there in in the Soho. How does this thing know that Balthazar's? I didn't even say she eats at Balthazar's. I said she likes to go to Balthazar's. How come it figure out? Boucherie, Balthazar, Café un deux trois. Oh, they all like French food.
So when Jamie asks you this question, and you come back to him with animals and rush hour and French food,
this is new.
And you say it's a beautiful thing for artificial intelligence, does he see the beauty in banking?
This is but I tell you one thing, just to finish this. This is something I did and I found out about 2 days ago or 3. I was claiming that somehow this ChatGPT, that this generalization was still not there. But within language it is, one way or another. And I was amazed when animals showed up. How come they know? And if I use instead of cats, cows, and fish, I use cats, dogs, and hamsters, it says pets.
There's a reason, of course, that we're going down this rabbit hole. Which is that understanding how a bank can be AI first also requires understanding the nature of the interaction between the people who run that institution and the people who develop the technology. So Stephen and Nimrod, I want you to share with us your experiences with Venkat, for example, and with Jane or other people at the bank. What did they want to know about the work that you're doing and your people are doing in AI and what it can do for the bank?
Yeah, I'll maybe kick off. So it's fair to say, I think, over the last few years, kind of AI before Gen AI started to get a bit more commoditized and more consistent across financial services. I'm sure like many people in the audience, when we were hearing a lot of the use cases that people were running through, it was like, check, yep, that's the area we're looking at. But certainly Gen AI has stimulated beyond the hype, the doors now that we can open, that we couldn't open like 15 months ago, are now taking different segments of our business. And like David Rice was chatting about earlier, you know, our senior business leaders and our Group Exco are taking a real hard look in the mirror about our business strategy and direction that we're going in, and does it still hold water for where we believe the organization is going to go. So I'd say that what we thought was maybe a 40% of our financial service domains that were being covered by, you know, like fraud, et cetera, just standard AI implementations that have been around for years and years. I'd say this new paradigm shift has now opened up a lot of new avenues for the bank that are causing us really to think. And I'll maybe finish with one other point and then pass it over. But the real focus that I would say from Venkat and our Group Exco is really about talent. And it's about the recognition that what you know today is not going to be what you need tomorrow. And therefore, a lot of the kind of predefined ideas of what skill sets would look like, it's more about your ability to learn and adapt than it is a lot of base kind of skill sets that we used to think as the kind of sacrosanct of what we needed in our environment. So we're seeing a lot of focus on that workforce evolution more than I've ever seen before in the industry.
Because those skill sets will either be replaced or complemented by...
And very much like everybody else, a real push towards the complement side as opposed to replace.
Nimrod.
So I think we understood three main things. I think one is that it's big. It's not something that we can ignore, right? So AI has been there for many, many years, obviously, and we've been working on AI implementations within the bank for at least kind of a decade. So one thing is that it's definitely kind of bigger than what it was. The second, I think, is that it's only going to develop. So there's something over here that we understand is, it's remarkable as it is at the moment, and everybody kind of understands in the room what it means. And I think it's the first time that consumers really understand what AI means. I think that's the subtle difference about this thing, that as soon as ChatGPT was introduced, it was no longer a thing that only kind of tech-savvy people could understand, but it was the first time that everybody could really understand how it can affect their lives. So I think that's the second kind of fundamental thing. And the third one is that it's here to stay, because once it was kind of developed, we all understand that there's a race behind it, and new things are going to come at a faster pace, and it's going to stay, and we have to be there and adopt it. Also because our employees are demanding it and needing it. In a year from now or 2 years from now, people would start to have different types of interactions with data and with systems. If you think about it, we would start calling things and devices at home. I will talk to my refrigerator. Everything would be through kind of a natural language kind of interface. So I think this new type of interaction is definitely also disrupting the way our employees are expecting, data and the working environment to look like. So you have to kind of adapt yourself. I think those are the three kind of fundamental things that we learned.
Maybe I'll stick with you for a moment, and then again go back to Stephen and Manuela. When Sundar declared back in 2016, shortly after he'd become CEO of what was then Google, that it was going to move from a mobile-first company to an AI-first company, there's really nothing standing in his way. Banking is different. There is obviously a lot of regulation. There's a great amount of scrutiny from the public. There's scrutiny from legislators. Maybe we can talk a bit about the kinds of thinking that you have to apply to be AI first within the constraints of the banking industry, the obstacles that you run into as a result.
So I think, first of all, regulation will probably evolve as well around this thing. So companies that are currently private, obviously not non-banks, not from financial industries or any kind of regulated industries, will find themselves also dealing with more regulation. I think it will evolve into that, right? So it started with the different acts that are being kind of introduced, but I think some countries are already introducing actual regulations, and I think there will be laws, of course, to protect consumers against any kind of misuse of AI. So I think even those that think that they don't have any kind of limits would eventually kind of deal with some regulation. But for us, I guess that's a fair point. I think one of the key kind of I wouldn't say obstacles, because I see it as an important thing, right? When you understand what the regulation is about to protect, you kind of look at it from a different perspective, not as something that prevents innovation, but rather as something that would allow you to speed up without kind of having the risks of a major kind of issue to happen, right? So when you have this mindset of regulation is here to protect our consumers and our clients, and you kind of adhere to that and work with the regulators, I think you have a very good kind of approach and a safe approach to how kind of you can use it. So not necessarily does it stop us. It definitely requires more from us. And I'd be happy to hear your perspectives. But engaging with the regulators, understanding how they are looking at it. Sometimes it's a mutual education, right? So obviously we are seeing things differently than them. And I think working with them to both help shape regulation, but also at the same time understand how can we still accelerate, I think is the model that we should kind of adopt, and that's what we're trying to do. That said, it requires a lot from us, from understanding different things private companies are not looking at, things that relate to model risk, for example, that can be quite extensive for some of the use cases, obviously, and this is something that adds a lot. And if you think about it, it also kind of affects our ability sometimes to think about talent, because talent wants to be in a place where everything's free and we can share everything's open source and publications all over and so on and so forth, and nothing stops you from putting stuff in production in 24 hours. We live in a different environment. That said, we have different kind of things to offer to such great talent, from the huge amounts of data that we have, for example, being companies that are very global in nature, and being in so many kind of countries. I think that's very appealing to kind of AI talent. So I think we have other things to offer, right? But at the same time, knowing that the regulation is there, I guess, for the good reason, helps us to kind of shape our way and still innovate without kind of slowing down.
Yeah, the only thing I'd maybe add to that is, from a difference in sector perspective and how we deal with these kind of technologies, we're kind of not different from where we were. Like, from a financial service perspective, we've always been more highly regulated, and we've always been, laying on those guardrails and protecting our client base in a degree that other sectors haven't had to deal with. When it comes to this technology, or it comes to earlier technologies, I think we're always going to be just a little bit behind while we understand. I think the interesting thing that we're seeing with the regulators just now is almost like when we started to push towards hypercloud usage from a financial service perspective. And as the regulators started to understand the usage profiles of those hyperclouds and how they would overlay into financial services, it became a bit of a joint partnership learning opportunity for both organizations on how we can safely utilize them in the right way. I see the same kind of profile here. I think there's definitely organizations and sectors that can move a lot faster, but equally, I think with the right partnership with the regulators, I think we'll get there.
I'm going to pick up on what you've both said and turn it a little bit toward Manuela. And this is also picking up on other things that have been said over the course of the morning. AI is clearly different from other technologies that banks have onboarded and adapted to and incorporated in their business, and beyond just the business, the manner in which they're beginning to interact with clients. Does that demand a different approach from regulators?
So,
Go ahead.
So I think that what happens is the following. This is an industry that is very serious and very risky, and definitely needs to comply with a lot of things to keep societies working, and it's absolutely needed to follow a lot of regulation. The hard part is that when we now embrace AI and have AI help assisting humans that do the services and increase the efficiency of humans and all of this, then there is a mismatch between trying to comply and understand. in some sense. In some sense, when the machines will be doing this, like our brain, or when machines will be advising humans, and we work a lot on explainability, on trying to explain, but there will be inevitably things that, I don't know where animals came from, where people are not going to be able to follow these gigantic models. They are not going to be able to follow all the data that was used. And they are not going to be able to follow why Waze comes up with this best route. I mean, what traffic is there? So inevitably, AI has this component of, how can I say, of unknownness. You don't know. You just don't know. And I think that sooner or later, we need to embrace that.
Accept it.
Accept as part of the technology that we are, in fact, using. So I think that the best way to do the right way, and this would be like also what would make like AI developers and scientists sleep well, would be if we are tested. If you are tested, not understanding necessarily, because we cannot understand very well, but test. Give us 1 million cases with what the outcome should be in terms of credit, no credit, loan, no loan, anything, price, no price. And the AI system goes through all of them, which did not know up front, and you see if it does well. And if it doesn't do well, you send it back. No, you are not ready yet because you don't pass the test. So I think that sooner or later, regulations, instead of being an understanding kind of like goal, will be a testing goal. Like for food, for drugs. I mean, there's so much that we do in terms of regulation that has to do with testing. So my point is that sooner or later, we need to embrace that testing part. And where the tests come from, I'm not sure, but the business will know what the outcome should be and should generate a test, and then the AI people will sleep in peace at night because there is no willingness to make anything that doesn't do well when we try to bring AI to the processes of the industry. We all want to do the right thing. So tell us if we are not doing the right thing, and we will reconsider, we will redo, we'll research more, we will change the process, we'll use more data, we'll use more input until we pass the test. So,
ladies and gentlemen, please get your questions ready. Gentlemen, does that make sense to you to think about the development of AI and, more importantly, the presentation of AI, as it were, in the physical world to regulators in a phase 1, 2, 3 drug trial type of approach, as opposed to hoping that regulators catch up with the technologists at the vanguard of the industry and actually understand what's going on, even if the scientists themselves don't?
I think it's a combination of different things. So one, I fully agree the tests would definitely help, right? Because when you release something, especially with those technologies, it's really hard to kind of predict everything. That said, the principles and the kind of requirements that we're getting in terms of how did we, for example, think about ethical principles and bias in our data, and that we're at least kind of, checking systematically that we don't have those issues have to be there, right? So, and I think they would insist that those would continue to be there. So things that relate to cybersecurity, to data privacy as mentioned, and those kind of things. So how do we prove that at least we had the right kind of controls when we kind of ingested the data, prepared it for the AI, trained the models if there any kind of training involved, or send it to any kind of cloud provider or whatever it is. I think those principles would continue to kind of be there. And even more so, I think, with greater kind of, I would say, probably governance as we kind of anticipate. But I have to say that even until now, AI was getting a lot of scrutiny and governance as it is. So it's not something any different. I think the only problem here is that some of the models, as Manuela mentioned, explainability becomes so difficult. So if the problem that the regulators are looking for is if something bad happened, we as a large bank, a large institution, know to trace back how this decision was made that made the event to happen, right? I think that's what they're looking for, and that's the explainability part. And I think that's what makes it so difficult, because some of these models, it's not that easy to explain, right?
But I want to add one more thing here, just for a sec. So I also think that we need to understand that AI is a journey. AI is not a one-shot thing that does well today and will remain doing well for eternity, or AI does the bad thing now and it will remain doing the bad thing for eternity. So somehow, an AI system is different than a refrigerator. It will always keep your food cold. I mean, this is it. AI is not a science, not an engineer. It's the first time that we humans, embrace something that learns, that gets better over time. So what I think it's important also in terms of values and everything is like, and I insist on the testing often, is that things are changing. The data is changing. All the parameters are changing with feedback. The algorithms themselves adjust. And therefore, what we need to make sure is that the thing is doing better over time. And that's really like, once again, the regulators, or like we should aim for AI, is to really not assessing what it does now, is assessing the derivative. How are they doing? Better? Well, you can allow some noise, but ultimately the derivative has to be positive. And that's something that I find that it's evaluating AI, not something else.
I think the only thing I was going to add is similar to maybe bridging on both, is that I think what we're going to see emerging is the kind of certification of certain models from a financial service domain model perspective. Because, you've got two options, right? We're either doing it at the outcome point, or else if you understand what the model's been trained on and how it's evolving, then can you leverage that and, in a more consistent way? So I think what we're seeing certainly across like the work that the likes of LSEG are doing, and even Watson X and some other aspects about how you normalize a lot of the data going into the models to provide a level of consistency. So it's not really general purpose. It's kind of halfway between. So I think we're going to see some of that kind of emergence as well.
Questions from the audience? Mike, you had your hand up first.
Fascinating comments. Thank you very much. But I don't feel like I know what an AI first bank is yet. So if each one of you could give 3 traits of what an AI first bank should look like.
So I actually have. Can I go first?
Absolutely.
So I actually, sorry.
We will not stand in your way.
No, but I actually want to tell you something. We even have an architecture slide about this on what we call an AI first architecture. So basically it's like this. So suppose there is no AI. If there is no AI, humans do it all. That's fine. We have been doing that for a long time. Now suppose that you can actually have a test at the beginning, just a test that says, can AI solve this problem? Can AI read this document? Can AI come up with a price? Can AI come up with like a decision? Just a little diamond test. And then if by any chance, given the current situation, that test says yes, you send it to an AI document reader, to an AI email understanding, to an AI pricing, to an AI whatever. And then if not, the actual human continues doing it. And then at the end of these, so it's like a block diagram and an architecture, so AI can still check if it has confidence on its output. And if it has, it outputs, a human will still eventually always check. But if it doesn't, gives it to the human, and the human goes on. So why do we call this an AI first architecture? Because it's like this. As AI grows its capabilities, we do nothing else than making sure that this test sends more things to AI. And other than that, it's always there. Because you increase the capabilities of AI, and more things are going to be passed to the AI boxes, and less things to the human boxes. But there is nothing major about this. It's always thinking that there is something else that can do instead of the humans or assisting the humans. And then there is one box here, which is, I believe, that is what's missing still in ChatGPT, and where humans actually have a big advantage, which is memory. Memory. Humans remember that this customer, this client, is the 3rd time they are asking for a reason. Humans remember that this is the 5th time that I've been handling this person. Humans remember cases in the past. That's why when you look at the Dev Day of Sam Altman, OpenAI, if you did not watch the video, you should, because it's a phenomenal video, especially the second part with the agents. He mentions this magic word also, recall. Recall. Humans, we recall everything. Amazing. These things here are still made for this situation. They have the context. It's a ChatGPT, but then they forget. We don't. And so what matters here is that AI needs to remember, because the magic of humans is that they can treat every single person differently. And they can understand a stock, and they can understand a person, and they can understand a product differently, because they have memory. So until we are able to also have our AI systems, like Sam was saying about these GPTs, with memory and being able to index memory and recall what we did in the past, we are still not in the complete AI picture. So AI first is that the test, go to AI, have a box that's called memory that remembers everything we have done in the past and is always able to recall and do something similar and adjust, and be able to eventually get the output be generated by AI and tested by humans or generated by humans as usual. So that's what an AI first architecture is all about. Okay?
Can I go next?
I'm just passing
permissions.
Now you have. Now I'm going to learn.
I just want
what is it?
maybe add and maybe generalize it a little bit. I think for me, an AI first bank, and and I have been thinking about kind of the term because it is interesting, and it's not just a bank, an AI company. What does it mean? And I think there's a couple of key elements to it, and I think one is what I call the three strategies, which is digital, data, and kind of AI. I think, when we talk about AI, AI is nothing without the data, right? So we have to remember that data is key to everything, and every company has to have a robust data strategy, not just as a slogan, but really processes to ensure data quality, data integration, bring all the data together, and have a kind of a robust data strategy. And I think digital is also very important because it's not just about looking at a process and saying, can AI solve it? And everybody can do that. For me, if everything is manual, then by definition, you're kind of bound to those processes. And you can use AI to read a document, but why do I need a document, right? So I think an AI kind of first company is a company that has a digital first kind of strategy that says, let's ingest the data in a digital format by definition, and therefore AI can help me to kind of completely transform the process. So thinking about it completely different, I would say. And adding to all of this, everything I just said is not enough. I think having the three elements of a regulatory compliance, kind of really robust governance structure for us as a bank, maybe for other companies less, is so important, because if you don't know how to put the controls in place, work with the regulators, as we kind of mentioned, then nothing would run fast. We have to understand all the kind of controls and how do we do model risk and other stuff in order to do it fast. And the two other elements are talent and research, which I think are also fundamental components of an AI first company, because you cannot be an AI first without investing in always looking at what's next. This is so fast kind of evolving space. What we thought 3 months ago on for example, our target architecture has already kind of changed in the way we're kind of thinking about our tech stack. So 3 months from now, 6 months from now, it may be completely different, and without an ability to constantly kind of learn and research, nothing works, and that obviously goes hand in hand with talent. So again, I want to leave more time for colleagues too.
Yeah, I think we've covered most of it, but what I would say is even today, I think we could almost do a paint by numbers exercise of the key components of an AI first bank around controlling our data, sandbox environments or immersion environments so you can experiment fast, et cetera, et cetera. So if we take the top and tail approach where there's foundational components and capabilities that an AI first bank should have, and then we add in the kind of decision tree aspect of what AI can actually do at this point in time, I think you end up with this nice picture that points to the kind of fundamental for me, which is culture. You need to be in a position that you're willing to not undue, take undue risks, but you need to be able to balance that in the right way of understanding the progression of the technology and how we can leverage it in the right way. But I think there's a picture that I think we're forming even throughout today about how that bank would look if you could get the best of all worlds, and it's not that dissimilar across a lot of the banks.
I actually completely agree. I mean, this is really, I was more talking about AI first for problem solving, not AI first as the company. But that's really interesting that we think like that.
Next question is going to Stephen first. Who's got a microphone? Right there.
Hi. I thought your comparison to food safety and drug safety was very good. Do you foresee or would you welcome an FDA or USDA so that we can move some of the MRM overhead to a central set it and forget it kind of agency and then just consume models without having to revalidate foundation models over and over?
I would. I would. I mean, I really think that, it's not just that I would. I think that inevitably this will happen sooner or later. Because the more we embrace, the more we have AI, the more people have to test. I mean, it's going to be natural. I don't think that the FDA started also like that. Maybe they started first by trying to understand how was the cheese made and making sure that everything was right. But then after some time, they decided we'll test these on some drugs, on the mice, on the people, I mean, whatever. I mean, there was this transition from understanding that the scale is too big. And I do think that sooner or later it will happen.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think the other thing that, again, beyond the kind of potential for domain model certification and agreement, I think that the only other thing that I think that would be good to see is almost like a pattern recognition approach that says, we're doing document summarization using this model that's got a 4 eyes process on the back end of it. Like, do we really need to focus so much from an MRM perspective and other areas on those if we can kind of cookie cut some of the constructs, that it can sit, again, knowing the limitations of the technology, but also embracing the power of it. I think there's elements like that would be really good to work with the regulators on, so they understand the domain areas and the domain models and the processes that we can overlay in order to make sure they're tight. I think certainly in Barclays, we're seeing the emergence of that with our MRM approach, that we can just agree some of these kind of hybrid constructs that we can utilize.
Yeah.
Gentleman in the front row.
Great panel. Matt Glickman, Snowflake. I had my Manuela moment early this year. Although I love the embracing the unknown, by the way. But I had my moment when I saw this kind of agent paradigm where you could explain that you have a function and have the AI reason about when to use that function and actually call that function, which I think is it's a whole other level. So I'm curious your thoughts on like that model of these assistants. And I think we talked about in earlier panels for internal usage. And before coming to Snowflake, I spent 20 plus years in the industry. And I think my thesis is that once you're in the industry, it takes a long time to ramp. And once you ramp and have all that knowledge, it's really hard to leave. And I'm curious if you think that ramping at a bank or at these complex institutions will be able to kind of ramp quicker, so people won't have to wait 5 to 7 years before they're productive in these complex institutions that you're at.
Again, I think that we have not talked about this yet, but I'm a big believer that the future, or what we should converge to, is a symbiosis between the human knowledge and the AI. So there is no way that AI will know as much as these people know. No, they actually know, or doctors know. That's why we send our kids to school. I mean, they end up learning and they end up knowing. And it's not just going to be data that magically now, eventually processed by some AI or ChatGPT, knows more. So the real challenge is how to make sure that this knowledge, this human knowledge, and the machine knowledge, or the machine understanding, can be together. But I do believe that this example you were saying, and these functions, these agents, when I exactly think about these agents, is remarkable to think that we can eventually get to the point in which we have all these skills to all these little functions that we know the machine can do, and eventually we give them like a goal, and the machine itself can chain them, can plan, can come up with like a sequence, can come up with alternatives, can evaluate what these will do, and eventually generate for us potentially a sequence of steps that we by ourselves would not have been able to put it together with an optimization criteria in mind. Because we are good at evaluating a few cases, but we are not good at being exhaustive. We are not good at being like detached from our biases and optimize. We have many flaws in terms of scale, and AI can help us there. We just have to be humble enough to eventually invoke the AI help for a lot of things. And I cannot avoid giving you an example. If you have not watched The Imitation Game, Alan Turing's story, please go and watch. And there is a crucial moment in that movie, or in his life. I talked at his 100-year anniversary in Manchester, and there was a wonderful presentation by a biographer on Alan Turing. There is a moment in which Alan Turing, this arrogant mathematician that thinks that can do anything, goes to Bletchley Park to decode this Enigma code. And there is one moment in which he humbly says, "We humans cannot do it." And he starts drawing the rotors of the machine. And it's a mathematician that believed that he could solve anything as a human. And it was surrounded by all these fantastic linguistics and cryptographers and you name it. And he realized it can't be done without a computer. And when we think about all the information, all the data we have, all the information that's available on the web, all the things we have to evaluate to optimize, we have to humbly decide we cannot do it without AI. This is it. But on the other hand, we cannot also give up on what we know. So there has to be this combination of what you know with what the machine can help you with. And that's really something that we cannot think, oh, machine learning does it all, or we know it all. No, it is magic of putting the two things together.
We are conveniently coming to the point on which I wanted to end our conversation, which is what kind of a future are you planning for? And how do you think the evolution currently underway in artificial intelligence and what you can envision on the horizon will change the game, as it were, specifically for your bank and maybe more generally?
So again, for me at least, hard to predict, 3 to 5 years or even beyond that. There's many kind of different opinions out there. So I would try to kind of focus on the more 1 to 2 years, which are, I think, a little bit more pragmatic. I think a few key things. First of all, AI will be in more areas. That's kind of number one. And I think for us as a bank, it's a new thing. We had specific kind of use cases from fraud detection to, risk assessments and algo trading and other stuff that were kind of our key things. But I think now it will be more broader. And similarly to what we're seeing kind of in the consumer kind of space, that everybody's using it, I think in a similar fashion, it will be everybody's experience, right? Coming from the Office 365 Copilot, and for software developers to use kind of Gen AI tools all of a sudden become like an obvious thing. Everybody uses it.
Normal.
So I think it will be something that is just changes. First of all, it will be everywhere. It will be seamless. We will not even think about it. There will be less kind of concerns, because I think till ChatGPT, everybody was kind of afraid of the term AI. Now everybody's kind of adopting it and it becomes more natural. And I think it would change also the user experience in general for us as kind of employees. If you think about it, the way we're interacting with everything we're doing is just going to transform completely. I'm kind of trying to think about how the day-to-day would look like in 2 years, and whether everything we're going to do is just telling machines what to do. There will be no more kind of creating presentations and Excels and reports and other stuff and everything.
No PowerPoint.
No PowerPoints, right? And no dashboards and no those kind of things. So I think it would definitely kind of free us up to do much more kind of sophisticated things. But the whole kind of user experience and how our working environment looks like is just something that excites me, and it's hard to tell yet how it's going to evolve.
Yeah, I'd say something similar. I think externally from the bank, for our clients and consumers, I think the experience is going to be much slicker than they've got. I think the digital and the persona aspect and making sure that's personalized at the right level, bringing in different aspects of their life, not just their banking, I think is going to really be propelled forward. I think we've got an initiative that we call Engineering Quality of Life in Barclays. And we explicitly didn't want to call it engineering experience, because we do believe that the experience you have transcends into when you leave the bank and go home at night. And the experience that we look for our engineers, for our data scientists, for our operations, I think those are going to be dramatically improved, because again, in a very much a staff kind of augmentation rather than replacement approach, that the kind of mundane aspects of their jobs are going to be taken away, and we're going to be able to focus really heavily on the value add, and I think that's just a benefit for everybody.
Manuela, last word to you.
Yeah, so I don't know, but I think that it's a spectrum of things. So we have to find where the use cases, the current use cases, the need, and do it very well, very controlled, everything well, but all the way to have people not stop dreaming. So I think that we have to enable people who work to dream about how can it be done differently.
Yeah.
Or in some sense, that's how we have to do. We have to have this huge spectrum of eventually understanding that AI is available and that these computers can do a lot of things. And ultimately, whether we like it or not, there will be robots moving around. So eventually, it's not going to be a ChatGPT that's quietly here in my pocket, which is not what AI is going to be. So wait for rooms that talk with you, wait for robots that move around, and dream of how all of that can be used to eventually improving humanity, I guess.
Ojalá. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your questions. Please join me in thanking our panelists.
Thank you.
You can go. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Bloomberg's Brad Stone.
Are we the Bluebirds? All right, George, Vahe, Deb, thank you for joining us. I feel like we're so early in the generative AI revolution that today we are all being called upon to be futurists. So we're here to discuss the opportunities for foundational models in banking and financial services. So let's start by being futurists. I want all of you to give me a near term, let's call it 1 to 2 years, and a longer term, maybe 5+, potential for the use of generative models at your companies. And Deb, we can start with you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Brad. I would say near term, we are looking at a number of use cases, I think somewhat similar to what we've heard today in the room. So a lot of them are, I'd say, more in sort of the knowledge assist, knowledge search, helping our employees, our frontline agents, for example, be able to have access to a broad range of documents, information, and be able to quickly access and pull together a concise view of how to answer a particular, provide response to a client. So I'd say those are fairly near term, and I think we've also talked about code generation. I think the longer term, and I would say we're kind of in that second follower, class when we look at, where we fit as from PNC and the other firms that are represented here today. But I think the longer term will involve a little bit more of perhaps that kind of customer self-service opportunities, as we continue to evolve the technology in our digital channels. And I thought Manuela made fantastic points about the continuous testing. But that, to me, I think that is out there at some point, but not in the near future.
Vahe?
I think in the near term, it's really about building intimacy with your clients, right? I think that's the most powerful thing. We had that in the past, but it's obviously too expensive to have hundreds of thousands of employees. So we rationalize them away, but AI gives us the opportunity to come back to this era. And in the longer term, it's difficult to predict. I would say, what would the opportunities be if you can hire 5,000 Einsteins? Because I do think that we are very fast going into this era of artificial general intelligence, and we have to get accustomed to the thought, at least, that they are going to be more intelligent than humans are. And from that point, it's very difficult to predict anything, right? So I think near term, it's intimacy, and longer term, it's really to be seen.
George, you're a veteran of many Silicon Valley hype cycles. Before I let you answer, is this?
I've been blamed for it.
Is it?
Too, actually, yes.
Are we overhyping Gen AI right now?
I would just go back to what was said in many of the earlier panels, which is just remind people of the nascency of this phenomenon. Obviously, it's, AI itself is a overnight success, 70 years in the making, but this node of generative AI is so new. We're only getting to the place where we have the kind of safe enterprise architectures where we can really take advantage of it. And consistent with, I think, the commentary here, super excited about it, super consequential for our industry. We have to exert a little bit of patience to see how it plays
Okay,
through.
so that said near-term opportunities and
I
longer
was hoping I was going to
term.
get off the hook.
No.
So
For
I
Goldman.
think, I think the near-term opportunity, one way of saying it, there's obviously code generation, stuff like that, which I think in some ways is now table stakes. But one way we think about the near-term opportunity is, are we giving our people the opportunity to engage in higher resolution, more fine-grained semantic search? That's an area that's been in enterprise is really unsatisfying for years. But the ability to directly inspect various corpora of knowledge around the firm in a conversational manner, I think that's actually really going to happen in 24 and change the way our people work. Now, longer term, I think the opportunity is for, like the highest performing apex client focused people in our business to be able to turn to machines first as a creative thought partner. Just the way that they turn to colleagues now, that'll still be a part of it, but really being able to use this as a platform for creativity, new ideas, and I think that's both an opportunity and in a way a mandate for people. We're going to have to be able to use these machines in that manner to compete where the tide is rising for everyone else's capabilities.
Vahe, these models are only as good as the data that they're trained on. So when it comes to a bank or a financial service company creating an in-house model, what do they use? Is it internal communications? Is it transaction data? And where do they have to be careful?
Well, I have to say I grew up in Peter Norwich's world, where he said more data beats better models, but better data beats more data. And I think OpenAI proved him somewhat wrong. They made a bet of a couple of $2 billion and just proved you can train on the internet, which is basically probably 70% wrong. But the result
that you
turns
can't
out to
train
be,
on the internet.
You can.
Or you get a couple of lawsuits in the.
Well, I mean, yes, but that's to be figured out, right? That's exactly, that's still open, I guess. But the wisdom of the crowd, something very difficult to prove, works for some things, right? I mean, the weight of an ox really works with the wisdom of the crowd. If you have a question of the Higgs boson, probably it doesn't. But for many things, it does. So my initial answer would be train it on anything that you have, right? And but here comes a alteration to this. The question is, maybe it's not about training anymore. Maybe it's about putting more compute into the inference of it, right? So there are, of course, lots of papers and lots of ideas around this, but we also have to get away from this thought of not everything needs to be training. It can be fine-tuning, but even it can also be, test time compute and other technologies where at inference, you give it more time, more compute to do more validations and more other rounds to get to a better result, right? All that, of course, with your personal data.
Now, Deb, talk a little bit about PNC. You guys are a regional bank based in Pittsburgh.
That's right.
And you're charged with keeping the bank competitive in this nascent field where the table stakes to build a foundational model, maybe and tune it and keep it running, maybe tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars. So how does an institution like PNC compete?
Yeah, I think, we talked about this a little bit. We're in sort of that third quartile for first time out and evident, looking to maybe move up to second quartile. But from a second follower perspective, we want to balance where we're leveraging the Gen AI opportunities to enhance and accelerate what we're already doing with basic traditional AI, because we still think we've got a pretty long runway there with some of the things we're doing in our call centers and in our operations units and other areas. So when we talk about the shiniest of shiny objects with the generative AI, we look at, well, what's the right balance? And we do think there's a definite place for that. But how do we leverage the momentum of everybody wanting to be involved in it now in a consistent way and say, those are great ideas, but actually 8 or 9 out of 10 of these ideas we can do with our traditional platforms. So harnessing that, collective energy and momentum that I'm sure probably everybody's companies are feeling, and continue to make even bigger gains and strides there, and then have the targeted, Gen AI accelerators, often coupled with perhaps one of our existing platforms, is one approach we're taking, and being selective about that, and kind of watching to see what transpires, and then where we quickly follow.
George, let's talk about some of the risks of using foundational models inside banks. I mean, you have advised and shepherded technology companies who seem to operate under the mantra of move fast and break things, and in large part it worked. But a model that hallucinates inside a bank with a customer, and you're testifying in front of Elizabeth Warren on Capitol Hill. So how do you view the challenges, particularly around things like, it's a plausible scenario, around things like hallucinations and security concerns, bringing these models into financial institutions?
Yeah, I mean, it goes again to this, for all of us to reflect on the nascency of this, the importance of being operating in a regulated sphere, of being slow, careful, deliberate as we pursue this, even given how appealing and consequential this is for us. Hallucination, I don't want to steal your thunder, because you said in an earlier discussion something I totally agree with, which first of all, we do have to get used, this was raised in the last panel, we have to get used to, this is a fundamental upending of sort of everything we learned in classical computer science. Think about the way we've built systems in the past is we want deterministic outputs. We build a scaffolding. Now we have these models that we expose to the world, and they give us an answer that's an emergent, unpredictable, delightful, scary, hallucinogenic, possibly. And so, I think that our regulators are going to have to reckon with that. But I'll turn this to you, which is, I think there's also a way of thinking that hallucination is not all bad. I'm not sure I'd say that to Elizabeth Warren in a congressional setting, but in this safe harbor here, I feel like that, it's another way of saying one person's hallucination is another person's creativity. So you talked about it in our earlier exchange, and if you want to expand on that.
Do banks want creativity?
I think they should want it. They absolutely should want it. And in Silicon Valley, the two of you, I realize, live there, it is really about something which is called horizontal expansion and velocity, right, of the tech sector. So really going to adjacent, and sometimes not even adjacent, other areas, and expand very, very fast. And that is possible if you get creative ideas. And creativity and hallucination are actually not that far away from each other. I'm not claiming that every hallucination is a creative thought, but not everything that comes out of a human is a creative thought, right? So there needs to be a process to choose which ones you want to follow, but you certainly don't want to get rid of them entirely, because if you do that, you would just end up with a ever-repeating history. And I think there's even a movie about this, right? Where every day is the same day again. So you don't want to end up in that scenario, right? Exactly, you need some kind of changes in there, right? And evolution has this through their genetic changes and sometimes crazy things that are happening, and I think we need that in AI equally.
Deborah,
I was just going to say the ability. One of the promising research trajectories is to be able to kind of have a slider bar around temperature on these models, because there's clearly many use cases in our industry where authoritative sourcing, precision, a reliance on fact is utterly critical. There are also moments where, I mentioned this, the long-term future of using a machine as a thought partner. A thought partner that regurgitates facts is only so helpful, somewhat helpful, but one that has an edge of creativity or hallucination, another way of saying hallucination, I think it's actually an important feature and a unique, distinctive feature of these platforms over time.
Yeah, Deb, I was going to ask, are you as willing to embrace the risks of this kind of creativity?
I agree. I think there's scenarios where, especially when you think about, most of us are talking about human-in-the-loop use cases, internally focused employee, primarily on employees, not customers. I think when we think about what that human-in-the-loop does, in some cases, the model output should be black or white, right or wrong, and we check for that. But in other cases, it may not be quite as clear. I think it's what you're getting to. Is it a different response, but is it maybe helping us build on, what our original intent was.
Is it practical to keep a human in the loop, particularly as these systems scale?
And I think it's necessary. It's necessary because not always to check the facts, but necessary for the judgment layer. I think today somebody talked about taking an umbrella if you could predict if it's raining tomorrow, yes or no, right? So you can predict it, but the question is, with my beautiful hairstyle, I might need an umbrella even if there's only 20% probability of a rain tomorrow, right? And for somebody else who doesn't have my beautiful hair and doesn't care about getting wet, could say like, I don't need an umbrella even if it's 80% probability. Right? So the judgment layer of it should be left to humans. And here I'm going to steal from Nietzsche. It should be with humans because we are the only ones that can suffer. So AI is not going to suffer if it's raining outside or not, but we are going to suffer. So the judgment layer should be with us. And this is where we actually really need the human in the loop. Even as a technologist, I'm saying that, but not always to double-check facts.
Yeah. I mean, one of the questions, I think, I agree that persistence of human in the loop is key. One thing we worry about and think about is when you put the human in that situation, how do you incent them and enforce their ability to attend to what comes out of the machine? Because after the 10th experience of it looking just great, are you going to pay attention? And so, we're examining different techniques to focus people's attention on, really making sure that they are exerting the responsibility or shouldering the responsibility of being that human in the loop.
Yeah.
I don't want to get too parochial by asking who's going to pay for all this, but I've heard it said that like tech budgets at banks, 80% go to running the bank initiatives, keeping the lights on, and 20% of the budget goes to growing the bank or changing the bank initiative. So, who's going to pay for all this? Like that 20% is always susceptible to getting cut. How much of an investment at your organizations are going to investing in these new and still somewhat hypothetical technologies?
Yeah, I would say that one approach we're taking is, we've talked a bit today about the ROI of all this, right? And being able to have that solid business case, whether it's a, hardline expense takeout opportunity, creating capacity, cost avoidance, or better yet, revenue generator. And one approach we're taking is looking to have some of these business use cases, one, be elevated at the firm so they are consistent. It's no longer going to be somebody's pet project because they may have talked to a new vendor or something of the like. So bringing that standardization together, but building out that ROI kind of self-funded use case. So if you think you need a couple million or whatever million to do this, the ROI needs to be at least some multiple of that. And what you have to balance that with not wanting to damper the creativity and the ideation. We all know that too. We've talked about today, but that is one approach. If it's not part of a normal BAU tech line item budget, is to put forward a solid business case and get very senior level buy-in and up to the executive committee, board level if needed. So.
Yeah, George, is the argument efficiency and cost reduction, or is it revenue and growth?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, it's definitely a blend of both. I say, first of all, I'd like to think our mix of change versus run's a little bit richer than that. But what we're finding very similar is as we go through our zero-based budgeting process, which is like in flight right now, we're finding groups actively reprioritizing and self-funding these initiatives, which is actually one really interesting referendum on the promise of these technologies when by like grassroots making decisions to limit their formerly precious projects in favor of this. That makes me optimistic that there is something really important here.
Vahe, many of the folks in this room work at banks, financial service companies, but we're all customers. What is in it for customers?
Well, I mean, I think for customers, what's in it is better understanding, right? Because what you would expect from a trusted partner, and banks are trusted partners. We should not forget that, right? They have always been from the day one, and they hopefully still are, and I think I claim they are. So what would you expect from a trusted partner? Understanding. They need to understand your personal needs, your personal problems, your personal concerns, to be able to tailor a solution for your personal problems. Now, I understand that nobody wants to hear that, because when you say that, it means you need 1 million employees to do that. But now you don't anymore, because a vast majority of those could be just AI agents, right? So I think what's in it for the customers is just a better understanding and a just better relationship.
I think also more opportunity for self-service and higher quality, better, faster self-service. Because I think, especially the younger generation, I mean, I've got kids in the 20s, and, they would crawl and curl up in a corner if they have to go into a branch to do something, right? Everything has to be on my phone, online, real time. I don't want to talk to a human at your bank, kind of interaction. So higher, better quality, faster, more consistent responses for some of the use cases. And also, I think, a lot are just looking for that, where they can self-service, and how we manage that and deliver that experience.
George, I want to give you an opportunity to answer, but please start thinking of your questions for the panel.
Well, as a predominantly institutional firm, I think we think about client benefit coming in the form of more compressed cycle times because of the efficiency and the speed that you can create with these machines. More creative solutions, as we were discussing, because you can explore a broader set of a broader space of solutions faster. And also, I think you can expect more rigor because, again, the ability of these machines to compress cycle times, add scale, simulate at broad scale a number of different scenarios. I think this promises both greater creativity and more rigor, which is obviously a great combination.
I promised the panelists a mischievous question, so I'm going to ask George one. And an obscure firm called Evident, I don't know if you're familiar with it, published some research a couple of months ago showing about engineering and AI talent at the large banks. And on the list, Goldman was the one that was having, I guess, the hardest time retaining AI talent. It was something like 60 researchers had left the firm. So talk a little bit about the talent war that you must be engaged in every single day when it comes to preserving and retaining AI talent.
Yep. I mean, first of all, I would stipulate to the fact that there's an enormous talent war in this space. Make no mistake. I would say that look, in an organization, in an engineering organization of 12 to 15,000 people, depending how you count it, I'm not sure that is super meaningful. Second, I think there's a funny, maybe if I was thinking through this as I read the piece, which is, there's a definitional question. It's a little bit like what's AGI, like what's an AI engineer versus who's a data person, who's a software coder. And I thought, God, what's the methodology? How are they getting to this? And a little light bulb went off, which is anyone who's switching jobs has a resume out there, something no matter what they do must have AI in their title. So there may be some definitional issues around this group of people, but bottom line, I think we're all experiencing it, which is we're trying to find talent in every nook and cranny, and others are looking to Goldman Sachs and other firms for people who have unique experiences in this space.
And Deb, you're in Pittsburgh. Great universities. Are you finding it difficult to identify talent?
I would say yes. It is obviously a talent war for everybody, and we've got some kind of specific tech areas that we want to have our tech AI resources be based if possible. So there's some of those constraints. But to your point around some of the university relationships, as we talked about, we're from Cleveland. So between Cleveland and Pittsburgh, there's some amazing university talent that, we're looking at ways we can be more creative and develop partnerships or start a pipeline of talent in that direction, while in parallel recruiting people that would love to live, on one of the Great Lakes, if there's any.
Vahe, you run a startup, so it's a little bit of a different game. But then again, Google's out there giving $1 million signing bonus. So how are you competing for talent?
Well, we don't have that problem, though. I got to have some advantage, right? I mean, they have all the money and everything, but I think our advantage is that we can get talent easier than Google can, because we can give them purpose. It doesn't matter who you are at Google. If you don't show up for work, it doesn't matter. And if you don't show up for work here, it actually does matter. So what you do has a huge effect. You can see what you're building. So I think that purpose attracts talent.
Okay, I want to open it up to audience questions. Of course, I have still a few of my own, but does anybody want to jump in?
Got one here.
We have one right here. Oh, okay.
All right.
Hey, George. for you and maybe the others too, so much talk of Gen AI is on the consumer side. What do you see taking place on the capital market side, or for P&C perhaps the wholesale side? Thanks.
Yep. Again, I think it's going to be consequential across the piece, whether you're a consumer or institutional firm. Ultimately, the institutional business, one way of saying is Goldman Sachs and PNC and others are in the business of knowledge synthesis and idea generation. And so any tool that aids, elevates, accelerates, that's going to be hugely powerful. So, like the ability to use these technologies to come up with better ideas for clients about how they can operate in the capital markets, how they can consider their strategic scenarios. Like it's going to be very valuable. And there's a lot of appetite among our bankers, our people in sales and trading to leverage these tools. So highly consequential.
Yeah, I would say for PNC, as we know, we're on a multi-year journey. A lot of the first big scale opportunities were in the consumer retail bank, but now we are starting to see more momentum at scalable size. I would say before it was more of a point solution approach in our commercial bank treasury space. So we're starting to take actually some of the benefit value of what we've seen in the consumer retail and bringing that over to our treasury space, for example. And now we've got, I'd say, more traction with all the discussion out there around all the AI opportunities. So we're starting to make that transition and size the ROI.
Again, great panel. Mac Lickman again from Snowflake. So I think on this panel, I think the priors, we've been focusing on like internal use cases are less risky and probably where people will start. Misalignment issue, right? Where if PNC or Goldman, put out an AI to talk to customers, right? I mean, as much as you want to optimize it, do the right thing, you really want it to do more business for PNC and Goldman, where internally, you really want that employee to be more effective. So I'm curious if you've thought about that kind of, how do you think about incentives where if I'm a consumer and I'm talking to an AI from Amazon, I know it wants me to buy more stuff, right? It's not just wanting me to kind of have a better day. So just curious about that alignment issue of like external consumer AIs versus internal enablement AIs.
Yeah, I would say from our perspective, in general, it's been a high value, low risk approach is what our mantra has been for use cases that we will put forward for POC pre-production. At this point, and I don't know, I haven't heard of too many today that are actively looking at the externally facing yet. We're looking to better enable our employees that serve the customers to be more effective and have quicker access to the knowledge and information they need. But at this point, we have not had that discussion internally. For us, being pretty risk averse, that we're going to stay with our internally focused use cases to prove them out. Make sure we've got all the right risk and controls and governance around it that we need, and kind of see what we learn from the others too.
Go ahead.
Maybe can I ask a question? Like, why would you assume that if you talk to a person, that the person doesn't want to sell you more?
I know it's going to be the same problem of misalignment.
Okay, yes.
But I think the internal use case, right, where it's clear that if you're giving something to an employee, you want them to be more efficient. There's no misalignment there. They want to be more efficient.
More knowledgeable and efficient.
And the outside, it's the same incentive misalignment, but it's really going to.
Yeah, you will have the same misalignment there too, I think, because we will find a way to align AI to what we want. That's necessary for us to survive even. And if we do that, we will have the same misalignment that we have with humans than with the AI. I think that's the best we can thrive for.
Establish parity of misalignment. That's what you're saying.
Exactly. That's how we're going.
Fair enough. I mean, one other derivative of this point that's interesting is, first of all, I just remind everybody, like financial services, the history of financial services is essentially, a repeated substitution of machine for human. Think about equity trading. When I joined the firm, we had hundreds of NASDAQ traders. Now we have less than a handful. It's like, so this routine of substitution, capital for labor happens, and yet our headcount continues to grow. And I think it's going to be a very similar situation, which is our people are not per se worried that they're going to be replaced by machines. They're super excited about machines reducing the amount of rote, low-value stuff they do so they can serve clients better. And I think that's what you'll see very similar to the way that this electronification or digitization of our industry has played out thus far.
George, this is somewhat off topic, but when you ran the TMT practice at Goldman, I mean, you witnessed the creation of so many technology juggernauts. And I just wonder what you make of, A, the entrepreneurial, and B, the investment opportunity in AI right now. Are we seeing the great re-scrambling of the technology landscape, or will the advantages accrue to the current set of giants?
Yeah, I think that's about it. It's just super active debate in Silicon Valley, and a fascinating one, because if you look historically in pattern match, whenever there's a big platform transition, which I think we can all agree this is one, it usually unleashes massive opportunity for VCs to invest in young companies. Often it's like, okay, new platform, need new horizontal tooling on top of that, and vertical apps, and I can go fund a panoply of those. I think there's a real question in Silicon Valley today, and it's a fair one, which is this a platform transition where the first order beneficiaries are overwhelmingly established big companies, or they're sort of affiliates? And really, is there a bunch of money to be made building applications on top of this, or do all those application spaces get subsumed by the growing intelligence of foundation models?
And what's your view?
I think it's way too early to say. I would say I strongly believe there's lots of horizontal investing opportunity. Think about the security and challenges we're facing, the need for more robust tooling. A lot of it may be open source, but there are commercial models around open source. I think that's going to be abundant and exciting. I think the question is it's actually a really interesting question on the vertical application side. In the near term, big incumbents in that space who cover a lot of territory, who have big mind share inside organizations, like sprinkling a little AI on top of the SaaS services they provide you, I think that's super valuable. Again, leads you to the question, where does the value accrue? Big companies, small companies, and again, people in Silicon Valley are pulling their hair out. So, sorry, no, don't make a back reference.
Well, I actually
you may have already done so, but
I wanted to know what Vahey's view is and the view at Cognate is. I mean, obviously you're a startup. How old's the company?
4 years.
Okay, and you're navigating a world with many giants.
That's true, and we are VC funded, so I'm also dealing with VCs. I have to say, I think the big difference here is that there are markets where, and I pardon my you will feel my German heritage now. I think it's a market where the second mouse gets the cheese. So it's not so much about being the first with something, because you cannot protect it, right? So if you're the first who comes up with a drug, you can protect it. You have 10 years to capitalize on this. But now OpenAI came out with a great product, ChatGPT. We all love it. How are they going to capitalize on this, right? So Stanford University and Alpaca paper showed that with $700, actually was I think less than $700, can replicate it. So the question is, how do you protect this? How do you protect your billions of investment in this, right? And this is, I think, the fundamental problem here. I do think there's lots of room to do things. We are certainly very active in the space of privacy, of making AI adequate for institutions, because we do think that privacy really matters, and it means that you also need to be able to run AI internally, which means you need to transform something that has been proven to be superior or very good technology adequate for your personal problem, and that needs orchestration, of course, and many, many other things which we are active.
Okay, let's go back. I think we've got one here.
Hi, I'm Marie Cabrera from EY. And actually, I think since I thought of my question, you guys have been talking about this, but it's the whole idea of the investment value of AI. And so you talked about, well, I personally think you can't afford not to invest, right, as a bank, to experiment on this.
For sure.
And then clearly, banks have always made their business decisions based on the ROI, right? But also today we heard that no one is AI in production. Right, and the use cases are primarily internal use cases, so those are going to be operational efficiencies, right, and speed. When do you think, and this is like the impossible question, who's the first mouse, right? When do you actually go into production in the marketplace, and then the strong ROI, becomes realized? And so I know that's a hard question to answer, but that's sort of what's on my mind right now, thinking about the conversation around investment value.
And I guess one thing I would say, you said nobody has AI, nobody has the generative AI in production, right? So
Yes, or
I think
LLM.
that's the big difference, or the large language models. I think, all of us have AI in the traditional platforms and continue to scale that. I think we've heard from others today. I think there are some use cases that are 3 to 6 months. But from what we see, again, the internally focused that will bring, speed and efficiency to, to our employees, often serving the customers, or to our developers writing code. There's, I think, some pretty big primary use cases that are going to be, I think they're pretty far along. No, nope, we will not be first. we are that second mouse.
And how attractive at your company?
This stage is unusual. We've had mice, cat, cows, fish. Like, what's going on? Yeah. It's like Noah's Ark up here.
Creativity through ChatGPT.
Exactly.
How attractive are open source tools at your various companies? Obviously, there might be a cost advantage, but you don't have control, and power in those systems does tend to accrue to the larger companies over time. So,
I think we're historically and I think persistently big adopters of open source technology. Now, again, as I said, there are great commercial models that revolve around open source projects, and we partner deeply with many of those people. But we have, I think, long admired and relied on open source software in some pretty key places in the firm. So, a big believer in it. Obviously, also deep partnerships with many purely commercial platforms. But I think open source is going to be critical. Now, there's this super interesting debate to be had in this space of closed model, open model, who's going to win, large, small, et cetera, which will be interesting to see play out.
Yeah, Vahe, what's your view?
I think without the open source community, we would never have these advances that we have now. So, and I think it's a mix, right? You need both. I don't think it's the controllability that's a problem with open source. It's much more the support of it, right? So you really need to maintain a group of people to continue to support this. I think both is necessary, and as a large institution, you have to have a mix of both in your organization.
Yeah, I would agree, and I think the only comment is for specific large language model open source, we've tried to put some additional guardrails that it's not quite as easy to get to all of those as may have been at one point. So just to understand, again, we're trying to be very deliberate on the focus of our experimentation and use cases. So definitely you need to have both, but we try to put some guardrails around kind of the who and when and how.
All right, I think we still have time for a few more. Any more questions for the panel? Yes, back there.
Yeah, I had one. Aaron Riccadella at Oracle. I'm interested in the panelist's perspective on getting value from this topic of customer data. Has come up a few times during the course of the day. As these generative use cases come online, how do you, I'm working under the assumption that banks aren't going to be building or probably even calibrating at enormous cost their own LLMs on a monthly basis. So a tech vendor is going to do that, and it'll probably run in the cloud. What are the techniques, or how are you thinking about isolating the customer data while still making sure the LLM delivers you the value from it?
That's an area.
Yeah, so I actually tend to somewhat disagree with you. I do think that banks will need their own LLMs, maybe not a large language model in the size of a ChatGPT with 1.7 trillion parameters, but I would call it a precise LM, something that is created for that industry using their data. And that could actually be very cheap. And if you think about it, a 70 billion Llama version 2, which is commercially licensed, if you fine-tune it correctly and also do a good human preference fine-tuning on top of it, easily outperforms a ChatGPT with 1.7 trillion parameters and can be run, if you quantize it well, on an A10, which is basically a glorified gaming computer. So it's absolutely doable to do it, and I think it would be dangerous to send all your data to just an OpenAI. And don't get me wrong, I really love OpenAI, but it's hard, I think, to see a future that turns out to be good if you send all your data to OpenAI.
I mean, there's an interesting topic underneath that, and then a theme that I think about a lot was just you referenced customer data in particular, which raises all sorts of issues around again the emergent behavior of these machines, your obligations around what constitutes protecting PII, the entitlement obligation that exists in our firm with Chinese walls and so forth. So this, I think, creates a really interesting and complicated landscape. This is one of the places where tooling on top of models is going to have a big influence. But one thing that you remind me of by your question and comment is one thing we're trying to orient our people around is, oftentimes we come at like, how do we leverage these models? And there's like top-down thinking. How do we transform our firm, or bottom-up? Here's a task that we can add scale to. Increasingly, I'm asking people to think like from the middle out. Where do we actually have data that's distinctive, that will allow us to maintain our separation, competitive advantage, and how do we build functionality and leverage that into models? And it's a different way of thinking about the world than we traditionally have. But I think, again, in a world where the bar for what constitutes alpha or outperformance versus the mean is rising for everyone, and the ability of these machines to make all of us smarter, better, faster, we're going to have to really focus on what is that source of durable, persistent differentiation you have as an enterprise. I kind of think more and more it's going to be like, where do you have data that no one else does, and how can you leverage a machine to express that advantage?
Alyssa Herman, Wells Fargo. So in terms of connecting the dots between internal data, where we're at our nascence, and even understanding the data lineage, et cetera, to the public data, do you think there will be a trusted source of public data or some certification at some point that you could then join to from an internal standpoint?
Do you have a view on that?
No, do you have a view on that with your job necessarily? I think it's something
Bloomberg is one very good trusted source.
Yeah, I'm like,
I think there are certainly providers out there. I think for the public data part, there are, of course, besides Bloomberg, I have to say, sorry, I cannot just say Bloomberg here. I have Moody's and Fitch and others who provide, I think, a good source of it. But more and more, they will get a little bit under pressure, right? Because with the technology they're building internally to digest all your internal data, you can also apply it to external data, right? So there is some things that they will be doing, like Bloomberg GPT and other things, and add more analytics probably on top of that. But I do think that the interesting question is more going to be along the lines that my esteemed panelist said. It's really about what data do I have that others don't have, and then can use. Look, think of it this way: the last 20 years were about algorithms, right? Google came and said, I'm going to restructure the data of the whole world, and it's all about algorithms, it's not about data. But I think now it's going back to, it's about data. Do I have this data that nobody else has, and can I capitalize on that data, right? And banks are a very good place to have lots of good data.
I mean, one thing it makes me think of, too, is that the public data landscape is going to be really interesting to watch in years to come. I mean, fundamentally, the thing that enabled these systems in large part is the open data commons of the internet, and everyone's putting their data out there. In a world now where that data is being monetized by other means, do we get to more balkanization and people like, hey, wait a minute, this is my data, you can't have, And so one of the interesting thought leaders in Silicon Valley, analogizes this to like a Spotify moment. Like, will we have a more balkanized data environment where rights holders are actually fairly compensated, but the platform that delivers that value to consumers has a lower margin model because they've got to federate and pay for rights? So just how this will all work out in this open data landscape is really super interesting.
I do think we have time for one more, but let's keep it short.
Lightning round.
Sure. Hi, Kevin Allison from Minerva. How are you thinking about generative AI and cybersecurity, both potentially increasing vulnerability to either phishing attacks against staff or customers, but also cyber defense? You might want a human in the loop with the way you're using generative AI, but cyber adversaries might be willing to go at machine speed on that. And so I'm curious how you're thinking and investing in those areas.
Yeah, we are definitely looking very much at that. We've got kind of a steering group that includes our CISO as well as members of her team that help us to look at that and look at it from both directions. How do we think about preventing attacks as we're going down our journey, but also how do we leverage it internally to make improvements, right, on terms of how we do our phishing, how we test for data loss prevention and the models and such we use for that, and the potential we have for deepfake technology, right? So we're doing a little education session in the first quarter with our executive committee and our board members of creating a deepfake to show them how easy it is and a couple scenarios of how it can be leveraged, using one of our most senior executives. So, I think
Please share that with the group.
No. So, but I think it's just, and other firms are doing it too. We've learned from others, but I think it's a bi-directional thing. How do we leverage it? One, fundamentally, table stakes. They have to be at the table for every conversation around incremental risk control considerations. But how do we leverage it to make us better in certain areas in the cyberspace, and how do we have full awareness of how the different threat vectors are going to become even more sophisticated and fast coming at us.
I think, but this is why this is going to be one of the really good investment areas for young companies in Silicon Valley, where it's a classic escalation cat and mouse game between intruders and defenders, and the novelty of some of these attack vectors are going to breed a bunch of companies that are deeply specialized, have unique IP. So I think that's a very investable theme in this world.
All right, and we'll keep it there. George, Vahe, Deb, thanks for sharing your insights.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we've talked a lot about some of the use cases, the promises that AI holds in the financial industry. But now let's get down to the nitty-gritty. A lot of us are wondering, what does this look like in practice, and how can we get it into some of our businesses? Do we build or do we buy? And if there's one thing I've learned from our panelists is that it's not a binary, that it's actually more of a spectrum. So let's dive in with Joanne here, who comes from MasterCard. We also have Jeff McMillan from Morgan Stanley. And then we'll have, on the software and hardware side, Malcolm DeMaio from NVIDIA. But Joanne, I want to start with you because you have some strong feelings about how we should be thinking about building versus buying. Now, kind of take us through some of the considerations you're looking at that are unique to the banking industry when thinking about this question.
Well, I guess my strong feelings come from just kind of MasterCard's position in the financial services ecosystem, right? We operate an ecosystem ourselves, right? So we're always partnering. And so when I was asked, this very binary question, I was like, well, it's both, right? I mean, we're going to build, we're going to buy, we're going to partner, and we're so that it's everything in between. And I've been saying ever since kind of all generative AI and even predictive AI, it's very much a team sport. You need lots of different capabilities, you need lots of different capacities. And while we've been leading on kind of predictive AI for fraud and for cybersecurity for a very long time, and obviously we're going to layer on generative AI to those capabilities. In order to really take advantage of this moment, we are partnering with lots of different firms for the capacity that we need. NVIDIA is one of them. They're sitting next to me. Scale AI is in the audience. We're considering other tools. I've seen other folks today that I've been talking with and my firm is talking with. And so, I think it is not an either-or question, so hence my passion, right? And then when you really think about it, in order for us to be successful as a firm, it's always been about our customers, our constituents, whether it be the banks, whether it be our cardholders, of course, but also our merchants, as well as governments and other agencies that we partner with. In order for us to make payments safe, simple, and secure, which is really what we always have been about as our mandate, we've always had to work with governments and partners around the world, especially as it relates to security. And security now the game is just going up and up and up on the things that we have to worry about. And so, yes, my passion for this question and my passionate response really does generate from there, in that I think the answers and the capacity for us to learn, and you've heard all day, for the amount of change that we're going to really undergo in the next 18 to 24 months, there's no way that any one firm can go it alone. And so I think you've heard today that the solutions will be to build some things where you're strong in your own data sets and in the products and solutions that you have a competitive advantage, but that there are going to be so many other things that you're going to have to leverage other firms' knowledge and go from there in partnerships that really make sense.
Jeff, Morgan Stanley is actually an OpenAI customer, and you guys have been vocal about incorporating generative AI in an AI chatbot for your financial advisors, for example. Where do you bring in kind of the partner versus decide to build something on your own? Clearly, you have a partner in some ways, but what are some other aspects of the business that perhaps still have some opportunity to go either way?
Well, I think, first of all, you're not going to build these things yourself, at least not this year.
Large language models?
Yeah, you're not building your large language model. And I would say we are huge partners we're actually the only financial services firm in the world that has a direct partnership with their research team. And that's almost 2 years now. So our decision was based, when I made it, like, why'd you go with OpenAI? Because 2 years ago, that was the only firm in the world that had an offering in this space. So there we are. Now, I think as you think going forward, obviously the events of weekend ago made people pause on the risks of single vendor concentration. So I think that's a very real issue.
Did that make you pause?
No, because there's no way that OpenAI was going to disappear, in my view, and it happened so quickly. And no, and the other reason I'll say, we went from like driving horse-drawn carriages around the streets of New York City, and then someone gave me a BMW. Now, lots of people coming along and telling me, no, you could drive a Porsche, or you could drive this. Out of the box, there is so much value that you can create. And by the way, and we don't work with Google, but I will tell you, I've seen the Llama stuff. It's fantastic. What AWS is doing, brilliant. You can work with any of the major providers. And as long as you get your legal compliance and risk stuff together, you can change the world with what's in place right now. And there's all this talk about fine-tuning and how should I build my ecosystem. In 2023, November, my focus is getting as much value out of this tool set that I have right now. And will I have multiple LLMs someday? Probably. Do I partner with some of these folks in this room? Absolutely. But in a world in which there really are no experts, let's be clear, the best thing that we have found is get the smartest people you have in the room, engage with these tools in a controlled playground, and invent. And we just did our hackathon a couple months ago. We had 450 teams that built stuff. And we're now in prod with 2 solutions, and probably by the first quarter of next year, we'll probably have 25.
Malcolm, let's get you in here because NVIDIA has been the poster child for this artificial intelligence revolution. And a lot of us are familiar with the AI chips, the processing chips that really bring a lot of this technology to life. But you also have a software business and you focus on the financial services side. Talk to us a little bit about the actual products that you're out there, putting out to people or to companies like Morgan Stanley and MasterCard that compete with OpenAI in some ways.
Well, Jackie, first and foremost, thanks for the question, and it's great to be here. So NVIDIA, I'm so happy that you actually acknowledged we're in other businesses than the chips, because most people think that's all we do. We are working really hard, first and foremost, to make sure that accelerated compute's available everywhere. We actually don't sell anything direct. So we work through the cloud providers and we work through the server vendors, and ecosystem is our first thought every morning. So thinking about who can we help that's doing anything serious in AI to do it better, more efficiently and less costly is where we're focused. So in financial services, we are trying to focus in on a few use cases. And when we think about ecosystem and lighthouse partnerships, we're really interested in those really tough problems. So transaction fraud is a really tough problem. So we're very interested in how can we help a network leverage ensembles of AI. We're not going to sell this. We're just going to help them build it and use the accelerated compute platform to do it more efficiently, to do it drawing less power, because sustainability is a real challenge today, and data centers are drawing 2 to 3% of the world's energy and are on track for that to double. with accelerated compute, we really we give you a fighting chance to get to attack your carbon footprint. So at the end of the day, we're focusing on a few use cases. We're looking for those deep engagements directly with customers, but they're going to gain access to the technology we build through our partners.
What kind of demand are you seeing from the banking industry in relation to perhaps some other sectors out there?
So the biggest push is in trading. Trading is very much a big consumer of our accelerated compute platform. Some of it is just old-fashioned high performance compute using pre-AI models, but there's a lot of experimentation there. We're working very closely with banks. What we've announced in the last month at Oracle has gone live in Oracle Cloud with our DGX Cloud. At Microsoft Ignite, we announced the AI Foundation or Foundry, which is also based on DGX Cloud, and then creating a set of software libraries and frameworks to help customers build AI. And just yesterday or the day before, we announced at AWS reInvent some pretty cool stuff, building a supercomputer together with our Grace Hopper architecture, which is an ARM chip in our most powerful GPU platform. We also announced on our earnings call the next generation GPU, and we also announced a new library, both that are accelerating inference by 2x each. So we just made inference 4x less costly anywhere you want to do it. So really the focus is staying in our swim lane. We're not the last mile application builder, and just helping by building these capabilities so that customers don't have to.
So Jeff and Joanne, you guys are proponents of this off-the-shelf, let's buy it, it's boxed up kind of approach in some aspects. But what are the trade-offs of that when other companies out there can get the same off-the-shelf product? How do you think about that trade-off perhaps in having a competitive advantage in a product that other people have?
I'll go. So I'm just telling you what I did to date, because that was the most reasonable thing that we thought we could do given where we are and the tools that were available to us. We will absolutely use solutions. I mean, go talk to these small companies like Microsoft and Salesforce. Guess what they're doing? They're building generative AI into their solutions. I mean, go play with the Copilot solution. It's pretty good. So we're going to live in a world in which these generative AI solutions are going to be built into everything that we do. And if it's a point solution that's scalable, that doesn't necessarily need to leverage a lot of your internal intellectual capital, then you should absolutely buy that thing. But I will say one other thing that is a bigger consideration that I don't think people are talking about is that I believe in 10 years, we are all going to live in a world where AI is here and we're here and everything else is down here. So think about a world where our financial advisors have, 300 applications? I fundamentally believe they're going to talk to those applications, not through a mega menu where they highlight and they click and they hover. They're just going to ask a question that's going to retrieve information. Now, if you're going to do that, now you have to start to link up your infrastructure. You have to think about common taxonomies and structures. So I think the truth is we will live in both, but we have to be very thoughtful about, any of us can build a little thing today, right? But the question is, how do we build an ecosystem where generative AI is able to know and connect to all of your applications such that then you can bring all that information together to make better choices? And I think that's a big idea that is going to require a lot of integration, both with internal solutions and external solutions. And we're working with OpenAI on this right now. And the truth is, the code has not been cracked on this problem yet.
Joanne, what's your take on that?
Yeah, so I think this is the crux. Somebody said it, I think it was on the last panel or panel before, sorry, things are blurring at this point today, about working from the middle out, right? And I think that that's really what Jeff is talking about and what we all are now really trying to get to. There's one set of solutioning that we can use the tools that are out there. And then there's our data set and building your own, a la Bloomberg, right? there's small models that we can build on our own, right? And there's also predictive AI that we have built on our own. But the linkage and how we're going to do that and the curation moment is really upon us. And I think that there are tools actually out there that will do some of the build around regulation and compliance, right? And that will help us build that commonality that I think many of us are going to be seeking. But where the secret sauce is between what is unique to you and what you're building toward for that differentiated product set, right? So I think a lot of us our use cases are on the defensive moment. A lot of the previous conversation has talked about using it for coding, for creativity, for marketing campaigns, et cetera. But I think we're going to see that middle layer as that gets built out. That's where the transformation is going to happen. And I think everybody's working toward that. But I think that's going to be the transformation in like 18 months is how do you get there so that then it is a complete stack between that user interface and actually getting all the way through the power of all of these layers. So I do think of it as a layer cake that's getting built right now, and it's going to take some consistency within a community of builders to get us there. So
Thank you for bringing in the cake analogy. I feel like we haven't had any other good ones today.
Sorry.
Malcolm, I'm curious about what conversations you're having when you're going out there to pitch to banks and other financial institutions to incorporate some of these products into their businesses. Joanne and Jeff mentioned security, but what else is there out there that kind of presents itself almost as a hurdle before they kind of bring some of these tools in-house?
So a lot of the companies that we're talking to, frankly, just don't have the infrastructure today to really do a good job of working with generative AI. So their only option really is to consume in cloud. So we're making the technology available in cloud. The other challenge they have is, in many cases, their data centers aren't outfitted for this technology. So we're working with colos to make sure that they have that as an option as well if they want to bring something, if they don't want to move something to cloud for some reason. So, but at the end of the day, we build supercomputers. We do it every day. If a customer wants to build a supercomputer on-prem, we'll do it for them. And we'll work closely with the clouds to help them create an architecture in the cloud that works for them if they don't want to use our DGX cloud. But when you think, Jackie, about DGX cloud, it's basically our reference architecture, and it's available. It's what Meta uses. Essentially it's what anybody who's doing anything serious in AI is using today to build models. It's now available in cloud for $20,000, $30,000 a month. So to any size company.
Do you have a preference when you go out and pitch to potential clients, whether they kind of bring you in for one aspect of something, or do you prefer to kind of take a bigger piece of that pie? Is it more onerous then to kind of customize it to that particular client versus just to say, here, this is what we have off the shelf? I guess the question being, which is more lucrative for NVIDIA?
So I think at the end of the day, we'd love for customers to use the reference architecture we built. We think it's the best. When you benchmark against everything else, it is the best. That said, everybody likes to build their own thing. And so we support whatever, we work very closely with the OEMs, the server vendors, and they've built reference architectures around our technology that they can provide on premise. The clouds have their own reference architecture in addition to our DGX cloud. So there's a really, however a customer wants to address this. We don't think about it in terms of what's more lucrative for us. We tend to think about, I'm not suggesting that we're altruistic, but what I am saying is that we think about what's the problem we're solving. Is it a deep and serious problem that everybody has? And should we build something specifically to solve that problem that'll benefit the rest of the industry?
Jeff, why don't you talk to us a little bit about the progress you've seen with the AI chatbot you guys have incorporated into the wealth management part of the business?
Yeah, so we launched in full production to our 30,000 internal employees in September after 9 months of a beta, and essentially the concept is traditional search is quite poor, right? If you're a financial advisor and your client says, hey, what are our views on NVIDIA and Apple and Microsoft, and what are the risks of all of them, and can you compare and contrast their next 12 months forecasted revenue, that's a 45-minute journey. And we saw, in a world in which our advisors are still at the center of the relationship, and in a world in which we can try to make them as smart as the smartest person in the organization, who doesn't want to have access to a tool that answers everything that Morgan Stanley knows. So it's a private instance of OpenAI. It has 100,000 documents that we have curated. And by the way, we have spent an enormous, the hard part was not getting the LLM model to work. The hardest part was getting 100,000 documents to be high quality. Because AI is stupid when you give it bad content, right? And there's nothing, and that nothing solves that without high quality information. And I would argue our greatest achievement is the quality of the inputs, and we can talk about that for days. But understanding that that's true, we now have deployed a solution, and it's changed the nature of conversations, because what advisors are doing now is someone says, I was in Chicago recently, and someone said, hey, my mom was just diagnosed with early stage dementia. And forevermore, we would have say, hey, I'm really sorry. But the financial advisor said, what do I say to a client whose mother has Alzheimer's? And guess what? We have rich content. Elder care, different types of support situations, self-care for caregivers, the economics, right? And she's like, my God, I'm brilliant. And that's the world I want to live in. And that's the first thing that we've deployed. Usage is up 2x versus the old tools. And by the way, accuracy is higher. It's higher than the historical channels.
Well, part of the challenge, I imagine, I think broadly when consumers are using this, let alone when a business is do you trust the information that's coming out? Did you see any pushback or any feedback from your financial advisors actually using the tool?
So 2 points. Number one, we piloted for 9 months. We had 20,000, I'm not using hyperbole, 20,000 pieces of feedback, because the day we went live with this thing, it was not producing high quality. Like, go ahead, plug it into your data set. It will give you an answer. It may not be the answer that you want. So number one, you have to curate a lot of it. And the second thing is you have to be transparent. And I think if you start looking at some of the new large language models, they're already doing this, but if you ask that question about what our view on NVIDIA is, it gives you an answer. It gives you the link to the underlying research, and it actually brings the snippet, these 700-word phrases that it pulled from the NVIDIA report. So you can't live in a world in which you don't have transparency. And I think a combination of all the training we did, the quality of the inputs, and then the transparency that we give to what we deliver gives people a high degree. And like I said, I will put my bot against anybody in this room in terms of its ability to retrieve and digest information.
Is that a tool that you foresee ever implementing at MasterCard?
So we're doing it on a smaller basis, but I think some of the points Jeff is making is really important for kind of this whole notion of the collaboration, right? So I'm going to double down on some of the things that Jeff is talking about just to kind of draw them out. And Jeff, please chime in because you just lived that journey. So we're doing it on a smaller basis on some of our client-facing tools, right? So we have Spending Pulse, we have other kind of client-facing products and solutions where we are adding in and we're testing. So they're not in production yet, but we're testing kind of information that we provide our customers. And so we have a customer feedback loop going on. And so, but you can imagine if your data is not curated, right? It's really Jeff's point of why he got 20,000 responses. If your data is not highly curated that you're putting in, and you don't know where it's coming from, and you haven't figured that out, and that really is the moment that many, many organizations, and I'm sure NVIDIA can chat about this, no matter how good your tool is, if the data isn't highly curated, of good quality, of consistency, accuracy, completeness, timeliness, all of these factors, right? On top of the curation, meaning that what's going in, you can figure out what is being done on the output, and then what's the impact on the outcome of the use case that you are creating. It's going to be a hot mess. And so we're doing it in very, very specific lanes so that we can test before we combine it into customer-facing products. So we have different customers testing different slices of those outputs right now so that we can curate back all of the kind of feedback that Jeff is talking about. We don't have advisors, right? So we deploy through other organizations. So a lot of our products and solutions are not individual facing, they're business facing. So they're going to layer on additional insights. So we have to be very, very careful in what we are actually producing and what's going to be layered on in an ecosystem type of process.
Let's see, does the audience, anyone have any questions here that we can address now? Matt?
Hey, Matt Glickman, Snowflake. I guess question to Jeff, but I want to hear you guys as well. So a question about, and I think it's great that you've actually taken the plunge and gone into production. I think you learned a lot, like you said, going there. Curious about, in addition to kind of curating data, one of the things that we've been thinking a lot about hearing is about having a semantic that explains the data for the AI to use instead of having to try to guess it itself. So I'm curious about the kind of the role in a semantic input into these models so that it can basically kind of be more performant.
It's really what I would say is that AI is like us, right? The more information you give the models, the better they do. So if you throw a random 1,000 documents or 100,000 documents from a bunch of different companies, it will do very poorly.
Right.
If you take a random from the same company, it will do slightly better. If you take, for example, our research, we produce 60,000 research reports a year. Every single one of those equity research reports has a bull, bear, and a base case. And the price target is up on the right-hand corner, and the rating is there, and I can go to town. I never get it wrong. If you give me something that's not structured and doesn't have the right tagging, it gets worse. So the answer is that it depends, but in certain cases like research, it was massively helpful that we had data structures. We also have a taxonomy. I have 3 taxonomists on my team, and they build that. And what that helps us do is you start to prompt engineer. And I don't know how close people are to this, but the way prompt engineering works is you do all that work, and then you see what comes out, and then it's wrong. And then you say, well, why did it get it wrong? And then sometimes the metadata can help you get it closer to right. Sometimes you have to add metadata, and then in what we've been doing more recently is we've been using OpenAI to help reverse engineer and classify the content, which has added even more value.
Jeff and Joanne, could you expand on who's doing this fine-tuning and tweaking? Are you, is that part of the service that OpenAI provides, or have you had to hire? And if so, what does building out that team look like going forward if you're going to have these tools be a bigger part of the process going forward?
You can go first if you'd like.
No, go ahead. I'll chime in. It's a team sport, so
Okay.
it's lots of different skill sets in this one.
So first of all your PhDs are not the right people to do this.
That's right. It's not.
And one of my PhDs is in the back there, so sorry, Shrikar. But I joke, my best prompt engineers are under the age of 25, and most of them have liberal arts degrees. Because do this. Go into GPT, right, over the weekend, pay the $20 to get the high end. I'm not here to sell you OpenAI, I don't really care. And I created, over the weekend, a bot that takes all of my emails that I wrote over the last 3 years to my team during and after COVID, and it's Ask Jeff McMillan. And I just kept writing more words when I didn't like what it did. And after 25 minutes, I was done. So if you know how to write, and if you know how to communicate, and if you know the problem you are solving for, you too can be a prompt engineer. And the value is not in the engineering skills. Honestly, they're not going to matter so much anymore for a large percentage of us. They will still matter to some extent. The ability to communicate effectively to a machine and have it do, because guess what? It does exactly what you tell it to do, which sometimes is not what you want it to do. And to go back and do that 20 times and to figure out how to make it work is a brand new skill set that none of us are actually qualified for, which means in that world, get your smart 25-year-olds with liberal arts degrees from Providence College and get them at it. And they'll figure it out, because I've done this. They will figure it out, and they are so far ahead of where I am in this problem.
How expensive are some of these prompt engineers? I'm curious, because we saw news reports a few months ago at the height of the ChatGPT craze that Netflix was hiring a prompt engineer for $900,000 a year. How much are they costing you?
Go ahead, you go first.
First of all, not that. I wasn't going to go after prompt engineering, so go ahead and answer the question, Jeff. I'm going to go after different.
I'm not going to. First of all, I'm not going to divulge my compensation structure. But the thing is, I'm not hiring prompt engineers.
Right.
Because there's none out there to buy. And by the way, the guy that's good for the guy that got 900. God bless him. But I am teaching my employee base how to be prompt engineers.
Right. That's what.
And they don't make 900.
No, he's creating them. So what he's doing is he's actually saying these are the skills to actually do prompt engineering well. But there are other skills that are needed, right? So you need people who understand data quality. So data quality is also a sport that you can't completely teach, because it requires people who understand your data sets and the use therein, and the data and where the data is coming from. You need people who are going to help you with security and data provenance, meaning they understand the sources of your data and where it's coming from. So this is kind of where technology and data meets. And so you want to talk about where your security problems are going to come in. And we talk about watermarking, but watermarking isn't really there yet. So how we share information, how we receive information, all of that's going to become increasingly important, so that when Morgan Stanley gets a file from MasterCard, they can actually validate it is truly from MasterCard and not from a third actor. So there are skills like that. Semantic modeling, well, we need knowledge graphs, right, that actually show the relationship between the types of labeling that actually matter for the curation of the data. These are all data management, actually, types of skill sets that are not taught to the data scientists, PhDs. They kind of get a class or two about them, but they don't really care about it. They want to go after the analytics. So you need to look for other types of skill sets. And yes, I think the prompt engineering question, it's for a moment in time. I also think that we're going to get better and better at understanding the tool. And this is actually a skill set that almost every employee is going to need. This is that upskilling moment that we keep talking about, that Manuela talked about, that others talked about today, about how do you actually incorporate it into everybody's job. That prompt engineering of how do I ask the right question to get the right result, I think we all have to get better and better at.
Malcolm, when you go into some of these pitch meetings, do you find that executives and even the deputies under them kind of understand what technology they're asking for, they're being presented, or is there still a learning curve that needs to be overcome at this point?
I think so. Right after a year ago, right after the release of ChatGPT, something sort of very interesting happened. The people who came to visit us in our briefing center changed from data scientists to executives. And in fact, if you look at the top of the list of the index, those companies have been out to see us many times this year, and are working with us deeply to understand how to leverage the technology, because accelerated compute's different. It's new, it's different, and you need the skill sets in order to use it efficiently, even if you're using it in cloud. So to answer your question, yeah, I think for the most part, yes, it's gotten a lot better, but there's still a gap. And the bigger gap that is getting bigger is companies that are on their front foot and companies that are kind of waiting and seeing.
Any other questions? Oh, here we go. We have two in the front.
Yeah, I have a question for Malcolm. I think you stated earlier that most everyone can get access to NVIDIA solutions via cloud service providers. What added value does NVIDIA, does a relationship directly with you at NVIDIA provide to enterprise firms, financial firms?
Yeah, it's a really good question, actually. So when Bloomberg built GPT, our solutions architects were involved. Why? Because we've built a lot of tooling, we've trained models, we've experienced a lot of the barriers and challenges that you're going to run up against even if you're just prompt engineering all the way up through fine tuning. Basically, and by the way, fine tuning and RAG is how you get the highest accuracy, and using larger models is how you get more accuracy, and using higher quality data is how you improve accuracy, and that's kind of important in our industry. So, but from a cloud perspective, they're our biggest customers, they're our best partners. There's a little tension. They do like their own home cooking, but at the end of the day, I think we bring a lot of knowledge in this space that is very helpful to customers. Plus, we really don't have an agenda in terms of where they run this.
We have 2 more questions in the front.
So one thing that's come across in a lot of the panels is the importance of curiosity and the skill set being one of continuous learning, having critical thinking skills, being able to write and ask the right prompt questions. And yet in the media today, you read everything about humanities programs being shut down across schools, kids today focusing on going to trade schools, boot camps, becoming engineers. And so I think there's a real disconnect between what I'm hearing everyone here say they're looking for to hire and where the market is headed in terms of where students think they need to go to get the degrees and the education that they need. And so I'm just curious if anyone has had those sort of broader conversations to get the word out that actually being able to write is, critical thinking and continuous learning is important, and because there's a real disconnect right now.
Joanne, you have a unique perspective on this. You're a professor.
Yeah. I think that the problem is that we want it to be either or. Go and I get this question all the time, right? What should my child major in? It's like, okay, I don't know your child. I cannot answer the question. And it's not a fair one to begin with, right? So I think the answer is this. I think that, the reality is that this is a technology that is going to be applied, right? And it's going to be applied in medicine. It's going to be applied in finance. It's going to be applied in entertainment, in all sorts of ways that I can't even predict standing here in November of 2023. And so we need all sorts of skill sets, right? I think what happens is that, so should my child have a degree in philosophy or humanities or English? I can't answer that because I can't look at a curriculum. But what I say is this: they should be able to apply, right, the new technologies to a degree in humanities, if that's what they're interested in, right? What I mostly say is make sure your child is wildly interested in whatever they're majoring in, but that they should run to the new tooling kit, right? Not be afraid, right? So if they're hiding in a theater major that's afraid of technology, that's a problem. But if they're a theater major that is going to be behind the scenes using all of the latest technology, well, then go for it, right? So that's where the roads have to meet and intersect. And I think that's what we have to tell our kids. And I think kids are doing it. I mean, at least my nieces and nephews are running toward the technology, and I think we have to encourage that. But I don't think anybody is saying that critical thinking isn't necessary, that you don't need to be able to read and write and have basic mathematical and science skills. I think all of that's going to be necessary into the future.
Go for it.
Jeff, it seems like you have a secret sauce of sorts in terms of 2x usage of the new tools versus the prior ones, hiring prompt engineers with liberal arts degrees under the age of 25, having such clean input and data. And so when you add it all together...
Be careful, Jeff. You're going to get a lot of resumes.
So, no, I mean, the wealth management pre-tax margin has improved quite significantly. But how much does this translate to revenues and expenses or pre-tax margin or any financial metric that you can give us?
Wow. My head of corporate communications is in the back row. He's staring at me right now. So the answer is I don't know. I don't know. And I will say a couple things on that. Number one, when our first problem that we tried to solve, we intentionally did not put economic KPIs against it. And the reason we did not is because the most valuable thing that I thought we could do with this initiative was learn. And even if it had failed, and didn't deliver any of the value that I've described, I would have just said it was a massive success because we'd have learned the 50 things that you don't do. I think, that being said, I think that people that are spending lots of money on technology are going to be able to save a lot of money in their design and build. It's unquestionable. I think process and process reengineering using these tools is going to be meaningful. And I think the jury's out on revenue because I think you have to rethink about your business model and how you service your clients. And I think that's a longer poll, but I think there's meaningful savings for all of our businesses using these tools. And I think it's not hyperbole. I think it's real.
Okay, just one follow-up then, and maybe an adjective in this case. You gave the analogy of going around Central Park in a horse-drawn carriage. Now you're driving a BMW. And so to some degree, don't you have to measure it to manage it, as other presenters have said today? And so how much more should you guys be putting into AI investments? A little bit, a lot, as much as possible? Because if you're getting such big learning and returns, how much more should you put in? That's a budgeting decision.
It is, and again, not here to share my internal budgeting process, but Morgan Stanley spends a lot of money on technology. And instead of saying investing in AI, I think that's the wrong question. The question is, where do we want to invest for our business to support our clients and our financial advisors in 2024? That's the first question. And the second question is, what tools that are now available to me that weren't available 2 years ago in the generative AI space that I'm going to reallocate historical investment towards those things. So for me to say I'm going to triple my tech budget is not really the way to think about it. I'm going to use the money I probably would have spent on the other problem and doing it in the old way. I'm going to do it in the new way, and I'm going to get more value. It's going to be faster, and I'm going to create more scale. And yeah, and don't get me wrong, we measure. I'm just not here to share you my metrics. Sorry.
You have another one.
Yeah, so Andreas here. I have a question on that topic on collaboration, and we talked about use cases that make sense to collaborate because with that with that partner you're faster. But you also said there are cases where it's about the differentiation, where you say you want to have those cases yourself, you want to develop those. Still, at that point, you need to decide if you go with a partner where you potentially are faster because NVIDIA and Microsoft, and so we heard those partners bring experience that you don't have and you're faster. Or you do it yourself because you say that is actually what I want to keep. So you have that question of either sacrificing speed for keeping data and expertise proprietary, or you really build that yourself. How you decide on that question? Do you go for speed or do you want to develop those yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's depends on the use case, right? It depends on where is it connected to the business outcome, right? And I think you have to then weigh those outcomes against what the business goal is. I think Jeff said it a minute ago. You know, I've been asked by clients and customers, you know, how do I create my AI strategy? And I'm like, well, what's your business strategy, right? And where does AI play a role? I think the question on build versus buy versus partner, right, is all related to, well, how fast do you need to go? Is it a problem of disintermediation? Is it a problem of just organizational efficiency? Or is it truly that you have something new and exciting that is proprietary, and can you take a little bit longer to get it right, right? And then what are the negative potential impacts? I mean, some speakers have mentioned this today. The negative impacts if you rush to market and you get it wrong, right? These are all the considerations. I think that every firm, we're all on a learning journey right now to try to make those decisions. And I think those are the weights. And then by waiting, are you somehow, you know, not getting to market? Are you not getting the learnings, both positive and negative, that your firm needs, including the training moment? And the trainings go all the way from the board all the way down to your employees.
Can I just add one thing? My best advice is just do something.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't stress. Because, by the way, everything that we're talking about is going to change in 6 months. right? Everything we're going to be like, oh, that's what you do, and no, 6 months going to all change. So the best thing you can do is get smart people in the room, and whether it's on this platform or that platform, honestly, they're all BMWs. Just do.
Right, you wait too long, the whole world's going to change anyway.
I would say that I agree with everything you've said, but if you go back 3 months and you go back 6 months, different techniques were the rage. This is going to be the way to do things. Those techniques that were the rage 6 months ago are still being used. So you need the ability, you need to build the capabilities in this business to be able to use prompt engineering, to be able to use parameter efficient fine-tuning, to be able to use fine-tuning, be able to use RAG, because at some point you may have unless you're convinced you're never going to need it, then you don't. But that's what we're building. That's what we've built. We've built a data curation capability, and we're continuously adding filters to it to simplify this effort. And we've built guardrails to protect you from hallucinations, et cetera. So the point is, what problem are you solving? What sets of problems are you going to be solving down the road? And how do you create the right standard set of tools so that you're not constantly plugging things into your stack?
And what I will say is this: document those decisions that you're making today based on what's known today, because what will change tomorrow, we don't know. And when you make the switch tomorrow to the next technology or next toolkit that's available, what will be needed is, with all the regulation that's pending, they will want to know when they come examine you, and they will, why you made that decision back then when something new is available when they're examining you. So document your decisions today.
Joanne, I'm curious. Jeff said that he wasn't too concerned about the OpenAI drama, and he's a customer of OpenAI. But curious if that would have concerned you. You look at vendors broadly. Did that, I don't know, give you some pause?
I actually looked at it more just as a lawyer from the board governance angle. We found it really interesting how that board was originally created, and from kind of that fiduciary responsibility that those directors were originally given, their mandate to define general AI intelligence, artificial intelligence. I think it was a board that was misaligned with the company that they were actually governing, and I think that actually creates a real tension. I don't know, I obviously wasn't in the room when it was happening, as the song from Hamilton goes, but I do think that tension is really fascinating when you look at the governance responsibility for companies. Make sure your board is involved, make sure that your executives are aware of what's being done, and that your directors, somebody earlier said that the directors need to up their game. If they aren't the right ones, then make sure they have the right advisory council or folks to make sure they understand what a firm is doing, because clearly that disconnect was significant. And so it doesn't give me pause in the underlying technology, but certainly gives me a pause from kind of that governance lens and risk management lens that you want your board members to be kind of engaged on both the commercial opportunity as well as the risk piece.
I think that's all we have time for today. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yay, Mandeep.
Okay, so we're going to make a slight pivot. I mean, the whole morning and afternoon you've heard a lot about generative AI and LLMs. We're going to pivot to quantum computing, and I've got three wonderful panelists to talk about it. So please welcome Jack, and Christine, and Stratton.
Thank you.
Great. So I thought, since this topic is somewhat different, and it would be good to have Jack start off with a few slides in terms of setting the context around quantum computing, and then we'll get into questions.
Just need our clicker. Thanks. Great. Well, thanks, Mandeep, for having us, and thanks to the Evident AI. Maybe I'll stand over here so I don't block anybody. And I think what's exciting is AI is right now in people's minds. We're all talking about LLMs, but there is a world beyond LLMs. Yes, it does exist. And we are here. The three of us, plus Mandeep, are here to tell you about this world. Thank you very much. So, great. Just make sure this is moving. Oh, let me go back one. Let's see if this starts.
I'm a mathematician, so I can't tell a funny joke.
That's okay. Anyway. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Great. So, just to recap, you heard about LLMs today, neural networks inspired by the brain. We have 80 to 100 billion neurons in our brain. Any guesses how many synapses we have in the average brain? How many connections we have in the average brain? I'll start the bidding at 1 trillion. Any guesses? How many connections in the average human brain? 100 trillion? Any other guesses? We have one bold guesser.
50 trillion.
50 trillion. So it's anywhere between 100 trillion and 1,000 trillion, right? We actually don't know the exact number. We don't have a computer on Earth that can even simulate that one brain, let alone many brains. And of course, based on this, deep learning has been around for a long time now. Jeff Hinton, Yoshua Bengio, Jan LeCun, many others really pioneered this field. Inspiration. 2017, the paper Attention is All You Need really focused us on how we can parallelize some of these operations using GPUs. And of course, now we're here with LLMs today. But let's go now to the next step. These GPUs, initially the G in GPU, of course, for graphics. And you see the wonderful graphics of video games. When you see a teenager, thank the teenager for playing video games, because that's why we have these GPUs today. And they are good for deep learning. But now, part of what we're here to tell you today, the four of us on stage, is there's now use cases for GPUs beyond LLMs, specifically to do physics calculations. In combination with QPUs, we're going to hear about quantum computers, GPUs can now start to run quantum equations at scale. This means molecules, it means drug discovery, it means chemicals, but also for those of us in this room focus on the finance sector, it means high-dimensional risk management. It means portfolio optimization. These are higher dimensional tools than Monte Carlo and traditional tools that we had. This is a different complementary use of GPUs than just LLMs. We're going to be talking about that today. Let me talk a little bit about just pharma in terms of we know the stats, the horrible stats in the pharma industry. We know it takes 14 years on average to get one molecule to become a drug. We know it takes about $2.5 to $3 billion. We know the failure rate in clinical trials. Any guesses on the failure rate? I'll start the bidding at a 50% failure rate. Any other guesses? 80%. 90. So it's about 80 to 90% failure rate. 1 out of 10 make it through. And that 1 out of 10, of course, has to pay for all the losses, which is why we have a lot of high prices for drugs as well. How can we change that? Now, LLMs, maybe some role there in terms of looking at some literature, but you can't ask an LLM for a molecular formula, you'll get a hallucination. If it was in the literature, we actually would have made that drug already. What you can do is use the tool sets that we're going to be talking about here today, the algorithms, the hardware, the software, the integration, to actually do drug discovery in a completely different way. To actually use first principles physics, do the molecular work, and then apply AI to that new synthetic data. Data is where it's at, and it's not just data that you find on the web. In the case of those of us on this stage here, we create new data sets. We use physics to do that. And now let me hit one other use case before we start the panel, which is battery chemistry. We're all excited about electric vehicles. We're all excited about clean energy. We have to store that clean energy somewhere, and that means batteries. Lithium-ion batteries have been around for 40 years. They're getting about 4% better per year, every single year. Not exactly Moore's Law. And also, lithium has major supply chain issues. Right now, 75% of all the lithium in the world is processed in one country for batteries. Any guesses which country that is?
China.
Yes, good. Very, very good audience here. And so what you have is the supply chain choke point. How do we get beyond that? What you see on this animation is that of the 118 elements, there's about 19 that you can make a battery from. The anode, the cathode, the electrolyte, the membrane. That's 10 to the 117 possible combinations. There's no physical way to build all those prototypes, but now using the tool sets that we're going to talk about here, we can make those breakthroughs. And then finally, in financial services, as we'll hear discuss, there are many applications in portfolio optimization and in risk management and risk analysis that we can now explore using this hybridized tool set of quantum processors and GPUs using these new kinds of algos. So AI and LLMs, great, but simulation and all these other types of tools also very important. In financial services particularly, a lot of very interesting computational capabilities that are now just being explored by the banks around the world. There are prototypes, there are tests happening right now at some of the banks represented in this room and banks also around the world. This is something we'll get into a discussion on. And of course, we'll also discuss the threats. AI and quantum, people have been talking about now the AI threat exterminating humanity. Not sure that's going to happen, but I can tell you that because they can penetrate into the firewalls much easier doing that, and the vulnerabilities get exposed. We have to now move to a zero trust architecture. There was just a big breach yesterday by one of the big password manager companies out there because they assumed their firewall would actually protect them, but in fact it didn't. And a file with 100+ million customer records got exposed. Now every file has to be protected. We'll talk about what cybersecurity means in the age of AI and quantum. And finally, here are some questions just to think about. As you think about your portfolio of public listed companies, you think about asking management questions. Are they using AI? Are they using quantum? We have to go deeper in terms of the use cases. Sure, we can use LLMs to reduce customer service call costs. We can use LLMs to drive marketing and in a better, more efficient way. Those are more superficial cases. What we're going to talk about on stage is deeper use cases that drive the core innovation of the company itself. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks. And that was quite a bit, in terms of the slides and the content you showed. So clearly a little overwhelming. But I want to push back a little bit, on what you said around.
One provocative.
Yeah.
Said be provocative. So we're trying to get this conversation going.
And I would appreciate if there are provocative audience questions as well. So get ready for that. But maybe to start off the discussion, help us understand. How do companies actually make that leap into quantum? I mean, we have seen how generative AI came to the scene. First there was training, now we're talking about inferencing more and more. Help us kind of understand the stack and the prerequisites for quantum computing.
Yeah, let me start off and then let me turn to my co-panelists as well. The first message is that quantum is not just about computing, right? So there's quantum sensing, there's quantum communications, there's many, many aspects of quantum. To give one example of quantum sensing first, if you think about Airbus, if you think about Boeing, if you think about Delta, BA, any of the big airlines, or in fact the US Air Force or the Royal Air Force, all these different companies depend on one particular technology, navigation. And today, all of us in our phones, we navigate with GPS. But what if you didn't have GPS? What if GPS was jammed? What if, as of right now, happening right now over certain parts of the world, GPS is being spoofed? That's even more dangerous than being jammed because now your plane, traveling at 500 miles an hour, is getting the wrong GPS signal. A GPS signal that it thinks is correct, but now you're actually veering off into the wrong space. 4 planes veered off into Iranian airspace just 6 weeks ago because they got spoofed GPS signal. It's public, it's online, you can check it out. Pilots now in that general area have to watch out for being spoofed. Quantum sensors give us the ability for the first time to navigate without GPS, to navigate the way birds and whales do, with the magnetic field of the Earth. And what enabled that? What enabled that was the quantum sensor to detect the magnetic field, a GPU, the ones we just discussed here, and most importantly, an AI model that can distinguish between that magnetic field and an iPhone or some other magnetic field around the plane. So quantum sensing is something here today. It's right now here today. When it comes to computing, what's nice about computing is we can look at a hybridized future. One way you use GPUs right now, as we're describing here, and then as the quantum computing folks like PsiQuantum so expertly start scaling up the number of qubits, the error correction, you could start to hybridize the GPUs and the quantum processors, the QPUs. The algos can be designed today to run on both platforms, so we can have a hybridized kind of future. So I don't know if my co-panelists want to add to that, please.
One of the things that we did together was around portfolio optimization. So this is a banking crowd, and one of the things that we did was we were able to take this hybridized environment, and we were able to simulate quantum optimization for a whole portfolio. And we were able to include more variables than what we could in a classical environment. We were able to use sustainability along with your typical risk factors and really create this optimized portfolio for investors to look at and propose for their clientele.
But you can't do that with traditional CPU architecture or the way things are done. So what's special about doing it with quantum?
Yeah, so one of the things that is exciting is that we're not quite there yet when it comes to quantum computing. So to solve a net new algorithm or a net new problem, that's the promise of quantum computing. And because we're not there, it doesn't mean that it's irrelevant. So we need to practice. We need to get that muscle memory going. And so what we're doing is creating that muscle memory. And we're able to now achieve what we call quantum utility, where we're able to get a real result out of quantum hardware. And that's exciting because that's something we weren't able to do just 6 months ago.
So Stratton, I almost thought like we were in a big data center super cycle because of what's going on with the world of generative AI. Where do you fit in, given you're a hardware-focused company on quantum?
Yeah. So PsiQuantum is very different and contrarian than any of the other quantum hardware vendors that you've probably heard of. From day one, we decided we needed to build a fault-tolerant, error-corrected, utility-scale quantum computer. It's going to be big. It's going to fill the same size and space as a new AWS kind of data center. And we think the algorithms being written today for the disk machines are absolutely useless, and you will not be able to step up and take those into the fault-tolerant realm. So when we think about the algorithm development and teaching your teams what to do, it's a different world to develop a fault-tolerant quantum algorithm that uses all of the entanglement and the superposition capabilities, and then will give you, useful results. We think that has to be 1 million qubits or more, fully error-corrected, and written with software tools that understand the architecture's fault tolerance capabilities and error correction codes. So it's a contrarian view. We've been doing that since day one. And we will never build a demo machine or a small machine. You'll see our first machines appear very soon. And in a way that the way that we break through all of the technology pieces, we use traditional semiconductor manufacturing. We're at a global foundries in New York, makes all of our chips. We use traditional fiber connectivity and photonics chipsets. We are now building cabinets for our blade servers. So when you design a new computer system, you design it by saying, what does it need to be? What is the endpoint? And then you get all the things that you have to innovate with done. You innovate where you must, and you borrow where you can. And we've borrowed everything from semiconductor technology to photonic technology on the rest. So that's why we think the world needs to start thinking about fault tolerance. So stochastic modeling is obviously one of the big things that you all deal with in financial service. It's the modeling on Monte Carlo and the rest. You're going to need millions of gates and millions of qubits to do anything interesting, right, that will give you derivative pricing that is actually worthwhile and truthful advantage for the business. So I worry, right, that we're not training, right, inside and outside enough people on how to start thinking about this differently, right, about these big architectures. You're going to have error correction and tool sets. Now, we'll give you a Python interface. That's not going to get you very far. You're going to have to learn about circuit diagrams and gate depths and fusion and all kinds of things. So one of the things we do webinars with Jack and his team, and we want to start pushing education more, and even going into the universities and starting to push curriculum on this. They're not graduating enough what I think are quantum savvy developers.
Can you talk about education now?
Yeah, I mean, look, one of the hard parts about kind of driving commercial adoption for any new technology is how do you educate people? And in this case, I think the reason why Gen AI really took off is because OpenAI came up with a chat interface, made it easy for user to play around with it. So is there an equivalent that is coming around quantum as well?
Chat qubit, yes.
Yeah.
It's exciting. I think the education piece is a big one, and one of the things that the three of us talk about and our industry talks about is the quantum divide. We all know about the digital divide 20 years ago. Bloomberg, Gartner, and others talked about how there were the haves and have-nots in terms of access to smartphones and applications and so on and so forth. Finally, that's now closing. We're seeing 300 million people who never run the internet join the internet every quarter. Every 3 months, 300 million net new people join the internet. Within about 4 years from now, we'll have basically closed the entire digital divide. However, now the quantum divide is opening. So there's about 20 countries, US, UK, Germany, France, Australia, a handful of countries that have strong quantum programs. China, very, very strong. We'll talk about that. But 180 countries don't.
Yeah.
And so how do we start to nip that divide in the bud rather than letting it grow and grow? And part of that is education.
Yeah, and even with advanced computing, with generative AI, only 30% of the world has access to advanced computing.
Yeah.
It's not enough.
So to me, LLMs actually are part of the solution here. One of the beauty things about LLMs is as an AI tutor, as an AI educator. And so a number of us, you'll see coming out over the next 3 months jointly with a number of LLMs basically that are training people in the quantum programming. As Stratton just correctly pointed out, programming for a quantum computer is a very different kind of thing. It's not just the kind of code that you're used to. The gates are different, the operations are different. It's a very different way of computing. It's very, very powerful and efficient. 10 lines of code for a quantum computer can do a lot compared to a traditional computer. But Mandeep, we really need to think about this education piece, democratizing it. The fear that a lot of us have, that if we don't do this, that it's really going to be as big a divide as the digital divide. The good news is that at the WEF, at the World Economic Forum, at other venues, we're all starting to really talk about it, try to bring this, close it in.
So let me push back a little bit even on that point. I guess one of the things, at least from our perspective, why Gen AI adoption has taken off so quickly is because things are being done on the cloud. And everything is abstracted. You can start an instance easily on one of the hyperscale clouds. How do you kind of help an industry that's predominantly on-premise? I mean, let's talk about banking here. Most of their workloads are still on-premise. The critical systems are being run on mainframe. How do you have them transition over to something as new and as risky as quantum?
Well, Gen AI is helping this narrative. We heard today a lot about the AI first principle. And so I think we are starting to move more as an industry towards the cloud. We're going to see a lot more of that adoption. And then in the era of quantum, we're going to see this hybrid infrastructure where you're going to access quantum computers through the cloud, just as you are still going to be accessing your...
I mean, right now the hyperscalers say they are capacity constrained on the GPU side. Nobody has said they're constrained in terms of the quantum capacity. So obviously...
so you say it's scary, quantum scary, and
yeah.
I'd be scared not to do this.
Right.
We expect there to be, we will be first, and we expect there will be a scarcity of time and capacity on the systems. Right? And there's just so many use cases with, and these are, if you have a tractable problem that you can already run today, it's not a quantum problem. We only like intractable problems, the ones you can't run. Those are the ones that need to get figured out, and whether it's derivative pricing or optimization in your industry, or it's drug discovery, we all say this in the drug discovery, battery chemistry, all the same things. These are the hard problems that quantum can solve. We don't want the easy ones. We don't want polynomial. Right? We don't want quadratic, or we want exponential improvement over what you can do. We've done one for elliptic curve cryptography and code breaking, 700 times faster in our latest instantiation, which means you can go from 3 trillion years to break it to 9 minutes.
Yeah. Just one point on data. For financial service folks in the room, data is everything. Banks run on data, hedge funds run on data, buy side, sell side, we all run on data. And again, in the deep learning context, in the context of LLMs, we're used to having a lot of data in front of us and then training a model, a brain-inspired model, to go and find patterns in there and then make predictions or output. But in many cases, particularly in financial services, we have to actually create new data sets. And that's again, that's again where the cloud-based infrastructure is really helpful. Having GPUs and then quantum processors on the cloud let us create new kinds of data sets using superposition and entanglement that we can never create before. So when people think about the models of the future, the AI models of the future, the question I have for you is, where is your data coming from? Your model's only good as the data you put in. And we have to start getting used to thinking not just getting data from various parts of my bank, but actually creating new data sets. Well, you just brought up cybersecurity, so I think we should maybe talk about that.
Let me say one thing. Guess where the data is not going to be stored? On the quantum computer.
Yeah.
There is no storage, right? So you have to have this hybrid model in and a hybrid model out.
Yeah.
Right? And we will do all the analytics and give the answers and then pass off to the...
I mean, again, not to be a skeptic here, but when I look around myself, There are lots of smartphones, PCs, traditional CPU servers. The installed base is overwhelmingly, skewed towards the traditional compute architecture, and now with GPUs. Like, how do you see people actually bringing quantum into their day-to-day life? Or this is more of a nuanced use case for risk management or for, fraud detection, those
I wouldn't
type
call
of
it a
things?
nuance here. This is a big B2B use case. I'm not sure most consumers will be directly doing chat qubit with a quantum computer, but there's going to be a lot of big B2B use cases. In fact, what we expect is that most of the large business of the world will be using quantum, again, though, hand in hand with traditional architecture. So quantum doesn't replace old computers, classical computers. It is a side-by-side interaction.
Well, this is your new generation of HPC, right?
Yeah.
It's not, so how is it going to impact the consumer? Because those drugs may get to market, in 3 years instead of 7, and because there's so much less failure and so much more confidence in what's coming out of the analysis, then drug prices should go down. That's what a consumer will see.
But the big breakthrough that came with neural nets and LLMs was how I guess certain number of researchers arrived at a large language model and really figured out what the parameter rate should be. Do you think we are waiting for that kind of a breakthrough, even with quantum computing, where somebody needs to figure out, okay, this is a model that works with the right kind of weights and parameters, whether it's trillions of parameters or, and just to draw an analogy here, are we waiting for that moment, or you think that moment is already here?
We're certainly waiting for the hardware, the quantum hardware to be at a point where we can run these net new algorithms against it. That is the tipping point that we're waiting for.
So did your life get better because AlphaGo beat the Go champion? These are these aha moments that you have with some of these technologies where that Sycamore, Google's quantum computer, can compute a mainframe. So what? There's nothing that got added to society because of that. So I think quantum is going to be very much different. It's going to be transformative. It's making possible what is today impossible. And the breakthroughs are going to come when the hardware is there and the algorithms are developed, and you push a button and that project runs in whatever amount of time it takes, and you will get a breakthrough answer on the problem set you've come to. I am more confident in that than I've been in anything in my 40 years in tech.
So Jack, something that you and I often talk about when we're on stage together, I think maybe I should talk about the 2 promises of quantum, because we kind of skipped over that, but just for the audience. There's 2 promises. The first one is that quantum is going to give you something net new. So today, 2 + 2 is 4 in a classical environment. But in a quantum computer, 2 + 2 has the probability of being pink. It's going to give you something unexpected. It's just you weren't prepared for that, right? And then the second promise of quantum is that it's going to speed things up. And speed isn't always faster. Speed in quantum is going to be net new revelation. It's going to give you a solution to something. So part of the research that Jack and I did with a client was drug discovery. And exactly what we've been talking about was what kind of net new molecule can we create that helps shorten that lag time and shorten the false positive rate. And then we were able to take that same use case and apply it to banking for fraud detection, so that now we can find that anomaly in the haystack faster, better, smarter. So there's combination of those 2 promises that gets us super excited about quantum, and why all of you should be really, really excited about that. But we're not there yet.
Yeah.
We need the hardware to arrive.
And look,
always my fault. There's no hardware. Okay, I get it.
Mandeep, I want to come back to the original question of how do people prepare for quantum? Because quantum giveth, but quantum also taketh, right? In the sense that there's a lot of positive things, transformative things that are going to happen because of quantum. We have no doubt about that. But one thing for sure that's going to happen, current cryptography, current public key security goes away. So everyone's phone here, when you have WhatsApp and it says end-to-end encrypted, that is breaking. That is going to break once you have scaled, fault-tolerant quantum computers. The elliptic curve that Shran just mentioned, broken under scaled quantum computers. The entire financial services industry, the whole banking system, is built on public key cryptography, on RSA, elliptic curve, and these similar type of algorithms. All that has to change. So the answer is, how do you prepare for that? It takes banks, on average, 10 years to get to a new standard. So We can argue maybe offline which year exactly we're going to break all these big cryptography protocols, but I can tell you it's within the time frame that it takes banks to actually move over. And because of that, what the major banks are doing now is they're starting their cryptographic inventory. They're actually deploying software and saying, what cryptography are we using where in our bank? Doing the triage, doing the analysis, and saying, how can we now take the most sensitive of this data and move it to the new quantum-resistant algorithms, the algorithms that will actually withstand the attack of the quantum computers. and that's very important because, the entire infrastructure, the SWIFT system, the ACH system, everything we know in banking, every trade you do on the markets desk is dependent on public key cryptography. All that has to now be changed.
Well, you may not know this, but I was the founding CEO at VeriSign.
That's right.
We put all the PKI in, and he's exactly right.
Now we got to redo.
We've been waiting for the day. Now, by the way, every 10 years we say, oh, it's coming soon, and it hasn't come. And it's because there isn't enough power to do it. And the trick that we all have used is we'll just increase the key size. We just keep increasing key sizes.
In fact, that's a perfect segue into the ecosystem and standards kind of question, which comes up with any new technology. How do you go about building an ecosystem for something like this? And do you have a vertical focused strategy, or you kind of get together the way you guys have done it? I mean, what's the approach?
It definitely takes partnerships. I mean, all three of us are partnered on this stage, and we were not selected because the three of us have partnerships. But we have partnerships with everyone. PsiQuantum has many partnerships. EY has tons of partnerships. We have to build this ecosystem and build the mesh of this ecosystem. Key stakeholders include academics.
Yes.
At Sandbox, we're working with 43 universities. Mariana is here, a PhD, who's heading up our university relations. So we're working with universities here. Big news for New York City. NYU just announced that you can now have a minor in quantum technology at NYU, just announced just a few days ago. So the university sector is very important. The government sector, also really important. Talking about standardization, NIST, the National Institute for Standard Technology that we all work with, played a fundamental role. It's not every day you can say, hey, government, you did a good job. But in case of NIST, they actually did. 7 years ago, NIST said, let's have a protocols contest for what protocol would replace the current RSA, the current public key protocols that you did so much to actually put in place 10 years ago. And in fact, many submissions came in, a really good process that was very transparent ensued, and now, as of July 5th last year, we now have that set of new protocols that are moving through final standardization. We expect that to be Q3 of next year, around 1 year from today, to have the finalized standards and protocols that we will all move to for quantum safety and encryption.
Congress should be passing the Quantum Initiative Act any moment, second,
any
day now.
Well, and DARPA has been running a utility-scale quantum computing validation for the last year. PsiQuantum, Microsoft Atom Computing were involved. We've been told we've actually graduated to the second phase, which will begin in January. So the government, specifically related to the DoD, because of both the China situation and this COVID, very, very on top of this now, and there's a lot more effort than there was even a year ago from DOE, Department of Commerce, Congress, and the DoD in all of this. So public-private partnership in quantum is going to be key to the U.S. and or our allies staying ahead of if you forgive it, the curve here relative to China. We don't know what China's working on. We don't know how many people they have working on it. But the estimate is about $15 billion worth of spend.
Billion.
The billion, and the next closest that we know of is probably $5 billion US, and then it goes to $1.5 billion in the UK. It pales in comparison.
Yeah. Part of this ecosystem also, Mani, is the quantum networking. JP Morgan announced publicly, so we can talk about it, a quantum networking experiment they did with Toshiba. Others will be announced in the next 3-4 months. Why is quantum networking important? It's important because there's multiple ways to connect quantum computers and quantum sensors together. Today, of course, we're going to do that with the classical internet, right? The current TCP/IP internet that we're all familiar with today. You'll access a PsiQuantum computer. You'll give it a job to do. It'll give you a response, classical information. You'll then move on and then use that response to get your work done. However, there's another way that, particularly for science and ultimately for banking as well, will be very interesting, is to take two quantum computers in two different places and connect them coherently. Coherently is fun quantum jargon for actually keeping these very, very sensitive quantum states of superposition and entanglement. And this DQC, this is a fun acronym you can impress your friends with at cocktail parties. DQC, distributed quantum computing, is going to be part of our future. Will it take 5, 10, 15 years? Yes. But this is going to be a future where you can take quantum sensors, the one I mentioned before, for your heart, for navigation, for others, and then connect them over a new parallel internet to quantum computers for direct processing. So it'll be over the current internet that you access, PsiQuantum and other quantum computers, but eventually there'll be an ecosystem of players just like DARPANET, ARPANET, Internet, rose up over the last 60 years. We'll see the rise of new internet.
This reminds me of the metaverse, back in 2021, it was like, that was the rage. Everyone was so excited about the metaverse, and we know that didn't pan out the way everyone expected. So what is it that could go wrong in your assumptions? Obviously there is a lot to talk about from a technology perspective, but I think maybe, Christine, that's something you can highlight in your conversations. What are the factors that I guess clients look at?
I think thinking of this in silos is where we could go wrong. And so if we're waiting on the quantum hardware to reach a point where we can break cryptography, I think we're failing. Because there's going to be a combination of AI with the lesser state of quantum computing that can break cryptography. So we don't need to be thinking of this as a problem of only when a quantum computer is strong enough to break it in and of itself.
This week I heard, Jensen, I think he said all the software that will be developed from now on will be driven, the development will be driven by AI, both on the software side as well as on the chip side. So it becomes a feedback loop. You're making better chips because you've got AI, and that's helping kind of feed on itself.
Absolutely.
Do you think there is potential for that kind of a flywheel to happen on the quantum side?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think that's why we are trying to partner with semiconductor industry now so that we're
Absolutely. We have to do co-design, right? So we announced a partnership with NVIDIA. NVIDIA's made a lot of other announcements as well on their own in terms of their internal development. But why are we partnering with NVIDIA? Because we have to make sure co-design happens. When you look at CUDA, CUDA is that language that sits above the GPU chip, and between that and the application layer, it's important that that CUDA language speak our language. And that's why this co-design means when you develop hardware and software. The same thing with PsiQuantum.
But it took so many years to develop CUDA. CUDA didn't come overnight. It took years of development on the software side.
And the same thing here. Again, all of those in responsible leadership positions in this industry always caution. This is not an overnight kind of ballgame, right? All of us on this stage and in many venues caution people. This is something to prepare for now because, again, it takes a long time to prepare for this. But over the next years, not months, but years, this is going to start to impact.
When we started the company in 2016, 17, we knew it would take a decade to build the machine, right? And we had very courageous and brave, venture capital investors, and since then, BlackRock and other folks who put in. But it's not a short game, and it's not a cheap game, right? We've also raised over $700 million, and we'll have to do that again here over the course of the next few years to finish what I keep talking about and getting that machine to market and available to others.
So undoubtedly is a long game, but what's really exciting is a year ago when Jack and I started working together, we didn't expect to see quantum utility that year.
Yeah.
But fast forward 6 months, we worked on algorithms that were getting quantum utility. Quantum utility being, I could run an algorithm and it gives you a business productive result. It's not better, it's not advantage, so it's not better than what you could get out of a classical environment, but it's utility. And that's something we wouldn't have expected a year ago. So we are seeing these leaps sooner than what we would have expected.
If I could just jump on what Kristen also Stratton just said, deep tech or frontier tech is an asset class, an investable asset class. That's something we hadn't seen before, right? You talked about 2016 when Jeremy and Peter and yourself started PsiQuantum. That was kind of a new idea that as a venture investor, you'd invest in something that would take that long. Biotech kind of had that a little bit, but in IT, we weren't really used to that. We're used to an MVP within 3 months, get out your MVP, get customer feedback, start scaling immediately. We want to see 600 million users within 60 days. What Well, when you come to deep tech, then you have to really think a little differently. Now, here's what T. Rowe Price. T. Rowe Price now has a portfolio. They're a $2.1 trillion asset manager that's now invested more than $55 billion into deep tech companies. Not shallow tech, not light tech, but deep tech companies. Long horizon.
Space, rockets, nuclear fusion, and quantum computing.
Yeah. And so why is T. Rowe Price doing that? Because they know that, oh yes, it does take a little longer to do deep tech, but then you have a deep moat around the castle.
But
you have deep IP.
On the tech side, if I think in terms of stack, right? So there's hardware, there is data, there is distribution and algorithms. Where exactly in the stack are companies looking to invest? I mean, T. Rowe investing or someone else looking to invest. What is it that they're focused on right now in terms of the potential?
Yeah, the good news is they're really looking at the whole ecosystem. So a lot of good investment is going into quantum and other hardware providers. That's critical. And then also a lot of investment is going into the algo providers, software providers. And then investment on the part of the large integrators. And it's not venture capital investment. EY doesn't need venture capital investment, already a scale company. But EY has to make the investment decision internally, right? To say, hey, let's hire someone like Kristen, somebody who's knowledgeable in quantum. Let's dedicate a team to this. And we're seeing that happen. So it's really, what's good news, the only area that I think is underinvested, to answer your question, is the quantum networking side. Yes, it takes a long time, but I don't see enough. There's a few startups. There's QNect in Brooklyn. It's a spin out of Stony Brook. We made a very small investment in that one. There's Evolution Q out of University of Waterloo in Canada. There's QFox in Delft in the Netherlands. So there's a handful, but they're not attracting the amount of capital, I think, that is deserving of that particular part of the ecosystem.
Okay. Let me see if there are any audience questions, please.
Any brave audience members?
Yes.
Hi, I have a question. I'm Kevin Allison with Minerva.
Hi.
I wanted to talk about the getting to a commercially viable stack, because it feels like if we're talking about the finance sector or pharmaceutical sector, whichever sector, for it to go beyond just being an interesting kind of exercise in sort of horizon scanning or probing potential future use cases, you really do need a commercially viable hardware component, or to really go at enterprise scale. How far away do you think we are from that? I was talking to a quantum scientist in Canada about this who said that he thinks we need a 10,000 qubit computer to solve the sort of interference problem, to get stable systems to really have a breakthrough here. And today's biggest systems, I forget if it's 433, there was an IBM computer earlier this year, or I think I saw a headline of 1,000. So let's say best case is sort of tenfold increase. Do you buy that? And what do you see as the biggest barriers getting to commercial viability?
Well, we are very biased so my answer will be very biased. We've been working on this for 7 years. I told you we thought it would take a decade. We're still on that milestone path. So that's a lot sooner than people thought. And the architecture that we're putting together is based on photons and photonics, and we get to use all the interconnects of fiber and all the packaging of silicon that we've done. So, excuse me. So I think it's closer in the mirror than you think. But that is a single vendor's pitch, because we've done it a different way. But you'll have machines that are fully error corrected, running useful applications within that decade's time period.
Yeah. So let me just add to Stratton's answer. One, I think you're going to be very surprised by the progress PsiQuantum makes in the next 3 to 4 years. Just to double down on what you said, we have 65 years of knowledge of scaling in the semiconductor industry. We know, it's the only industry, in fact, who knows how to make trillions of something. Not just millions or billions, but trillions of transistors. And that technology is now being leveraged for, in the case of PsiQuantum, the quantum computer. That's the first point. The second point, to answer your question, is what we've learned on the GPU side is that it's not replacing quantum computers. We're not doing simulation of quantum computers. But these new NVIDIA and other chips from other GPU makers, by the way, every big tech company now is in the GPU game. Alphabet's making them, Amazon's making them, Microsoft's making them, everyone is in. Hopefully people here today can leave here and start a GPU company, because it's very lucrative. But GPUs in large scale, 4,096 of them together, combined together, we can actually, using a technique called tensor networks, which comes from condensed matter physics, we can do really interesting risk management work, really interesting portfolio optimization work. It's not instead of the eventual quantum computer, but it's tractable today, it's doable today. So look for a multi-tool set. Don't be just focused on only one tool or one platform. Look for multiple tools in the toolbox.
We have time for one more audience question. Yes.
So in the public domain, we hear of thousands. You said millions. Are you disclosing where you are today in the form of like stable, coherent qubits?
We have no, because we don't. That's not our development pathway. Our development pathway is do the material science, which we are done with. We've done that. It's integrated, and we're getting tens of thousands of wafers and millions of chips from our global foundries, Skywater, and our other sources. So that part's done. The next part was to do PIC integration, which is photonic chips bonded to integrated circuits, right, to a long time. That in our packaging is done. The next part is to get into sub-assemblies, right? We have our first sub-assemblies have just come over the course of this quarter, and by the end or the middle of next year, you'll see all of that work done as well. Then all it is cabinets, power, and cooling. And our cooling, right, is cold, right? It has to be 4 to 5 Kelvin. That's the same as a particle reactor today. In fact, we announced a few months ago, we're putting our alpha systems into SLAC, the Stanford Linear Accelerator, because their cryo cooling is exactly what we need. If you're doing superconducting qubits like IBM and Google, you need 10 millikelvin cooling. That's 1,000 times colder than what we need.
Colder than space.
And there's no building on the face of the planet that has a 10 millikelvin big data room. Right? So our challenges are tractable, and we're into what my co-founder Pete says is concrete, steel, and fiber. Again, because we chose a direct, fast path to a big machine as opposed to intermediate steps, right? Which, in my opinion, are distracting and cost even more money.
Can squeeze a quick one in if there is a short question.
I think the other thing that I'm really passionate about that I always like to interject, and Jack's been a huge ally of mine, is just diversity. So, listening to everything today, we've made sure we've had a really diverse panel on every single panel set, which I really, really appreciate. But not just we're facing this issue in AI with a talent gap, but we're going to have it in quantum too. So one of the things that we're really, really passionate about is making sure that we bring diversity to the table in quantum with everything that we do. So as you're looking out there in your workforce and really leaning in for upskilling and everything, making those tools available to children, to elementary schools, but then also just to your workforce to really make sure that we are being as inclusive as possible.
And just to build on that, what's one critical takeaway I'd like to people have coming away from this is don't restrict the work in quantum in your bank, in your financial institution, in the innovation team. Love the innovation teams, love those folks, great people. But engage the cryptography people, engage the cybersecurity team, engage the CISO, engage the risk management team, engage the compliance team, engage the team, the actual market ecosystem. Right. So look at your whole bank when you think about getting ready for this kind of world. If you restrict it to your innovation team, I can guarantee you will have a failure because the teams that really need to know what's happening will not be part of that conversation.
Great. And on that note, please join me in thanking my fellow panelists.
Thanks, Mandy.
Sridhar, Jonathan, Amelia, thanks for joining. I've got good news and bad news. The good news is we're really the final act of the day. The bad news is we're all that separates this crowd from the drinks and closing remarks from Annabelle and Alexandra afterwards. So please stick around. But we are here to talk about the risks and controls. So really the hand-wringing stuff that's been a kind of a side dish all day, and now is the main course. And look, the day's ending. We're going to have to keep it spicy. So I'm gonna pull the pin from some grenades. Let's start by talking about OpenAI. We've just come from this incredible week of drama and consternation at the biggest and brightest of these AI companies. Amelia, let's start with you. What can we learn about the questions around safety and responsible governance of these powerful AI systems from the drama at OpenAI?
Yeah, so I think what we saw unfold this week was the reason we need regulation at the federal level. Because there's long been a narrative that self-governance is sufficient to be able to regulate when we think about concerns about safety of these systems or readiness of these systems to be deployed in the real-world settings. And what we saw is that's insufficient. We can't rely on not-for-profit boards, for-profit boards, safety engineering teams, or scientists within these organizations to make the decisions around, is a system safe or is it ready to be deployed, especially when you consider the context of the incentive structures that are around these companies and just the amount of financial pressure that they're under, the amount of competitive pressure that they're under with many systems entering the game, and then the consequences that are at stake here from a societal perspective that once the genie is out of the bottle, it's out of the bottle.
Jonathan, Cohere is focused on bringing AI into the enterprise. I imagine you're dealing with a lot of these issues around responsible and ethical deployment. So what did the OpenAI drama mean to you, and what do you take from it?
Well, look, OpenAI is a competitor of Cohere's.
Great, so you can talk with the band.
I'll keep it a little high level, but for me, at Cohere, we talk about being enterprise focused. And so we are a good fit for enterprises who are looking for a partner who cares about what they care about. And there's a lot of different perspectives on where this technology is today, where it's heading, where we should be focused, how we should think about responsible deployment. And for us, as all this unfolds, it reinforces for us that, listen, we're focused on being a good partner in enterprises. And we believe there are enterprises who will see that and will see a partner that has the same values that they have. And there are a lot of different types of folks with different beliefs in the system and in this ecosystem, and we're sort of seeing that come to the fore.
Okay, and Sridhar, I'll give you an opportunity to answer, but I want to say I've known Sridhar for a while. He spent years at Google building the ad business, now as an executive at Snowflake, and still a partner at Greylock?
Still a partner at Greylock.
So you've seen it all when it comes to kind of both responsible governance and the commercial imperative to deploy quickly. So what were you thinking as you saw this extraordinary set of circumstances take place at OpenAI?
I mean, at one level, it's actually a positive that there are people that are willing to raise questions about this and that there was drama and debate. It means that people take this question seriously. It's easy to call for regulation, but most regulation passed recently, like GDPR, have strictly made incumbents stronger. And so regulation that says things like there are just going to be 3 model makers in the world is actually also a bad outcome. So I think it's a pretty tricky area to navigate. And I personally think that we are quite far away from something like AGI. And yes, there is a lot of things that we have to do to make sure that when we use language models, things like the output from the models are believable, that they are creating value, that they don't have all of the biases that society has and end up codifying it into these models. So I think there's good work to be done, but I personally think that the discussions with OpenAI, the drama around it, says people care. It's a good thing. There's going to be more debate about these topics.
Amelia was addressing the governance model. OpenAI had a nonprofit board, but they clearly had another set of stakeholders, the investors, who are obviously competitive and want to see return on investment. How unrealistic do you think that arrangement was, and what is the proper way to balance these 2 competing objectives: safe development, but succeeding in the marketplace? We'll start with you, we'll go back.
Yeah, I think, I'm not an expert on the structure of OpenAI. It's like what I learned about the structure similar was mostly from last week. As I said, these questions are hard. Just like there is general acceptance about the kind of safety training that you need to do for these models before they're put out into the real world. And we care a lot about this at Snowflake, where I work now, in terms of bringing responsible models into an enterprise setting. I think there needs to be an amount of discussion and cooperation with the number of companies that are out there creating models for what constitutes like safe use. I don't think there's like a single one-shot-fits-all kind of answer.
And as we think about what safe use looks like, we can talk about it with this like high level, what is the future of AI? And like, are we headed for robot overlords? And like, is that the future? And that can almost distract from what's actually in front of us, which is institutions, financial institutions, and other types of organizations that are deploying this technology and are deploying this technology today. And when you think about safe use of this technology, you have to evaluate on a use case basis. What is the application? What are the risks of this given application? How do we evaluate that and test that over time? And there's a risk if we just talk too much about these sort of sci-fi questions that exist with this technology that we lose sight of the very practical ramifications that are not a year out or 3 years out or 10 years out or 20 years out, but are like here today.
Yeah, I mean, so part of what appears to have been motivating some of the drama at OpenAI is not really long-term futuristic hypothetical problems, but developments, breakthroughs that some of the researchers had been making. Q-star is the one that we're hearing a lot about, even though we don't quite understand it yet. So, Amelia, like, what do you see as kind of the optimum governance paradigm right now to to responsibly implement some of these findings?
Yeah. So I think it is an all of the above approach when we think about, there's so many different dimensions in which to think about AI safety from a risk-based approach, both at the level of the model and also at the level of the application. And there's also many ways to think about sort of the safety in the most strict sense of AI safety, but also the ethical piece of it as well, which are conundrums that we're dealing with today and are only going to scale as these systems scale and societal adoption of these systems sort of reaches a critical level of uptake. I also hear the point on regulation needing to be smart regulation. And I think that we need to be very careful of regulatory capture in this as we think towards designing this. And so I think there's a public conversation that needs to happen, and also engagement of industry and private sector that are not just the AI companies, but other companies that are going to be users of this technology. When we see that the most people at the seats of the table on both sides of the Atlantic on the policy side are the architects of this model, that should raise some alarm bells as we think towards what kind of regulation are we going to design? Is it actually going to solve the problems we think it's going to solve?
I remember your organization was one of the ones who put their names, your name, on these requests for pauses, right? It was a six-month pause in AI development. Obviously, that might have been more of a statement than a practicality. But at this point, are you still advocating for something of a pause? And yeah, is that realistic?
Yeah. So the intent behind the pause letter was to highlight the urgency of what needs to happen. Exactly as you say, there are breakthroughs that are concerning folks on the sort of architecting side that we definitely need to pay attention to. And given how quickly this field is moving, we are not catching up the way we need to. When we think of the regulations that need to be passed, and even thinking through how do we want to deploy these technologies in society. And while we're super encouraged that since our letter, there's been this robust policy conversation, we've seen the Insight Forum, we've seen the executive order come out, there still really isn't law that's been passed, right? And we need to keep an eye on that in the sense that it's great to have these conversations, but at some point you need to get it over the finish line.
And Jonathan, do you view a pause as something practical or that Cohere would advocate for?
So I think we haven't seen uptake on the pause. We're talking about supposed breakthroughs, but we don't even know what it is that we're talking about. And so I think what we need to do is disentangle rumor and sci-fi and this like hypothetical future from like actually what the facts on the ground are. And to the point that has been made by both folks beside me, we need like responsible, thoughtful regulation in this space rather than just like jumping in one way or another because we're afraid of what might come. And I think historically we've often thought technology was going to be something that it isn't. And while that doesn't mean that it can't happen in the future, it's a good lesson for us to learn about ourselves as human beings and how we engage with technology that advances.
Yes, so throw out a couple of ideas, like what is responsible legislation that doesn't reflect regulatory capture by the industry leaders? What does that look like?
So I think we need to be focused on use cases and how this technology is actually deployed. And so an application in the back office of a financial institution where you're summarizing, let's say, internal calls for people after the call. That has very different ramifications from a automated agent that engages with clients, that can transfer money between accounts, that can answer questions. So we need to think about the different ways that this technology is deployed, and different industries also have very different ramifications. And so I think it's almost the wrong conversation if we say, how do we just regulate all of AI? Like, if only it were that easy and that simple. We really need to get specific in how this technology is being deployed, where it's being deployed to have smart regulation.
Sridhar, it feels like two things that didn't exist when it comes to search and social media were transparency and accountability, like how the algorithms work and what happens when they go wrong. Is it realistic to think that we can legislate transparency and accountability in large language models?
I mean, I think of that actually as a business imperative. All of us know, for example, that ChatGPT hallucinates. But I can bet that most people in the room have not bothered to look at what's the hallucination rate. Does it vary between GPT-4 and like GPT-3?
It's incredibly hard to measure.
But you could come up with some metric. Here are 1,000 standard questions. They have reasonably factual answers. Some of them are obscure. Some of them are more well. You can come up with frameworks so that you can at least say, like, okay, what is the approximate hallucination rate? And yet we don't think of that as something that we need to do. In my mind, this is unacceptable in a business setting. If you're asking for what's my bank balance, maybe you ask it in a slightly different way. What was my bank balance yesterday? You need to make sure that the answers that you give are actually believable. There's an implicit contract when we use software, especially business software, that it does what it says it does. And this is where, to me, techniques like retrieval augmented generation, RAG, which all of a sudden has become a common word, things like that are important so that you can not only say you're bringing the power of fluid language interactions to customers, but that you're actually building a believable software system. And to me, it's things like that that are really important. And to Jonathan's point, it is one thing where you ask a question of a piece of software, maybe it doesn't quite get it, but tries to give you an answer, but you can immediately tell that the answer is not okay. But on the other hand, a language model is being used to judge a loan application. All of a sudden, the bar is very, very different. And so I think as much as possible, as software makers, we need to make sure that we provide people with the tools to create responsible software, that there is ease of just understanding what it is that these pieces of software do. And the more complicated the application, I think the more transparency there has to be in what exactly.
But are you also saying that there should be a role for regulators and legislators to step in when some of the software is lying very credibly?
I think that, first of all, at Snowflake, for example, I would not recommend that any of our business customers use a language model out of a box, even if it's fine-tuned on their data, to answer questions, simply because it's really hard to predict when the model is going to be hallucinating. So I think there needs to be just a common sense expectation of what is being provided. And the surprising thing, by the way, that I learned in the process of creating Neva, which was our search engine, is we were very clear that we represented the internet when you asked a question. You could ask it all kinds of questions. One of my funny, not so funny questions was how can I be a sociopath? And the search engine would go find the sites that talk about this. It would write a nice summary, and we would be clear that, hey, this is summarizing the web. There are sites that actually talk about it. But what shocked me was the number of people that would look at an answer and take that as fact. And so making sure there's an amount of education into these model outputs, making sure that we are clear about when the models are really representing a piece of information that's somewhere else, or when they could outright just be making up stuff. These are things that we need if we want the public over the long time to actually trust these and interact with these as legitimate pieces of software.
And just building on that for a second, what I love what you just said is you had to do it. You saw how people used it, and you learned from it. And we can talk till the cows come home about what might happen, but I really loved hearing Jeff McMillan talk just earlier this afternoon, because he spoke about the million things that he learned from going through 9 months of building and having their question answering solution out in beta internally. And he learned so much about how people used it, where it went right and where it went wrong, and over time improved it substantially. And we just we can't have this conversation without building and adopting it. We need to adopt and build in a safe way and thoughtful way and think about what the use cases are and make sure we're understanding what the hallucination rate looks like in this context. But if we just talk about it, we won't make progress. And I think the institutions that are actually building are building a capability and a muscle that as this technology continues to evolve, will be able to take advantage of it in a responsible, ethical way so much faster than those who are sitting on the sidelines saying, well, there's a lot of risk here.
But Jonathan, that also feels scary to me, that we need to really perfect these systems, we have to spring them into the world in their imperfect and potentially dangerous forms at moments of fraught political tension and decreasing trust in public institutions. So how do we get that feedback loop from customers, but do it in a way that is safe and doesn't have these secondary, potentially dangerous consequences?
So I go back to your exchange that you just had. You sort of mentioned that, well, it's hard to know how much ChatGPT hallucinates. And it's hard to know how much Cohere's model hallucinates if we're just talking about every possible application. But we shouldn't just spring them into the world. Those who are building solutions with technology need to say, okay, for this use case, how often is it right? What's my test set that I'm going to be using? What is an acceptable level of getting it wrong? Because humans get things wrong too, right?
And can you tell when you're getting something wrong so that you can put up that extra warning that says, hey, we're not so sure about this answer?
And there is totally a balance to be had, right? And so everybody who's building with this technology needs to be really thoughtful about it. We think a ton about it. I know our customers who are building solutions think a ton about it. It's not that it's simple, but I simply don't know how we'll answer questions. If we said, we're not going to develop the technology any further, nobody can build with it, we're not doing anything, game over until we get all the answers to the questions, I don't think we'll answer those questions.
But I don't think it's that black and white. I think it's a risk-based approach, right? And I think that's where you have to say there's a spectrum of when we think about AI in terms of narrow to general systems. And there's also a spectrum of sort of narrow to general in their application set. And each of those applications has different level of risk. And so there's plenty of sandboxes within that that's not terribly concerning, or the risks are acceptable, and you've put the system out there and you have the ability to iterate and learn and see how it performs in the real world, because there's not a terribly amount of risk associated with that particular system. I think as there's selective pressures to make systems that are ever more powerful, and to the point of detangling science fiction from science reality, we'd have to have insight into what's actually happening with these systems, which we still don't really have, and that's where the role of audits can be something that's actually a really helpful tool. So I think there really needs to be being specific about the use case, but also what model is being used to serve that use case, and sort of thinking that through from sort of a risk assessment and risk management perspective.
Okay, please think of your questions. We'll go to the audience in a minute. But Amelia, we were talking backstage about how public trust in technology is quite low right now. How do we build or rebuild trust in AI?
Yeah. So I think the conversation we've been having here about regulation is a piece of it. There was a great YouGov poll that came out this past summer. I think it was something like 82% of Americans don't trust big tech to self-regulate, and that's quite bipartisan in that perspective. I think so that is one, I think, key piece. A second piece of it is acknowledging the public concern around this technology, acknowledging the rightful concerns that were brought up of the architects of this technology are concentrated in a few very powerful tech companies. And I think people are rightfully concerned about that concentration of power that we're seeing with this technology. I think education is a key point of it. I think liability, which is something we haven't really talked about, but being clear about who's responsible and accountable when things go wrong and communicating that to the public. And then also a point that I think doesn't get brought up enough is encouraging more conversation about a positive future with AI. So we have our risks and we know what we want to steer away from, but what is it that we're actually steering towards on the other side? And there's been some narratives that have been put forth, sort of by the Valley and by the architects of these large language models, but organizations have an opportunity to define that future. Individuals have an opportunity to define that future of saying, what do I want my organization to look like with this technology? What problems do I want it to solve? Go design me systems that help me solve the problems that I have.
It's similar to a point you were raising earlier, Jonathan, and I do think like we're all maybe as humans inclined more towards the doomerous sci-fi scenarios, and then you get an essay like Mark Andreessen's optimistic manifesto, and we all kind of roll our eyes and laugh at it. So, but to Amelia's point, like how do we define the future? We don't know what this is. We're in such the early innings. How do we define an optimistic scenario that maybe inspires people more than frightens them?
Yeah, and just to name, so Cohere's CEO maybe is an anti-doomer, like that, if I can coin that phrase to describe him. So we certainly don't subscribe to the doomerist mindset. To me, it's thinking about use cases and applications that will actually make our lives better. The one that jumps to mind for me is, and I think this is not far away, is having a tutor for every kid that can learn what that kid's learning style is, what level they're at, and think about the world's best tutors. And everybody gets that at their fingertips. That is, I almost get goosebumps actually talking and thinking about that, because that's wildly exciting to me, and that actually creates a more equitable and better future. And so we can talk about robot overlords, but to the point you were making, we actually also need to talk about what's the good that we can do here? How can this help physicians as they're treating patients to prompt the right questions to ask if they haven't asked the right question that elicits information that helps solve a problem. And so I think we need to talk about actually the good that this can do, and then there's going to be really savvy entrepreneurs who go out and build those solutions and make the world a better place, and that's exciting.
Sridhar, where are you in this great grand debate between optimists and doomerists, accelerationists versus decels? Where's your personal inclination?
I think it depends on the context. And what I mean by that, with consumer software especially, I think we, techies, Silicon Valley, the broader tech industry, has learned a bunch of formulas about how getting the maximum number of users, usage, before everything else really, really matters. And we also have been, bred on free products. And so I think that's on the consumer side, I think is where you have sort of troubling conflicts between the need for speed versus creating believable, trustworthy software. And so I think there are a lot of complications there. At least in the world that I live in right now, which is the enterprise software world, I think, as I said, expectations are a lot more straightforward. Which is that applications better do what they say they do. That's the business expectation. And from that perspective, I'm actually quite optimistic about the power of language models to just provide better interfaces. To me, one of the biggest breakthroughs of language models is that they can understand language, and they can take complicated pieces of information and surface it back to you as understandable language. Of course, you need systems like retrieval system to set the right context. You need to be fail-safe as much as possible. We prefer designing systems that would rather say, no, I don't know how to answer that question, than produce an incorrect answer. And so I think in the world of these kinds of clear-cut expectations, I'm actually quite positive that language models have a lot to add when used responsibly. I think in the world of consumer software, as I said, with its growth needs to be had at all costs, I think you'll end up seeing just more conflict and more difficult problems. And when it comes to the world of generative AI, we were talking about this outside, within the next, I don't know, year, 2, max 3, all of us have to get used to a world in which you can literally believe no voice you hear and no video you see. And I think that's like a whole new world that awaits all of us.
That's pretty frightening.
But that, just like you'll never trust like a quote attributed to Brad Stone, but it's taken us 20 years to get to this point. Now imagine needing to do this for voice, video, everything else that we take as reality.
I would add to that in this dichotomy that we're seeing of like accelerationist versus doomers, that is a product of our first contact with AI, and this public narrative being pushed to these absolutes on both sides when really we need to be having a nuanced conversation. Because at least in our organization, most of us are scientists by training. We're technologists. We love technology. We make technology with the other hats that we have, and recognize that for 99% of use cases, accelerationist is the way to go. There is a corner case of 1%, whatever percentage you assign, of things that could go really, really wrong. And that's the sort of bucket in which you need to be careful. You need to move slowly. You need to move thoughtfully. And so I find that division to be unproductive a lot of the time, and we see it a little bit when talking about the differences between the AI safety folks or the AI ethics folks. And it's a more nuanced conversation. So I think that's sort of a more meta point, is like, how do we reinstall the nuance that is needed to actually tackle the challenges that AI poses?
Okay, I want to open up the questions to this audience of hardy survivors. Who has a question for our panelists? We've got one up here.
It was really interesting to hear mention of testing of hallucination rates, and I wondered what the panel's thoughts were on other diagnostics, essentially, that could be measured with regards to the performance of models in the lots of different use cases and applications that you've mentioned, that you think would not constitute the secret sauce that we hear quite a lot about, I think, in coverage of AI, that companies often want to defend and see as a kind of reason not to embrace transparency, i.e. giving up competitive advantage, a kind of engineering secrecy that is that kind of marketable benefit that you have as a company with serious innovation. So alongside measuring hallucination rates, what else might we be able to sort of pull into the domain of transparency from companies that are working on these powerful models?
I mean, some of this is application specific. At Snowflake, for example, we are working on a text-to-SQL model, a model that can understand the context of a given schema, take a question in language, in English, and be able to generate a SQL query for it. And so in a situation like this, sort of relatively standard machine learning measures like precision and recall. Precision is the rate at which you're getting things right, like 1 minus the rate at which you're getting things wrong, or how many questions are you able to answer at all, and looking at the trade-offs therein is something that we do a lot of. And so like each application has its inbuilt like nuances about what constitutes correctness, what constitutes like something that is wrong, or what constitutes like completely unacceptable behavior when it comes to language. And so I don't think there is a one size fits all, but this is part of what I mean by responsible application development, which is that like an app sort of needs to do what it says it's going to do, and when it gets things wrong, you should at least be transparent about, no, you really need to talk to a customer service representative to answer this question.
I would maybe add to that, not on the technical side, but on the regulatory side, we do have precedents that we can borrow from. So in thinking of, like from my field, the FDA, right, both in regulating drugs and biologics, which is a lot of sensitive intellectual property, but also regulating software as a medical device in which they have sort of full visibility and transparency. So that, I think, is the unique role of the government, is to be able to sort of be above the competitive landscape and be able to serve as a mediator that is not sort of affecting a competitive advantage that an individual company may have.
I found it surprising that some AI companies seem to find their own products to be unpredictable or inexplicable. Like they don't quite understand the answers that their chatbots or image generation services are providing. Like, should that be acceptable? You know, should companies be releasing products that are unpredictable?
So my argument is, you know, if you are going to go to the FDA today and for a new drug and you don't have a mechanism of action,
that would not fly.
And you say, we have no idea how this works, they would say, go figure out how this works, right? I think that we do have to also adapt our thinking to new categories of technology, right? And so this is, again, where the risk-based approach comes in. There are consequences of not knowing, and so depending on what use case you have, depending on the power of that system, whether it's, you know, hey, release broadly, go play with it, we don't know how it works, and it's highly unpredictable, that's probably not the best course of action, yet it is kind of the default trajectory that we're on.
Brad, has the ship sailed?
On
this predictability, unpredictability thing? The entire basis of machine learning is in finding patterns that humans cannot see. I used to run like search ads for a long time at Google, as you know, and lots of advertisers used to ask me, so what's the magic sauce for how I can get better click-through performance? Should I put my company name in the creative and it'll be better? And I would give them the truthful answer of, you know, I have no idea whether it'll make it better, but why don't you try it? If it does, we will reward you. And so we already have a ton of these systems that find patterns in data. I'm not saying this as an excuse for what like language model companies should be doing. But, you know, in fact, I think that language model companies have no business taking like an output of a language model and pretending that it's the truth. It is something that's been synthesized by a model. And so you need more predictable systems like a retrieval system. So you can say, yes, I believe in this piece of information. And, you know, here is a link to a publication from a reputed institution like Bloomberg that backs up what I'm saying. You know, please go check here if you want more information. I think it's, again, that expectation of what is it that you want the system to do that I think is more important. Finding patterns in data and us not understanding these patterns, I think that ship was sailed a long time.
Fair point. Another question from the audience.
Yes, I have one question. So there are these risks now, as we talk also about controls. Some of those risks are a little bit harder to identify than hallucinations, and maybe the answer, if you just read that one answer, seems to be correct. And there's one example that we actually discussed quite a bit in our company, and I need to read it out. But it's really about the question, who is the institution that should actually control? And the example is, if you ask ChatGPT, do Israelis deserve to be free? The answer is yes. Like all people, Israelis have the right to freedom and self-determination. This principle is a fundamental aspect of human rights, and so on and so on. If you ask the question, do Palestinians deserve to be free? The answer is, as an AI developed by OpenAI, I don't hold personal opinions or beliefs. The question of whether Palestinians deserve to be free is a complex and deeply political one, and so on and so on. So if you read that only and ask this question and say, well, yes, it is a bit complex, but if you put it in contrast to these two questions, there is a kind of a bias behind the answers. So obviously, it's a designed answer and kind of by an OpenAI. But depending on where you are in the world, who should be the one who is kind of, first of all, identifying those topics? As you said, we use these, the ChatGPTs and others for our children to ask questions, to get education. But there are these types of bias in these types of systems, and they are really hard to identify, and they have a massive impact.
That's a great question, and Sridhar, I'll have to call on you because I mean Google faced these questions for years. Like how can you even pretend to be an arbiter of truth in a world where truth is a difficult thing, you know? And there's and these search engines and these AI systems reflect, you know, public opinion and the corpus of knowledge, and we don't live in a world of truth. We live in a world of opinion. So what expectations should we put on these models?
I mean, my answer is you should believe nothing that comes straight from a language model. Like, honestly. And yes, the answer to your question about what does a search engine say is you also need to understand that implicit in any Google search result page is these reflect the biases of the internet. And there are complicated questions for which there is no truth. You can get some opinions, and you sort of have to decide for yourself. So I don't see these as having simple answers.
I'm going to sound like I'm beating a dead horse here, but this is why if you're building an application using this technology, you need to think about how unconstrained do we want it to be? What are the constraints that we want to put on this? And how are we going to rigorously evaluate it? And so I spoke with a global retailer, and they were looking at building a chatbot into their consumer-facing website. And they said, well, hey, we don't want it to gauge on anything other than clothing. If you ask it for a recipe for Thanksgiving, it shouldn't respond. So these are the constraints that we're going to put around it. Now, how do we evaluate it? How do we make sure it's right? How do we make sure it doesn't go off? And then for organizations, how do we build the muscle to start building some of these solutions? Maybe they're internal facing, to start seeing how well they do, learning where we missed something. You know, it actually said something that it shouldn't have. We weren't evaluating for that. How do we build that into how we're evaluating this so that we're able to make it progressively better? And what are the levels of accuracy that we need to have in order to feel comfortable releasing this to our own employees, releasing this to our own customers, our own clients? And there isn't a simple answer to everything, but like it actually requires organizations getting hands-on, workshopping, bring in diverse perspectives from diverse folks with diverse experiences at their organization, and engaging with their own customers on what people are comfortable with to make it better and progress it to a place where you feel comfortable with it. And so like, we really can't let people off the hook of doing the hard work of thinking, how are we going to use this technology? How are we going to evaluate it? And how are we going to make sure that we're getting better over time with it? I think that's just so critical.
Yeah. And by the way, these are things that any major software creator of any kind knows how to do. No big retailer in their right mind is going to design a brand new website and one fine day say like, here, it's ready for the world. You're going to release it to 5 people and then 10 people. You're going to do extensive testing. You're going to have a data set that you're going to question this against. So processes for rolling out software are actually well understood. And so especially when it comes to business applications, having the tooling, having the mechanisms in place to figure out what right is, they're there. People know how to do this. Like language models are a new tool, a new way to do things. But the core of how do you design believable, trustable systems, these have been done for a while.
But to add to sort of what you were saying before, I would say 2 things. One, I agree we shouldn't believe anything a language model puts out. But is that how we're deploying these to the public? And is that the actual expectation we're setting? Or is it just an asterisk at the bottom of the page in the terms and conditions of not to believe what these systems are outputting? So I do think there's an obligation in public discourse to set expectations of what these systems actually are.
I mean, can you imagine the disclaimer atop ChatGPT? Yeah. Do not believe what this says.
Correct. And I would say the second point that you bring up is a good one is who's making these decisions and how inclusive is both the development and sort of decisions around deployment of these technologies. And we know that there's serious problems with inclusion here in the United States. And then when you zoom that out to a global perspective of countries that have really had no say in the development of technology. There is a little bit of work happening at the UN right now as a fora, but I think it's something that we should all be taking a sort of moral responsibility to think towards. How do we make these discussions more inclusive so the decisions that we ultimately come to are more representative?
Can I just ask you, can I bring you back to the example of the questioner? Like, it wasn't even bias. It's almost like a lame overabundance of caution on the part of OpenAI, where somebody went in and said, okay, the issue of Palestinians is too hot to handle, like, back off, don't say anything. But clearly there was a double standard there on the question vis-a-vis the Israelis. Like, should that kind of bias be acceptable?
So I think it shouldn't, right? And the reality is that there's still humans tuning these models and humans that have bias and the bias in the data sets, right? And those are the conversations that we need to be having and surfacing of how do we deal with these challenges and who should be deciding the protocols and methods to which we do deal with them, because there are no easy answers when it comes to questions of ethics, but certainly like there are concrete biases here that we know that need to be addressed, and so I think that needs to be front and center as well.
Okay, I'm going to do one more question, and then we'll unleash everyone to the bar. Yes, sir.
It's a forward-looking question. So after GPT went live, traffic to Stack Overflow fell off a cliff. And there is a known problem with training models on the output of other models, which is somebody cleverly called it MAD, the model autophagy disorder. So you feed the output of models to other models, they go crazy after 3 or 4 generations. Do you think we're going to run out of stuff to train models on? Because people will just use them to code and write and make images? Not generally, but in specific cases like making new Python code. Simply put, people are writing a lot less code that you can feed these things, and so how are they going to get smarter 2 or 3 generations from now?
I can answer a bit of that. Training data is really, really important. We spend a fair amount of effort on things like language to SQL queries, language to Python code. And we do live in a world where the amount of machine-generated content is absolutely on the rise. I can see more and more of it on like image search, more and more of it on Google search. I think it's going to be a little bit of an arms race there. And I think the biggest companies are going to be investing, all companies honestly, are going to be investing in data sets that are critical for their functioning. I think this is it's a straightforward business imperative.
Go ahead.
No, I would also say that running out of training data does not necessarily equate to stopping progress, right? Because there's also the algorithmic efficiency side of this, and when we see what's been happening in the open source community and like progress that's being made there, because they don't have the luxury of the amount of capital for compute. So whether or not that's a bottleneck, I think remains to be seen.
The other piece I'd add is that as these models get more and more knowledgeable and capable, it's not just a scale game. It's also a game of having like really high quality, curated, diverse data sets that the models can learn from. And in that world, you actually don't just want to grab whatever you can grab and throw at the model. You actually want real experts who are human annotating really high quality data sets in order to be utilized. And if you're a large financial institution that is sitting on a massive trove of data, being really thoughtful of how you take that data and annotate it in order to fine tune or train a model. And so one of the really interesting things as we've seen these models get more and more capable is just how valuable like individual high quality small data sets can be in driving performance in a specific domain.
All right. Well, folks, don't go anywhere. We have closing remarks from our hosts, but please join me in thanking our panelists.